For keys to the same door. By Aressa. Chapter 1, Separate Doors. The kitchen timer chimed at 6:45, the same as it did every Tuesday morning. Margot silenced it without looking, her hand finding the phone on the counter beside her sketchpad with the efficiency of 8 years' practice. Outside the windows of their loft apartment, the city was still caught between night and dawn, the sky that particular shade of charcoal that meant the sun hadn't quite committed yet. She'd been awake for an hour already. The jade bracelet on her wrist, her grandmother's, cool and smooth, clicked softly against the edge of her coffee mug as she returned to the elevation drawing spread across the breakfast table. A community center in the Bronx. Good bones, terrible execution. She'd inherited the project from a colleague who'd moved to Seattle, and spent the past week mentally rebuilding it from the foundation up. Structure was everything. You couldn't skip steps. You couldn't pretend load-bearing walls would hold if you'd cut corners on the foundation. Behind her, the bedroom door opened. Margot knew without turning that Iris would be wearing the gray t-shirt from the concert 3 years ago, the one with the small hole near the hem that she refused to throw away. That her twists would be gathered in a silk wrap. That she'd shuffle to the coffee maker in those ridiculous fuzzy socks with the cartoon avocados on them, a gift from her sister that had somehow become permanent. "Morning," Iris said, her voice still textured with sleep. "Morning." Margot moved her pencil case so Iris could set down her mug. "There's oatmeal on the stove." "You're too good to me." It was what Iris always said. Margot offered a small smile, eyes still on her drawings, and that was what she always did. The routine had a rhythm. Iris ate standing up, scrolling through her phone, occasionally reading Margot snippets from the news. Margot half listened, making notations on the drawings. They'd perfected this dance years ago, how to share space without collision, how to orbit each other in comfortable silence. Iris rinsed her bowl, set it in the dish rack. Margot heard her move to the small desk in the corner where she graded papers most mornings before school. The scratch of red pen on paper. The occasional sigh. The sound of Iris existing, which should have been comforting but lately felt more like white noise. "Hey," Iris said after a while. Random thought. Margot looked up. Her wife was leaning back in her chair, pen between her teeth, that expression on her face that meant she was about to suggest something. Margot's hand found her bracelet, thumb sliding across the jade. "What if we did something this weekend?" Iris continued. "Like, spontaneous. We could drive upstate, find a bed and breakfast, just be somewhere else for a bit." The project deadline was Friday. Margot had planned to spend Saturday detailing the structural revisions, Sunday reviewing code compliance. She'd already blocked out the time in her calendar, the digital blocks of hours stacked like the careful Tetris of her life. "I have the community center deliverables," Margot said. "The presentation's Monday." "Right. Of course." Iris's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Just a thought." She turned back to her papers, and Margot returned to her drawings, and the moment passed between them like it had never existed at all. Except Margot felt it, the small stone of it, settling somewhere beneath her ribs. This was how it went lately. Iris would reach out, tentative and hopeful. Margot would cite logistics, practicalities, the architecture of her obligations. Iris would fold the hope back up and tuck it away. Neither of them talked about the pattern. Patterns were only visible from a distance, and they were too close, too enmeshed in the daily mechanics of their life together. By 7:30, they were moving in parallel tracks toward departure. Iris in the bathroom, Margot packing her laptop. Iris gathering her teacher bag with its perpetual overflow of novels and handouts. Margot checking that she had her site visit notes, her good pens, the measuring tape she never left home without. They met at the door. "You have your lunch?" Margot asked. "You have your phone charger?" Iris countered. "Yes." Then we're both functional adults. Iris leaned in, pressed a kiss to Margot's cheek. Her lips were warm, familiar. The gesture was affectionate, automatic. Like a ritual observed because it was Tuesday, because this was what they did. Margot touched her face after Iris pulled away, a reflexive gesture. She wanted to say something, she wasn't sure what. Something about the weekend, about trying, about the fact that she loved her wife and somewhere along the way loving had become maintaining and she didn't know when that shift had occurred. But Iris was already opening the door, already stepping into the hallway with a "have a good day, babe," already gone. Margot stood in the apartment they'd furnished together, walls painted a warm gray that Iris had chosen, furniture with clean lines that Margot had selected. Everything in its place. Everything optimized for efficiency and aesthetic harmony. Good bones, she thought. But something was missing in the execution. Her phone buzzed. A message from her mother, "Call me about Thanksgiving." Another from her project manager, "Client wants the revisions by COB Thursday." Another from the bike shop, "Your tune-up is ready for pickup." Margot answered them in order of priority, fingers moving across the screen with practiced speed. She grabbed her bag, her travel mug, her keys. Locked the door behind her. Descended to the street where her bicycle waited, chained to the rack where she left it every night. The morning air was cool, October sliding toward November. Margot clipped into her pedals and pushed off into traffic, her body finding the familiar rhythm, her mind already cataloging the day ahead. Meeting at 9. Site visit at 11. Lunch at her desk. Afternoon in the office, headphones on, undisturbed. Somewhere in the back of her consciousness, Iris's question lingered, what if we did something spontaneous? But spontaneity required surrender. Required not knowing the outcome before you began. Required trust that the structure would hold even when you couldn't see all the load-bearing walls. Margot signaled left, merged into the bike lane, kept moving forward. At a red light, she found herself touching the bracelet again. Her grandmother had given it to her the summer before she died, during Margot's last visit to Taipei. For protection, she'd said in Mandarin, sliding it onto Margot's wrist. For luck. For remembering where you come from. Margot had worn it every day since. Through graduate school, through coming out to her parents, through meeting Iris at a bookstore in the village on a rainy March afternoon. Through their wedding in the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, 8 years ago, through the decision to move in together, through the slow accumulation of years that had brought them here. 8 years. Not a small thing. Long enough to build a life, a home, a history. But lately, when Margot looked at that life, it felt like a blueprint someone else had drawn. Perfect on paper. Precise measurements. All the right materials. And yet somehow, in the execution, something had been lost. Some essential element she couldn't name, couldn't quantify, couldn't fix with better drafting or clearer specifications. The light changed. Margot pushed forward. Behind her, the apartment building receded. Ahead, the day waited, structured and predictable. And somewhere in between, in the space she didn't have time to examine, the question mark of her marriage hung suspended, patient and unanswered. Her phone buzzed again in her pocket. Probably her mother calling instead of texting. Margot made a mental note to respond during lunch, added it to the list of tasks queued in her mind like careful architectural layers, foundation, framing, systems, finishes. She'd built her whole life for stability. Planned for every contingency. Designed for resilience against failure. And still, somehow, she couldn't shake the feeling that the ground beneath her was less solid than it appeared. By the time she reached her office, the sun had fully risen, burning off the last of the morning uncertainty. Margot locked her bike, straightened her shoulders, and walked through the glass doors into the clean, controlled environment of the firm. The rest of the day would follow its designated path. Meetings. Drawings. Decisions made with precision and care. It was only later, much later, when she was back home and Iris was already asleep and Margot stood in the darkened living room holding a glass of water she'd come out for but forgotten to drink, that she let herself acknowledge the truth sitting quiet in her chest. She was lonely in her marriage. Not the dramatic kind of lonely that came from fighting or distance. The subtle kind. The kind that accumulated slowly, like sediment, until one day you looked around and realized you'd been building walls when what you needed was doors. Outside, the first drops of rain began to fall. The weather report had mentioned a storm system moving in. Something about unusual atmospheric conditions, pressure systems colliding, the possibility of flooding. Margot set down her glass. Touched her bracelet. Went to bed beside her wife, who was warm and familiar and somehow, impossibly, still felt far away. She didn't know it yet, but the storm was already coming. And it would change everything. Chapter 2, Different Keys. Dev Kapoor woke at 5:30 to the sound of his own breathing, measured and quiet in the darkness. He didn't need an alarm anymore. His body had internalized the rhythm of 12-hour shifts at the hospital, of pre-dawn runs, of the careful choreography required to move through the world without disturbing it. Beside him, Hollis was a tangle of limbs and sheets, one arm flung over his face, the other dangling off the edge of their bed. His breathing was deep, irregular. Lost somewhere in whatever dream currently held him. Dev watched him for a moment, this man he'd married 7 years ago in a courthouse ceremony with 10 people present. Hollis's hair was a mess of auburn against the pillow. There was a smudge of ink on his jaw. He'd fallen asleep at his desk again, probably worked until 3 in the morning before finally giving in and coming to bed. Carefully, so carefully, Dev slid out from under the covers. The apartment was small, every sound amplified. The floorboards creaked near the dresser. The bathroom door needed oil on its hinges. He'd been meaning to fix it for months, kept forgetting. In the bathroom, Dev splashed water on his face and studied his reflection in the mirror. 35 years old. The laugh lines his mother had promised would appear were settling in at the corners of his eyes. His beard was getting some gray in it, which Hollis claimed to find distinguished. Dev just felt tired. He dressed in running clothes, laced up his shoes in the dark living room. Their apartment was a study in controlled chaos, Hollis's art supplies bleeding into every available surface, Dev's attempts at organization visible in the neat stack of mail on the counter, the shoes lined up by the door, the folded blanket on the couch. He'd stopped trying to impose order on Hollis's creative process years ago. Now he just tried to maintain small islands of sanity in the sea of sketches and ink bottles and reference books stacked in precarious towers. The morning air was sharp when Dev stepped outside, promising rain. He could feel it in the pressure, the way the air sat heavy against his skin. Weather report had said something about a major storm system. He should check the forecast again, make sure they had batteries, water, the things you were supposed to have. Dev started his run at an easy pace, heading toward the park. His mind automatically began sorting through the day ahead. 7 a.m. shift at the pediatric unit. Mrs. Rodriguez's daughter was due for her post-op check. The Freeman twins were scheduled for discharge if their vitals stayed stable. He needed to follow up with the attending about the new protocol for pain management. His grandfather's watch ticked steadily against his wrist. Dev had worn it every day since the funeral 8 years ago. Time is a gift, his Dadaji used to say. Don't waste it on worry. But worry was part of Dev's operating system. It was how he'd gotten through nursing school while working 2 jobs. How he'd learned to anticipate problems before they became crises. How he'd taught himself to be indispensable, first at the hospital, then in his marriage. When did I become his assistant instead of his husband? The thought arrived unbidden, sharp and uncomfortable. Dev pushed his pace faster, as if he could outrun it. It wasn't that Hollis didn't love him. Dev knew he did, in the intense, consuming way Hollis loved everything that mattered to him. But lately there was a distance. Hollis would surface from his work, blinking like he'd forgotten Dev existed. Would accept the coffee Dev brought him, the reminders to eat, the gentle management of his schedule, all with grateful distraction. And Dev would smile and say it was fine and go back to the careful work of keeping their life running while Hollis created. Someone had to be the steady one. Someone had to remember to pay the electric bill and buy groceries and call the landlord about the leak in the ceiling. Someone had to be the adult. The park was nearly empty, just a few other early risers. Dev found his rhythm, his breathing settling into the familiar pattern. This was his time, the only hour of the day that belonged entirely to him. No patience, no Hollis, no expectations. Just the steady strike of his feet against pavement and the expanding light of dawn. He thought about the marathon he wanted to train for. Had wanted to train for. Past tense, because he'd mentioned it to Hollis 3 weeks ago and Hollis had said, "That's great, babe," without looking up from his laptop. Dev had let it drop. Added it to the list of things he wanted that felt selfish to pursue when Hollis was in the middle of a deadline, when money was tight, when there were always more immediate concerns. When did wanting things for himself become selfish? By the time he returned to the apartment, the sky had lightened to that particular gray that meant the sun was up but hidden. Dev let himself in quietly, started the coffee maker, pulled eggs from the fridge. Hollis emerged from the bedroom at 6:45, right on schedule despite the late night. He was wearing Dev's old college t-shirt and boxer briefs, hair standing up in 6 different directions, squinting against the light. "Morning," he mumbled, heading straight for the coffee. "Morning." Dev cracked eggs into a pan. "How'd the work go?" "Good. I think. I don't know." Hollis leaned against the counter, cradling his mug like it was a lifeline. "I got stuck on the perspective in panel 12. Spent 4 hours redrawing the same hand. I'm sure it's perfect now. It's passable." Hollis's mouth quirked. "You're off today?" 7 to 7. Brutal. "It's fine." Dev plated the eggs, set one in front of Hollis, took the other to the small table wedged between the kitchen and the living room. Hollis followed, collapsing into the chair across from him with the graceless exhaustion of someone who'd burned through all their energy reserves. They ate in comfortable silence. This, at least, was still good between them. The quiet morning moments, the ease of shared space. Hollis's foot hooked around Dev's ankle under the table, a casual point of contact. "You working through lunch?" Dev asked. "Probably. Deadline's Friday. Want me to leave you something in the fridge?" "You don't have to." "I know. But he would anyway, because this was what he did. This was who he was in this marriage, the one who anticipated needs, who smoothed paths, who made everything easier for the person he loved. Hollis looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time that morning. His green eyes were tired but present. "You okay?" "Yeah." "Why?" "You seem quiet." "I'm always quiet." "Different quiet." Hollis tilted his head, studying him with the same intensity he brought to his artwork. "Something happen?" Dev could tell him. Could say, "I feel invisible. I feel like your assistant. I feel like I'm disappearing in my own life. I don't know who I am outside of being useful to you." Instead, he smiled. "Just tired. Long week. You should rest more." "I will." Another lie, gentle and habitual. Hollis's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, grimaced. "My brother. Everything okay?" "Yeah, Hollis gestured vaguely. "Wants to know if we're coming to Pennsylvania for Thanksgiving." I told him probably not, but he keeps asking. "We could go." "You hate driving to Pennsylvania." "I don't hate it. You tolerate it out of love for me." This, at least, made Dev laugh. Accurate. Hollis reached across the table, found Dev's hand. His fingers were ink-stained, always ink-stained. "I love you, you know that?" "I know. Even when I'm a disaster. Especially then." It was meant to be reassuring. But Dev heard how it sounded, like he was signing up for a job instead of a marriage. Like his role was to manage Hollis's chaos rather than build something with him. Hollis squeezed his hand and released it, already checking his phone again, mind wandering back to the deadline, the work, the consuming fire of his creativity that Dev had loved about him from the beginning and now sometimes resented. Dev stood, cleared the plates. "I should get ready for work." "Yeah." "Hey," Hollis looked up. "Thanks. For breakfast." "For everything." "Of course." In the shower, Dev let the hot water run over his shoulders and tried to remember when they'd last had a real conversation. Not logistics or schedules or Hollis's work, but an actual exchange about feelings, fears, dreams. Tried to remember when he'd last told Hollis what he wanted instead of just facilitating what Hollis needed. Tried to remember if he even knew what he wanted anymore, or if he'd become so practiced at subordinating his desires that he'd lost track of them entirely. His grandfather's watch sat on the bathroom counter, water-spotted and faithful. Dev picked it up, ran his thumb over the worn leather band. Dadaji had given it to him the summer before he died, during a visit when Dev was home from college. "You're always taking care of everyone else," his grandfather had said in Gujarati, pressing the watch into Dev's palm. "But who takes care of you?" Dev had laughed it off. Said he was fine, he didn't need taking care of, he liked being useful. His grandfather had just looked at him with those dark, knowing eyes. Being needed and being loved are not the same thing, Beta. Remember that. 8 years later, standing in his cramped bathroom getting ready for another shift, Dev finally understood what he'd meant. He dressed in his scrubs, laced up his work shoes. When he emerged, Hollis was already back at his desk, headphones on, lost to the world. The untouched plate of eggs sat beside him, growing cold. Dev covered it with plastic wrap, put it in the fridge for later. Wrote a note, "Don't forget to eat. Love you," and left it where Hollis would see it. Then he grabbed his bag, his travel mug of tea, his keys. Paused at the door to look back at his husband, who was bent over his work, completely absorbed, beautiful and distant as a star. Dev wanted to say something. Wanted to cross the room and pull off those headphones and say, "Look at me. Really look at me. See me as something other than the person who keeps your life running." But he had a shift in 20 minutes. And Hollis had a deadline. And the moment passed, as moments always did, sliding by unmarked and unmourned. "See you tonight," Dev said, even though Hollis couldn't hear him. He locked the door behind him and headed down to the street, where the morning had fully arrived, gray and heavy with the promise of rain. His phone buzzed. A text from Priya, "Brunch this weekend? I need to download about the absolute chaos of my dating life." Dev smiled despite himself. Priya, at least, saw him. Asked him questions. Wanted to know about his life, not just what he could do for hers. He typed back, "Definitely. Sunday work?" The response came immediately, "Perfect. Prepare for drama. I kissed 2 different people last week and now it's a situation. Can't wait to hear about it," Dev wrote. And he meant it. At the subway station, he descended into the familiar press of the morning commute. Squeezed into a car with 24 other people, all of them sealed in their own private worlds, all of them heading somewhere they had to be. Dev found a handrail, steadied himself against the lurch of the train. Through the window, the city slid past in ribbons of gray and brown and the occasional shock of color, a graffitied wall, a red jacket, a cluster of yellow leaves stubbornly clinging to a tree. He checked the weather app on his phone. Storm system intensifying. Possibility of significant rainfall. Flood warnings for low-lying areas. Their apartment was on the 3rd floor, but their building was old. The basement flooded every few years. Dev made a mental note to ask the landlord about the sump pump, whether it had been serviced, whether they should be concerned. Always managing. Always planning. Always 3 steps ahead, anticipating problems, solving them before they became crises. It was how he survived. How he'd always survived. But somewhere beneath the practiced efficiency, beneath the careful caretaking and the habitual self-sacrifice, Dev felt something stirring. A restlessness. A hunger for something he couldn't name. The train emerged from the tunnel, rattling into daylight. Dev looked at his reflection in the window, a man in scrubs with tired eyes and a patient expression, carrying other people's weight like it was his job. When had it become his job? When had he decided that being good meant being selfless? When had he stopped believing he deserved to be someone's priority instead of their support system? The train lurched to a stop at his station. Dev exited with the crowd, climbed the stairs to street level, walked the 3 blocks to the hospital. Through the sliding doors into the familiar smell of antiseptic and recycled air. Past the security desk where Marcus waved him through. Into the elevator, up to the pediatric floor. He clocked in, checked the board, fell into the rhythm of his shift. And for the next 12 hours, Dev Kapoor was exactly who everyone needed him to be: competent, calm, endlessly patient. The steady hand in crisis. The gentle voice in pain. The person you could count on to show up, to follow through, to care. It was only later, much later, during his break when he sat alone in the staff room with a cup of bad coffee and the fluorescent lights humming overhead, that he let himself admit the truth. He was so tired of being steady. Tired of being the one everyone leaned on. Tired of being good. His phone buzzed. A text from Hollis: "Forgot to eat lunch. Thanks for the eggs. I love you. You're the best." Dev stared at the message. Felt the familiar warmth of being appreciated, the hollow ache of being useful. "Love you too," he wrote back. Then he set down his phone, pressed his palms against his eyes, and allowed himself 60 seconds of selfishness. 60 seconds to feel what he felt: the loneliness, the resentment, the grief for the marriage he'd thought they'd have, and the distance that had grown between them like sediment, so slow and so steady that he'd barely noticed until he was already buried. 60 seconds. Then he stood, threw away his coffee cup, and went back to work. Because someone had to be the steady one. And Dev had learned a long time ago that someone would always be him. Outside, the sky darkened. The first drops of rain began to fall. And somewhere in the city, a storm system was building, pressure meeting pressure, systems colliding. Dev didn't know it yet, but everything was about to change. The ground beneath him was already shifting. He just hadn't felt it move. Chapter 3: The Flood. Margot. The rain started Thursday afternoon, just as Margot's meeting with the zoning board was wrapping up. Through the conference room windows, she watched the sky turn the color of old bruises, heavy and threatening. Her phone buzzed with a weather alert, flash flood warning in effect until 11 p.m. "Looks like we're in for it," said Martin, the lead inspector, gathering his papers. "Better get home safe." Margot nodded, already mentally recalculating her evening. The presentation was tomorrow. She'd planned to work late at the office, refining the structural details. But if the rain was going to be bad. Her phone rang. "Iris." "Hey," Margot answered, stepping into the hallway. "Are you seeing this weather?" Iris's voice carried an edge of excitement, the kind she got when routine was disrupted. "They're saying it's going to be historic. The news is calling it a 100-year storm event. I'm seeing it. You should come home. They're talking about flooding near the river. Their building was 6 blocks from the water. Close, but they were on the 4th floor." Margot ran the calculations automatically: elevation, drainage systems, the age of the infrastructure. "We should be fine." "I know. But still. Come home?" There was something in Iris's voice. Not quite fear, but need. The desire for company in uncertainty. For once, Margot didn't argue. "I'm leaving now," she said. The subway was already experiencing delays. Margot stood on the platform with 100 other people, all of them checking phones, all of them watching the rain intensify through the station grates. When the train finally came, it was packed. She wedged herself into a corner and held onto the overhead rail, her bag pressed against her chest. The woman next to her was on the phone, speaking rapid Spanish. Something about getting her kids from school, about the basement apartment, about needing to move things upstairs. Her voice climbed with each sentence, fear threading through the words. Margot felt it then, the first whisper of unease. The city was built for this, engineered for resilience. But engineering had limits. And old buildings, old systems, old infrastructure. Her phone buzzed. A text from her project manager: "Office is closing early. Everyone go home. Be safe." Another from her mother: "You okay?" Very bad rain on news. Margot responded to her mother first, I'm fine. Heading home now. The train lurched to a stop between stations. The lights flickered. Someone groaned. After a long minute, they started moving again, slower now, cautious. By the time Margot emerged at her stop, the rain had reached the kind of intensity that defeated umbrellas. She ran the 3 blocks to her building, arriving soaked, her good work shoes squelching with every step. Iris met her at the apartment door with a towel, worry and relief battling across her face. You're drenched. It's biblical out there. Margot stripped off her jacket, her shirt plastered to her skin. Any updates? They're evacuating some of the low-lying areas. The mayor's on TV telling people to shelter in place. Iris handed her dry clothes. I made tea. It was such a Iris thing to do, making tea in a crisis. Margot felt a rush of affection for her wife, standing there in leggings and an oversized sweater, hair in a messy bun, trying to impose comfort on chaos. Thank you, Margot said, and meant it. They spent the evening camped on the couch, Margot's laptop open but ignored, watching the news coverage. The storm had stalled over the city, dumping rain at rates the drainage systems couldn't handle. Streets were turning into rivers. Cars were floating. The footage looked apocalyptic. This is wild, Iris murmured, curled against Margot's side. Like, genuinely wild. Margot's architect brain was cataloging failure points. Old combined sewer systems. Insufficient green infrastructure. Buildings without proper flood barriers. The city had been meaning to upgrade, to modernize, but funding and politics and the slow machinery of bureaucracy. Her phone rang. Unknown number. She almost didn't answer. Ms. Chen. This is David Rodriguez, your building super. I need to inform you that we're experiencing significant flooding in the basement and lower floors. The water main has been compromised. We're asking all residents to conserve water and prepare for possible evacuation if conditions worsen. Margot sat up straight. How bad is it? First floor is taking on water. We're working on it, but just stay alert, okay? I'll keep you posted. After he hung up, Margot looked at Iris, who'd heard enough to understand. We're on the 4th floor, Iris said. We're fine. We're fine, Margot echoed. But she went to the windows anyway, looked down at the street where water was running fast and deep, carrying debris. Watched as a trash can floated past like a strange urban boat. They went to bed around midnight, the rain still drumming against the windows. Margot lay awake listening to it, to Iris's breathing beside her, to the creaks and groans of the old building settling under the weight of the storm. She touched her bracelet in the darkness and thought about foundations, about what held and what gave way under pressure. DV. The hospital went into emergency protocol at 2 p.m. Dev was in the middle of changing in 4-line when the announcement came over the intercom: all non-essential personnel were being sent home. Essential staff were being asked to stay for potential extended shifts. Pediatric nurses were essential. Dev finished with the 4, checked on the rest of his patients, then went to find his supervisor. I can stay, he said. But I need to check on my apartment first. Make sure everything's secure. Make it quick, she said. We're going to need everyone we can get. The rain was already heavy when Dev left the hospital. He'd worn his rain jacket, but within 2 blocks he was soaked through. The subway was a nightmare, packed with people trying to get home, delays mounting, everyone anxious and close. Dev called Hollis from the platform. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. Of course. Headphones on, lost in work, deadline tomorrow. Dev tried again. This time Hollis picked up. Hey, babe, kind of in the middle. Have you looked outside? Dev interrupted. A pause. Then, sheepishly, no. There's a major storm. Flooding. The hospital's on emergency protocol. Dev kept his voice calm, professional. I need you to check the apartment. See if there's any water coming in. Move anything important off the floor. Oh. Shit. Okay. Hollis. I'm doing it right now. Hang on. Dev heard movement, footsteps, then Hollis's voice, distant, oh wow. That's a lot of rain. Check the windows. Check near the radiators. Sometimes water comes up through the old pipes. On it. You okay? I'm fine. I'm coming home real quick to help, then I have to go back to the hospital. Probably going to be a long shift. Be safe, Hollis said, and for once he sounded fully present, the distraction of work momentarily forgotten. I love you. Love you too. By the time Dev made it home, the streets in their neighborhood were running like streams. Their building was old, red brick, charming in the way old things were charming until they failed catastrophically. The front stoop was already underwater, the steps submerged. Dev sloshed through, let himself into the lobby. The elevator was out of service. He took the stairs to the third floor, water squishing in his shoes. Hollis opened the door before Dev could get his keys out. His hair was even more chaotic than usual, eyes wide. The basement's flooding. Mrs. Chen from downstairs came up freaking out. Her whole apartment is taking on water. Dev moved through their apartment quickly, efficiently. Checked the windows, sealed. Checked the bathroom, fine. Checked the kitchen, fine. But when he knelt by the radiator in the bedroom, he saw it, water seeping up around the base, darkening the old hardwood. Damn. How bad? Hollis crouched beside him. Not terrible yet. But it'll get worse. Dev stood, started gathering towels. We need to move everything away from the walls. Anything you care about, put it up high. They worked together, quick and silent. Hollis's art supplies went on the desk, on shelves, on the bed. Dev's clothes from the bottom dresser drawers went into suitcases. Books were stacked on the kitchen counter. The practical choreography of disaster preparation. Dev's phone rang. The hospital. I have to go, he said after the brief conversation. They're getting slammed. Okay. Hollis looked around at their half-packed apartment, at the water slowly spreading across the bedroom floor. I'll handle this. Call the landlord. See if they're doing anything about the basement. I will. Dev grabbed a dry jacket, clean scrubs from the closet. Paused at the door, looked back at Hollis, who was standing in the middle of their small, flooding apartment, looking overwhelmed and young and scared. It's going to be okay, Dev said. I know. But neither of them sounded convinced. Dev checked his grandfather's watch, 4 p.m. He had to get back. But leaving Hollis alone in this felt wrong, felt like abandoning someone who needed him. Except Hollis always needed him. And Dev always answered. And the pattern had worn grooves so deep Dev didn't know how to step out of them even when he wanted to. Call me if it gets worse, Dev said. I will. Go save some kids. Dev went. Iris. At 3 a.m., the power went out. Iris woke to darkness and silence, the sudden absence of the refrigerator hum, the streetlight glow. Beside her, Margot was already sitting up. The building's emergency lights should kick on, Margot said. They waited. Nothing happened. Or not, Iris added. Margot found her phone, used it as a flashlight. I'm going to check the hallway. I'm coming with you. They opened the door to find their neighbors already gathering, old Mr. Peterson from 4B, the young couple from 4C, the woman with the terrier from down the hall. Everyone in various states of pajamas and confusion, lit by the glow of phone screens. Anyone know what's happening? Mr. Peterson asked. Transformer probably blew, said the young man from 4C. The water's crazy out there. As if on cue, they heard it, a crash from somewhere below, then shouting. Someone ran up the stairs, a woman Iris recognized from the second floor. The first floor is completely flooded, she said, breathless. Like, waist deep. The super says we might need to evacuate. The group exchanged looks. Where would they go? In this weather, in the middle of the night? Margot touched Iris's elbow. We should pack a bag. Just in case. Back in their apartment, they moved by phone light. Iris threw clothes into a duffel bag, grabbed her laptop, her external hard drive with all her lesson plans and photos. Margot was more methodical, making a mental list, checking it twice. Important documents. Medications. Phone chargers. The practical architecture of emergency planning. Do we take the sourdough starter? Iris asked, half joking. Margot actually paused to consider it. How attached are you? I've been feeding it for 6 months. Bring it. Iris almost laughed. Almost. But the situation was too surreal, too uncertain. She carefully transferred the starter to a small jar, sealed it, tucked it in the bag next to her laptop like the world's weirdest priority pairing. A knock at the door. The super, Mr. Rodriguez, looking exhausted and soaked. I'm recommending everyone on floors 1 through 3 evacuate. Water's backed up through the pipes and we can't guarantee it won't reach higher, he said. You folks on 4 should be okay for now, but if you have somewhere else to go, I'd consider it. Do we know how long the power will be out? Margot asked. Could be days. The whole grid is compromised. After he left, Iris and Margot looked at each other in the darkness. We could go to Amara's, Iris suggested. She's in the suburbs, out of the flood zone. With 3 kids in a 3-bedroom house. She'd make room. I know. But, Margot touched her bracelet, thinking. Let me make some calls. See if anyone at the firm has suggestions. Iris watched her wife move into problem-solving mode, phone pressed to her ear, voice steady and professional even in pajamas by flashlight. This was Margot at her best, crisis management, clear thinking under pressure. It was also, Iris thought, a little lonely. The way Margot automatically defaulted to handling things herself, to not needing help, to being the steady one. When had they stopped being a team and started being 2 people managing parallel disasters? Hollis. Hollis watched the water spread across their bedroom floor and tried very hard not to panic. This was fine. This was manageable. He'd moved the important stuff. His current project files were backed up to the cloud. His original artwork was stacked on high shelves. The water was only an inch deep. Maybe 2 inches. Hard to tell in the dark. He'd been working by the light of his laptop and a camping lantern Dev kept for emergencies, because of course Dev kept a camping lantern for emergencies, trying to finish the deadline pages. But it was hard to focus when his apartment was slowly becoming an aquarium. His phone rang. His brother. Hey Jax. You alive? Seeing crazy stuff on the news about the city. Yeah, Hollis looked at the water. We're dealing with some flooding. Shit, man. You and Dev okay? Dev's at the hospital. I'm here trying to save our stuff. Hollis moved another stack of books to higher ground. It's pretty bad. You need to get out? Probably. I don't know where we'd go. You could come here, Jax offered. It's 5 hours, but... In this weather? With the roads flooding? Right. Stupid idea. Jax paused. But seriously, if you need anything. I know. Thanks. After they hung up, Hollis felt the full weight of isolation. Dev was at work, unreachable. Their apartment was flooding. His deadline was tomorrow and he was maybe 15 pages short. And he was alone in the dark, watching everything they'd built together slowly get destroyed by weather. His phone buzzed. A text from Dev, how bad is it? Hollis took a photo of the bedroom, the water reflecting the lamplight. Sent it. Dev's response, Jesus. Can you get to higher ground? I'm fine. Worried about you. Don't be. I'm surrounded by capable people and medical supplies. You're surrounded by water. Fair point. Call the landlord again. If it gets worse, leave. Go to a shelter if you have to. Hollis looked around their small apartment. Everything they owned, their whole life together, in 600 square feet of aging infrastructure and rising water. Okay, he texted back. But he didn't move. He just sat on the couch with his feet pulled up, watching the water creep higher, and tried not to think about how appropriate it felt, drowning in place, unable to save himself, waiting for someone else to tell him what to do. This was the story of his life, wasn't it? Creating chaos, then depending on other people to rescue him from it. Dev had been rescuing him for 7 years. Before that, it had been friends, roommates, the occasional kind stranger who took pity on the disaster artist who couldn't quite get his life together. Hollis ran his hands through his hair, a familiar anxious gesture. His fingers came away wet, rain from earlier, or maybe he'd been standing under a leak and hadn't noticed. He should work. The deadline was tomorrow, and his editor had been patient, but patience had limits. He pulled his laptop onto his knees, opened the file. The pages stared back at him, half-finished panels, rough dialogue. It was good work, he knew it was good work, but right now it felt impossibly distant from his reality. How was he supposed to care about fictional problems when his real life was literally underwater? His phone rang again. Unknown number. Probably the landlord. Hello? Mr. Wright? This is Claudia Morrison. I'm a friend of your building owner. I understand your apartment is experiencing significant flood damage. That's putting it mildly. I have a property, a rowhouse on Lexington Street, that's currently vacant and above the flood zone. I'm offering it as temporary housing to displaced residents. There's already one couple taking me up on it. You and your husband would be welcome to join them until your situation resolves. Hollis processed this. Living with strangers in a strange house. But the alternative was watching his apartment slowly drown, or imposing on friends who had their own problems, or the grim fluorescent reality of an emergency shelter. That's incredibly kind, he said. Can I talk to my husband first? Of course. Here's my number. I'll be there at 10 a.m. tomorrow with keys if you decide to come. After hanging up, Hollis texted Dev, got offered temp housing. Rowhouse on Lexington. Owner says it's safe and dry. Thoughts? The response took a few minutes. Dev was probably with a patient. Do it. Get out of there. I'll meet you when I can. You sure? Hollis. The apartment is flooding. Yes, I'm sure. Okay. Love you. Love you too. Be safe. Hollis looked around the apartment one more time. Their life together, reduced to what could be saved, what could be carried. He started packing. Margot. At 6 a.m., Margot's phone rang. A number she didn't recognize. Ms. Chen. This is Claudia Morrison. I'm your landlord's friend. I own the rowhouse on Lexington Street. Margot remembered vaguely. They'd met once at a building event. An older black woman, sharp-eyed and kind. I heard about the flooding in your building, Claudia continued. David Rodriguez mentioned you and your wife might need a place. I have a property, a rowhouse, that's currently vacant. 3 stories, well above the flood zone. You're welcome to stay there until your situation resolves. Margot sat up straighter, careful not to wake Iris. That's incredibly generous. But. No buts. This is what neighbors do. I've already had one couple take me up on it, 2 young men whose place is even worse off than yours. Plenty of room for everyone. It's old but it's solid, and it's dry. We'd pay rent, of course. We can discuss that later. Right now, just get somewhere safe. Claudia gave her the address. I'll meet you there at 10 with keys. After hanging up, Margot sat in the gray pre-dawn light, processing. A rowhouse. Shared with strangers. It wasn't ideal, but it was solution-oriented, practical. Temporary housing while insurance and landlords sorted out the mess. She looked at Iris, still sleeping, face peaceful in the dim light. They'd been living in careful parallel for so long. Maybe disruption was what they needed. Maybe being forced into someone else's space, out of their comfortable routine, would shake something loose. Or maybe it would just be awkward and uncomfortable and they'd spend weeks counting down until they could return to their separate orbits. Margot touched her bracelet. Her grandmother's voice in her head, "Sometimes we build walls when we need doors." Maybe this flood was opening a door. She just had to be brave enough to walk through it. Outside, the rain finally began to ease. The storm was passing. But its effects were just beginning to ripple outward, touching lives in ways no one could yet predict. 4 people. 2 couples. 1 house. The flood had brought them together. What came next would change everything. Chapter 4, 4 keys, 1 door. Iris stood on the sidewalk in front of the rowhouse, rain-damp duffel bag at her feet, and tried to decide if this was the beginning of an adventure or a beautifully complex mistake. The building was gorgeous in that particular way old city rowhouses were gorgeous. 3 stories of red brick with white trimmed windows, a front stoop with wrought iron railings, the kind of architectural bones that made Margot's eyes light up. Even now, standing beside her, Margot was cataloging details with barely concealed appreciation. 1890s construction, Margot murmured. Look at the cornices. Original, I think. You're such a nerd, Iris said, but affectionately. A car pulled up behind them, a beat-up Honda with Pennsylvania plates. 2 men got out. Iris recognized the type immediately. The taller one was clearly artistic, all angles and nervous energy, wearing a thrifted Pixies t-shirt and jeans with paint stains. The shorter one was put together even in crisis, neat beard, sensible jacket, the kind of person who probably had a first aid kit in his car. They were carrying significantly more bags than Iris and Margot had managed. You must be the other couple, the artistic one said, approaching with a hand extended. I'm Hollis. This is my husband, Dev. Iris. She shook his hand, noting the ink stains on his fingers. This is Margot. Architect, Margot added, shaking hands with Dev. I was just admiring the building. Pediatric nurse, Dev said. I was just hoping it has working plumbing. That broke the ice. They all laughed, the kind of slightly hysterical laughter that came from shared disaster and exhaustion. The front door opened. An older black woman appeared, silver locks pulled back, wearing a cardigan despite the humidity, wire-rimmed glasses catching the weak morning light. She had the kind of face that had seen things, weathered things, and come through with grace intact. You must be my refugees, she said, her voice warm and wry. Coming out of that mess. I'm Claudia Morrison. The interior of the rowhouse was exactly what Iris had hoped for and slightly feared, beautiful and overwhelming in equal measure. High ceilings, original hardwood floors, a staircase with a carved banister that belonged in a museum. But also, furniture draped in sheets, boxes stacked in corners, the particular smell of a place that had been closed up too long. I've been meaning to renovate, Claudia said, leading them through the first floor. My late husband and I bought this place 40 years ago. Raised our life here. After he passed, I couldn't quite bring myself to do anything with it. She pulled a sheet off a couch, dust motes dancing in the light. But it's structurally sound, and the roof doesn't leak, which puts it ahead of most of the city right now. They gathered in what had been the living room. Claudia had clearly prepared for their arrival. There were paper cups of coffee on the mantel, a box of donuts that looked suspiciously like the good ones from the bakery 3 blocks over. Here's what I propose, Claudia said, settling into an armchair with the authority of someone used to running things. There are 3 bedrooms upstairs. You couples can each take one, and the third can be shared space, office, storage, whatever you need. Downstairs is communal. Kitchen, living room, dining room. There's 1 full bathroom upstairs, 1 half bath down here. 1 bathroom, Hollis said. For 4 people. You'll work it out. My husband and I raised 3 kids in this house. You learn to share. Iris caught Margot's eye. Her wife's expression was carefully neutral, which meant she was processing, calculating, planning. Iris knew that look. It was the same one Margot got when reviewing blueprints, checking load-bearing walls, making sure everything would hold. What about rent? Margot asked. We'll figure something equitable. I'm not looking to profit off your misfortune, but I'm not running a charity either. Claudia poured herself coffee from a thermos. First month, consider it my gift to you. After that, we'll talk. That's more than generous, Dev said. That's what neighbors do. Claudia studied them over her glasses. You four are going to be living in close quarters for who knows how long. My advice? Establish ground rules now. Who cooks, who cleans, who gets the bathroom when? Communication is everything. She stood, brushing imaginary dust from her cardigan. I'll leave you to sort yourselves out. Here are the keys. She handed each of them a key, identical brass keys on simple rings. Iris held hers, feeling the weight of it, the symbolism so obvious it was almost embarrassing. 4 keys. 1 door. After Claudia left, the 4 of them stood in awkward silence. So, Hollis said eventually. This is weird, right? I'm not the only one finding this weird. Completely weird, Iris agreed. But practical, Margot added. We need housing. This is housing. I appreciate the rationality, Dev said, but I think we can acknowledge both the weirdness and the practicality. Fair point. Margot's mouth quirked in what might have been the beginning of a smile. Should we establish those ground rules Claudia mentioned? They relocated to the kitchen, where someone, probably Claudia, had left paper and pens on the counter. Margot immediately grabbed one and started making a list. Iris watched her wife slip into organizer mode, both relieved and slightly annoyed by it. Okay, Margot said. Bathroom schedule first. That's going to be the biggest pain point. For the next hour, they negotiated the architecture of cohabitation. Dev was surprisingly good at this, asking clarifying questions, finding compromises, making sure everyone felt heard. Hollis kept interjecting with jokes that were funny enough to diffuse tension but not so constant as to be annoying. Margot, predictably, wanted everything in writing. Iris found herself playing mediator, smoothing edges, keeping things moving. They were, she realized, remarkably functional for 4 strangers being forced into intimacy by circumstance. What about groceries? Iris asked. Do we pool money? Shop separately? Pool makes sense, Dev said. More economical. But we'd need to account for dietary restrictions, preferences. I'm vegetarian 3 days a week, Hollis offered. Not for moral reasons, just forget to buy meat. I can't cook for shit, Iris admitted. But I can bake. And I make really good sourdough. She does, Margot confirmed. She's been feeding a starter for 6 months. We brought it. Dev laughed. We brought my grandfather's watch and Hollis's original artwork. You brought sourdough. Priorities, Iris said, grinning. By noon, they had a system sketched out. Bathroom schedule, Hollis and Dev mornings, Margot and Iris evenings. Grocery budget, split 4 ways, receipts shared. Quiet hours, after 10 p.m. Kitchen rotation, they'd try cooking together until it became unbearable, then reassess. It was functional. It was rational. It was the kind of framework Margot excelled at building. But Iris, watching the 4 of them sitting around a stranger's kitchen table making rules for living together, felt something else stirring. Possibility. The particular electric feeling of new relationships forming, of lives about to intersect in unexpected ways. She'd always been drawn to that feeling, the beginning of things, the not yet written story. It was what had attracted her to Margot in the first place, that sense that this person would change her life. And they had, for years, been beautifully changing each other. But lately, the changing had stopped. They'd settled into routine, into the comfortable but static architecture of long-term partnership. Maybe this disruption was what they needed. Maybe living with strangers would remind them how to be strange to each other again, how to surprise, how to discover, how to want. Or maybe she was projecting her own restlessness onto an awkward housing situation and should just focus on not making things weird with their new roommates. Earth to Iris, Hollis said, waving a hand in front of her face. You zoned out. Sorry. Long night. Tell me about it. I watched my apartment turn into a swimming pool. We evacuated at 4 a.m., Iris countered. I packed my sourdough starter by flashlight. Okay, you win the weird evacuation priorities competition. Dev stood, stretching. We should probably claim bedrooms before this gets territorial. The upstairs hallway smelled like old wood and possibilities. 3 doors, all closed. Iris and Margot took the room at the front. Good light, Margot noted, lots of windows. Hollis and Dev took the middle room, slightly smaller but with built-in bookshelves that made Hollis actually gasp with want. The third room became, by unspoken agreement, the neutral zone. They piled boxes there, extra furniture, the accumulated stuff of 2 households compressed into temporary quarters. Unpacking was strange. Hanging their clothes in a stranger's closet. Putting their toothbrushes in a bathroom they'd share with 2 men they'd met an hour ago. Making the bed with their own sheets in a room that wasn't theirs and wouldn't be for who knew how long. Iris found herself handling it better than Margot, who kept pausing to stare at things with that distant look she got when mentally redesigning spaces. What are you thinking? Iris asked, hanging up a dress. This room has good bones, Margot said. Crown molding is original. The windows are probably from the 50s, replacement, but quality replacement. Hardwood under this carpet is likely salvageable. Babe. We're not renovating. We're just living here temporarily. I know. But I can't turn off the analysis. Iris crossed to where Margot stood by the window. Outside, the city was still damp, still recovering. Trees down, debris in the streets, the visible aftermath of disaster. Are you okay? Iris asked. Really okay, not just functional okay. Margot was quiet for a long moment. Then, I built my whole life for stability. And it still wasn't enough to keep the water out. The flood wasn't your fault. I know. But it feels like a metaphor. Margot touched her bracelet. Like the universe is trying to tell me something. What? That control is an illusion. That I can plan and prepare and do everything right, and still end up displaced, living with strangers, starting over. Iris took her wife's hand. Is that such a bad thing? Starting over? I don't know yet. They stood together, hands linked, looking out at the changed landscape of their lives. Downstairs, they heard Hollis laugh at something Dev said, the sound carrying through the old walls. They seem nice, Iris offered. They do. This could be good. Like, actually good. Or it could be a disaster. Those aren't mutually exclusive, Iris said, echoing her own words from the night before. This time, Margot did smile. No. They're not. That night, they ordered pizza, all 4 of them, pooling money from various pockets and wallets, debating toppings with the intensity of people trying to establish pecking order through food preferences. Hollis wanted pineapple, which Dev vetoed with the authority of someone who'd clearly had this argument before. Iris lobbied for extra cheese. Margot suggested they get 2 pizzas and stop overthinking it. They ended up with 3. They ate in the living room, sitting on the sheet-covered furniture, paper plates balanced on knees. The conversation was careful at first. Where are you from? What do you do? The standard getting-to-know-you script. But Hollis was funny and self-deprecating, and Dev had a dry humor that caught you off guard, and Margot actually loosened up in a way Iris hadn't seen in months, and somehow by the time they'd finished the second pizza, they were telling stories. Iris found herself talking about her worst teaching day ever, the one where a student projectile vomited during a Hamlet quiz. Hollis shared the time he'd accidentally submitted the wrong file for a major deadline and had to redraw 60 pages in 72 hours. Dev told them about the 4-year-old patient who'd serenaded him with Baby Shark for an entire shift. Margot, after some coaxing, described the architectural review board meeting where her fly had been down the entire time and no one told her until after. They laughed. They finished the 3rd pizza. They fell into the kind of easy conversation that usually took weeks to develop, accelerated by circumstances and exhaustion and the particular intimacy of shared disaster. By 11, they were all fading. Tomorrow would bring logistics, insurance calls, landlord negotiations, the grim work of assessing damage and filing claims. But tonight, they'd survived. They'd found shelter. They'd made it work. Bathroom schedule starts tomorrow, Margot reminded everyone as they cleaned up. I'll set an alarm, Dev promised. I'll try not to take hour-long showers, Hollis added. Appreciate that, Iris said. They said goodnight and dispersed to their separate rooms. Iris and Margot got ready for bed in the shared bathroom, navigating the space carefully, aware of the strangers on the other side of the wall. In their temporary bedroom, they lay in the darkness listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the house. Footsteps overhead. Water running in pipes. The creak and settle of old wood. I miss our apartment, Margot whispered. Me too. But this is okay. It is. They're nice. They are. I'm glad you're here, Margot said, and there was something in her voice. Vulnerability, maybe, or relief. I'd hate doing this alone. Iris found Margot's hand in the darkness, laced their fingers together. You're never alone. You know that, right? Theoretically. Margot. I know. I'm working on believing it. They fell asleep holding hands, 2 women in a strange bed in a strange house, their lives disrupted and uncertain and somehow, impossibly, full of potential. In the room next door, Hollis and Dev had a similar conversation in hushed voices. Downstairs, the rowhouse settled into its new purpose, shelter for the displaced, threshold for the not yet known. 4 keys hung on 4 separate keychains. But they all opened the same door. And what waited on the other side was anyone's guess. Chapter 5, Thresholds. Hollis woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and, for one disorienting moment, had no idea where he was. Then memory assembled itself: flood, displacement, rowhouse, strangers. Right. Beside him, Dev was still asleep, one arm flung across Hollis's chest in the unconscious claim of long partnership. Hollis lay still, not wanting to wake him. Dev had gotten home from the hospital at 3 a.m., had slid into bed exhausted and wordless. This was the first real rest he'd gotten in 2 days. Hollis checked his phone, 7:15. He should get up, start working. The deadline had been pushed back, his editor had been understanding about the flood situation, but that just meant the pressure was deferred, not eliminated. Carefully, he extracted himself from Dev's embrace and padded to the bathroom in boxers and an old t-shirt. The bathroom was small, old tile and fixtures that had probably been installed in the 70s. Someone, presumably Margot, based on the level of organization, had already established zones. Toiletries lined up on one side of the sink for her and Iris, the other side claimed by Dev's sensible basics. Hollis's stuff was an explosion of products he barely understood how to use, plus his toothbrush in a cup, plus approximately 4 different half-empty bottles of hair product because he kept forgetting which one actually worked. He showered quickly, conscious of the water heater's limits and the other people who'd need it. The shower curtain was a generic beige thing, depressing in its utilitarianism. Hollis made a mental note to maybe fix that, then remembered this wasn't his house and he shouldn't redecorate someone else's space just because his brain needed visual stimulation to feel human. When he emerged, Dev was sitting up in bed, checking his phone with that focused expression that meant he was already mentally at work. "Morning," Hollis said. "Morning. You're up early." "Couldn't sleep anymore. Also, I claimed the shower first, sorry." "It's fine. I'm not going in until noon." Dev set down his phone, really looked at Hollis. How are you feeling? It was such a Dev question, genuine, caring, expecting an honest answer. Hollis had learned over 7 years of marriage that his husband actually wanted to know, wasn't just making conversation. It was one of the things he loved about Dev and also one of the things that made him feel perpetually seen in ways that were both comforting and terrifying. Weird, Hollis said. Living with strangers is weird. But they seem nice. They do. Margot's intense though. Very organized. I feel like she's going to make spreadsheets for everything. Dev smiled. She already started one for groceries. I saw it on the kitchen counter. See? Spreadsheets. Hollis sat on the bed, pulled on jeans. I'm going to make coffee. You want some? Always. The kitchen was empty when Hollis made it downstairs, but someone had already made coffee. A full pot, still hot, and a note beside it in neat handwriting, help yourself. M. Hollis poured 2 mugs, added an inadvisable amount of sugar to his own, left Dev's black. The kitchen in daylight was actually beautiful, old cabinets that had been painted white at some point, butcher block counters worn smooth by decades of use, a window over the sink that looked out onto a small garden that had gone wild. He found himself mentally sketching it, the way he always did when confronted with interesting spaces. The light falling across the counter. The shadows in the corners. The particular texture of old wood and older paint. His phone buzzed. His editor, how's the new deadline looking? No pressure, just checking in. Hollis stared at the message. The new deadline was 2 weeks out. He'd made decent progress before the flood, but losing 2 days had set him back. He should go upstairs, lock himself in the bedroom, work until his eyes crossed. Instead, he found himself wandering into the living room. Someone, he was guessing Margot again, had removed most of the dust covers. The furniture beneath was an eclectic mix of styles and eras, the accumulated history of a long life lived in one place. A mid-century modern couch that probably cost a fortune now. An Art Deco side table. A bookshelf made from reclaimed wood that looked hand-built. And everywhere, light. The rowhouse had huge windows, and the morning sun poured through them, creating geometry across the floor. Hollis set down his coffee, went back upstairs to grab his sketchbook. When he returned, Iris was in the kitchen, hair in a messy topknot, wearing pajama pants and a Howard University t-shirt. She was pulling things from the fridge with the focused determination of someone on a mission. Morning, she said. I'm making French toast. You want some? You don't have to. I know. But I stress bake, and we don't have an oven yet, so stress cooking it is. She cracked eggs into a bowl. Also, fair warning, I'm a disaster in the kitchen. If this goes badly, we're ordering takeout for breakfast. I have complete faith in your French toast abilities. Your faith is misplaced but appreciated. Hollis sat at the kitchen table, opened his sketchbook. Started drawing the light through the windows, the shadows it made, the particular quality of old glass distorting everything slightly. You're an artist? Iris asked, whisking eggs. Illustrator. Graphic novels, mostly. He showed her a panel he'd been working on before the flood, 2 figures on a rooftop, the city spread below them. Holy shit, that's beautiful. She leaned closer. The detail is insane. How long does one page take you? Depends. Anywhere from 8 hours to 3 days if I get stuck on something stupid. Like what? Hands. He showed her 3 different versions of the same hand gesture, all crossed out. I spent 6 hours on this hand the other night. Dev found me at 2 a.m. still drawing fingers. Iris laughed, the kind of full-bodied laugh that made you want to be funnier. That's so specific and so relatable. I do that with lesson plans. I'll spend hours trying to find the perfect excerpt to teach theme and end up with 30 options and analysis paralysis. What do you teach? High school English. Mostly juniors. Right now we're doing Gatsby, which they all hate until they don't. I loved Gatsby. Yeah? What did you love about it? They fell into conversation while she cooked and he sketched. She asked about his work, his process, his influences. He asked about her teaching, her students, her favorite books. The conversation had an easy rhythm, the kind that felt like you'd known someone longer than you had. By the time Margot appeared, dressed for the day despite it being Saturday, because apparently Margot didn't do casual mornings, the French toast was done and only slightly burned. "Smells good," Margot said, pouring herself coffee. "It's mediocre at best," Iris countered, "but it's food." Dev came down a few minutes later, and they all ended up around the table, eating Iris's French toast, which was actually pretty good, and falling into the same easy conversation from last night. Hollis found himself studying them, these strangers who were now his roommates. Margot with her careful composure and the small tells that suggested anxiety underneath. Iris with her expressiveness and warmth. Dev with his quiet competence and the way he touched people's shoulders in comfort, like contact was his love language. They were interesting. They were complicated. They were the kind of people Hollis would want to know even without the forced proximity. And living with them was going to be strange and probably difficult and potentially wonderful in ways he couldn't predict. After breakfast, they fell into a kind of unplanned routine. Margot disappeared to make phone calls about their flooded apartment, her voice drifting down from upstairs, professional and controlled. Dev did laundry in the basement, because apparently even in a crisis he couldn't stand having dirty clothes. Iris started preparing sourdough, humming while she worked. Hollis meant to go upstairs and work. He really did. But the sunroom called to him. It was at the back of the first floor, a small addition that had probably been built in the 1920s. Windows on 3 sides, old wavy glass that fractured light in interesting ways. Empty except for a few boxes and a couple of folding chairs. Perfect. Hollis set up his laptop on a makeshift desk of boxes. Opened his project files. Stared at the panels that needed finishing. And couldn't focus. The light was too good. The space was too interesting. His brain kept wandering to the people in the house, to the way Dev had smiled at Iris's joke this morning, to the way Margot's entire posture changed when she thought no one was looking. He started sketching them instead. Quick studies at first, Iris at the stove, hair backlit by morning sun. Dev folding laundry with the precision of someone who'd learned to make order from chaos. Margot on the phone, one hand touching that jade bracelet she never took off. Then more detailed work. The way their bodies occupied space. The particular geometry of their movements. The negative space between them, the areas where they didn't quite touch. He was so absorbed he didn't hear footsteps until Margot spoke behind him. "That's really good." Hollis, startled, nearly dropped his pencil. "Jesus. Sorry. Didn't mean to sneak up." She came closer, looked at the sketch pad. "Is that Iris?" "Yeah. I hope that's not weird." The light was good, and I needed to draw something." "It's not weird. It's lovely." Margot studied the drawing with the same analytical intensity she brought to everything. "You really captured her. The way she moves. The energy. She's very easy to draw. Good bone structure. Expressive face. She is." There was something in Margot's voice. Hollis glanced up at her, found her still looking at the sketch with an expression he couldn't quite read. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes. Just thinking about how we see the people we love. Whether we really see them, or just see the version we've constructed." It was unexpectedly deep for a Saturday morning conversation with someone he'd known for less than 24 hours. But Hollis found himself responding honestly. "I think it's both. Like, we construct a version because that's how brains work, we make patterns, we fill in gaps. But if you really love someone, you keep adjusting the construction to match reality. You let them surprise you." Margot looked at him then, really looked. "That's a very generous way to think about it. I'm an optimist. Cursed with it. I'm a pessimist. Also cursed. We balance each other out then." She smiled, small but genuine. Apparently we do. She left him to his work, but the conversation stayed with him. This woman he barely knew, standing in a sunroom talking about love and perception and the gap between the two. Hollis went back to his sketches. Added Margot to the collection, her careful posture, the way she held herself like she was always preparing for structural collapse. By afternoon, the house had settled into a rhythm. Margot working on her laptop in the living room, spreadsheets and insurance forms spread around her. Iris baking bread, the smell filling the house. Dev reading on the couch, occasionally looking up to comment on whatever news article he'd found. Hollis in the sunroom, drawing. He'd meant to work on his deadline. He really had. But instead he'd filled pages with studies of this strange new household, these people he was learning to live with. Around 5, there was a knock on the sunroom doorframe. Dev, holding 2 beers. "Thought you might want a break," Dev said. "You read my mind." They sat on the folding chairs, drinking beer, looking out at the overgrown garden. The sun was starting to slant, golden hour approaching. "This is surreal," Dev said after a while. "A week ago we were in our apartment living our normal lives. Now we're here with strangers drinking beer in someone else's sunroom." "You think it's strange they're being so nice?" Hollis asked. "Like, Margot's intense but in a good way. And Iris is just genuinely warm. It could have been so much worse." "It could have." Dev took a drink. "We got lucky. You think it'll stay that way? Or are we going to hit the phase where everyone gets on everyone's nerves and it becomes a passive-aggressive nightmare?" "Probably somewhere in between." Dev looked at him. "How are you doing?" "Really?" There it was again, that Dev question, the one that expected honesty. "Overwhelmed," Hollis admitted. "I should be working but I can't focus. I keep getting distracted by the house, by them, by everything. And I feel guilty about it because the deadline is still real even if it got pushed." "You're processing a crisis. You're allowed to not be productive." "Tell that to my anxiety." "I would but it doesn't listen to me." Dev reached over, squeezed Hollis's knee. "You'll get there. You always do." "What if I don't this time?" "Then we'll figure it out." "But you will." It was the kind of unconditional faith that had sustained Hollis through 5 years of marriage, through depressive episodes and creative blocks and the general chaos of his existence. Dev believed in him even when he didn't believe in himself. Hollis looked at his husband in the fading light and felt the familiar rush of love and guilt. Love because Dev was good and patient and deserved better. Guilt because Hollis was a mess and probably always would be and Dev had signed up for it anyway. "I love you," Hollis said. "I love you too." They sat in comfortable silence, finishing their beers, watching the shadows lengthen. From inside the house, they heard Iris laugh at something Margot said. The sound carried through the old walls, warm and infectious. "They're nice," Hollis said again. "They are. This might actually work out." It might. That night, all 4 of them ended up in the kitchen again. Margot had ordered Thai food, her treat, she insisted, to thank everyone for being flexible. They ate straight from the containers, passing them around, debating the relative merits of different curry levels. The conversation wandered from food to work to the flood to childhood memories to completely random tangents. Iris told them about her sister, the successful doctor who couldn't understand why anyone would teach high school. Dev talked about his best friend Priya, who was currently navigating dating 3 people at once. Margot admitted she'd never been good at making friends, that her small circle was carefully curated. Hollis confessed he'd moved to the city at 18 with $200 and a duffel bag, had cobbled together an art career through pure stubbornness and some lucky breaks. They were getting to know each other. The real versions, not just the polite roommate versions. And somewhere in the middle of it, Hollis felt something shift. This wasn't just a temporary housing situation anymore. This was the beginning of something else. Something he couldn't name yet but could feel taking shape. Later, in bed, Dev already asleep beside him, Hollis lay awake listening to the house settle. Footsteps in the hallway. Water running. Quiet voices. The particular sounds of people learning to share space. He thought about his sketches from today. The way he'd captured Iris's energy, Margot's careful control. The way he'd started to see them not as strangers but as subjects, as people worth studying, worth knowing. The way his pen had lingered on certain details, the curve of Iris's smile, the strong line of Margot's shoulders. It didn't mean anything. It was just how his artist brain worked, finding beauty in people, in moments, in light. But as he drifted towards sleep, Hollis couldn't shake the feeling that something was beginning. Some shift in the careful architecture of his life. The flood had brought them here. What came next was anyone's guess. But for the first time in a long time, Hollis found himself curious rather than anxious about the unknown. And that, in itself, felt like something worth paying attention to. Chapter 6, First Cracks. 2 weeks into the rowhouse arrangement, Margot stood in the kitchen staring at a sink full of dishes that weren't hers and felt something inside her crack. Not break. Not shatter. Just crack, like old porcelain under pressure, a hairline fracture that would either hold or spread depending on what happened next. The dishes had been sitting there since last night. Coffee mugs with dried rings at the bottom. Plates crusted with what looked like pasta sauce. A cutting board with onion skins still clinging to it. The detritus of someone else's meal, left for someone else to clean. Margot had her suspicions about whose meal it had been. She pulled out her phone, typed a message to the house group chat, reminder, if you cook, please clean up after. The kitchen is a shared space. Professional. Reasonable. Not accusatory. She hit send and started washing the dishes herself, because waiting for someone else to do it would mean living with the mess, and Margot couldn't live with mess. Her brain didn't work that way. Upstairs, she heard the shower running. Hollis, probably, taking his characteristically long shower during what was technically supposed to be Margot and Iris's bathroom time. Another small violation of the carefully constructed schedule. Margot scrubbed a plate harder than necessary. You okay? She turned to find Iris in the doorway, still in pajamas, hair loose around her shoulders. Beautiful and rumpled and completely unconcerned about the dishes or the schedule or any of the small structural failures Margot had been cataloging for days. Fine, Margot said. You don't look fine. I'm washing dishes that aren't mine. I'm perfectly fine. Iris came closer, leaned against the counter. They're just dishes, babe. And that's what did it. That casual dismissal. That breezy unwillingness to acknowledge that systems mattered, that agreements mattered, that the careful architecture Margot had built to keep the household functioning was worth maintaining. They're not just dishes, Margot said, her voice tight. They're a pattern. Hollis cooks and doesn't clean up. Dev reorganizes the pantry without asking anyone. You leave your teaching materials all over the living room. And I'm the one who ends up managing all of it because no one else seems to care about the structure we agreed to. Iris's expression shifted. I leave my materials out because I'm using them. I'm in the middle of planning a unit. For 2 weeks. It's a complicated unit. It's a shared space, Iris. We talked about this. Everyone gets to use the living room, which means everyone needs to clean up after themselves. I do clean up. You really don't. The words hung between them, sharper than Margot had intended. Iris's face closed off, that particular expression she got when she felt attacked. Wow, Iris said quietly. Okay. I'm not trying to. No, I get it. I'm messy and inconsiderate and you have to clean up after me like I'm one of your students. That's not what I said. It's what you meant. Margot set down the dish she was washing, turned to face her wife fully. What I meant is that we made agreements about how to live together, and those agreements only work if everyone follows them. I'm not trying to control you. I'm trying to maintain some semblance of order in a situation that's already chaotic. Maybe the order is the problem, Iris said. Maybe we're so focused on schedules and rules that we've forgotten how to just live. Someone has to focus on the structure, or everything falls apart. Does it? Or are you just afraid of what happens if you let go for 5 minutes? It was too close to the truth. Too close to the conversation Margot had been having with herself in the dark hours of the night when Iris was asleep and the house was quiet and Margot lay awake wondering when she'd become the kind of person who needed control more than she needed connection. I'm going to the office, Margot said instead of engaging. I have work to do. It's Saturday. I know what day it is. She left Iris standing in the kitchen and went upstairs to get dressed. The shower was still running. Hollis, oblivious or inconsiderate or just operating on his own timeline that didn't account for anyone else. Margot grabbed her laptop bag, her keys, her jacket. Paused at the bedroom door to look back at the space she'd been sharing with Iris for 2 weeks. Their clothes mixed in the closet. Their books on the nightstand. The mundane intimacy of a marriage compressed into temporary quarters. When had it started feeling like an obligation instead of a choice? Downstairs, Iris was still in the kitchen. Margot walked past without saying goodbye. The crack widened. The office was deserted on Saturday, which was exactly what Margot needed. She spread her drawings across her desk, lost herself in the clean logic of structural systems. Load-bearing walls. Stress points. The mathematics of what held and what gave way under pressure. She worked for hours, refining elevations, checking calculations, making notes for Monday's client meeting. The familiar ritual of architecture, the way problems had solutions, the way questions had answers if you just looked at them from the right angle. Her phone buzzed. A text from Iris, I'm sorry. I know you're just trying to help. Can we talk when you get home? Margot stared at the message. Typed and deleted 3 different responses. Finally settled on, okay. But she didn't go home. She worked until the light outside shifted, until her eyes strained against the screen, until she couldn't think about structural integrity without thinking about her marriage and the ways it was failing to hold. When she finally locked up and headed back to the rowhouse, it was after 7. The sky was that particular shade of dusk that made the city look gentler than it was. She expected the house to be full of activity, dinner cooking, conversation, the sounds of 4 people navigating shared space. Instead, it was quiet. Almost eerily so. Margot found Dev sitting alone in the back garden. The garden was overgrown, wild in the way neglected spaces got wild. Claudia had apologized for its state, said she hadn't had the energy to maintain it after her husband died. But there was something beautiful about it too, the riot of growth, the way nature asserted itself in the gaps humans left. Dev was on an old bench, elbows on his knees, staring at nothing. He looked exhausted in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. Margot recognized that look, had seen it in the mirror often enough. She hesitated, then made herself walk over. Mind if I join you? He glanced up, managed a small smile. Please. She sat beside him, set her laptop bag at her feet. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Rough day? Margot finally asked. Rough week. Dev rubbed his face. Lost a patient this morning. 4 years old. Congenital heart defect we thought we'd stabilized, but, he broke off, shook his head. Sorry. You don't want to hear this. I do, actually. He looked at her, surprised. I'm good at listening, Margot said. Not always good at talking, but listening I can do. Dev was quiet for another moment. Then, her name was Sophia. She liked butterflies. Had this butterfly bandage she insisted on wearing even though she didn't need it. Said it made her braver. His voice caught. Her parents were there when she died. I held her hand. And then I had to finish my shift and check on 6 other kids like nothing had happened. That's impossible. That's the job. Doesn't make it less impossible. Dev leaned back against the bench, closed his eyes. I came home and Hollis was in bed. Depressed. Not his fault, depression isn't a choice, but he didn't ask about my day. Didn't even really register I was there. And he opened his eyes, looked at Margot. I feel like an asshole for resenting it. He's struggling. I should be supportive. You can be supportive and still need support yourself. Can you? Because I don't think I know how to do both. Margot understood that completely. The either/or of caretaking. The way you couldn't hold someone else up if you were the one needing to be held. I had a fight with Iris this morning, she found herself saying. About dishes. Except it wasn't really about dishes. It was about control and order and the fact that I'm so busy managing everything that I've forgotten how to just be with her. The dishes are never about the dishes, Dev said. No. They're about feeling like you're holding everything together alone and wondering why you're the only one who seems to care. And then feeling guilty for caring because it makes you the controlling one, the rigid one, the person who can't just relax. Margot looked at him. This man she'd known for 2 weeks. This stranger who somehow understood exactly what she was feeling. How do you do it? She asked. Balance the caretaking with the needing care? Badly, Dev admitted. I do it badly. I'm good at taking care of other people. Terrible at taking care of myself. And even worse at asking for what I need. Same. They sat in the gathering darkness, 2 people who'd built their identities around being steady, being capable, being the ones others leaned on. 2 people who'd forgotten how to lean back. I brought tea, Margot said, pulling out her travel thermos from her bag. It's probably cold by now, but I'll take it. She poured tea into the thermos lid, handed it to him. Their fingers brushed. Such a small contact, barely worth noting. But Margot felt it like a circuit completing. Thank you, Dev said. For sitting with me. For listening. Thank you for letting me. They finished the tea in comfortable silence. The kind of silence that felt like communion rather than absence. 2 people who understood each other's particular brand of exhaustion. Inside the house, through the lit windows, Margot could see Iris and Hollis in the living room. Iris was gesturing animatedly about something, her whole body involved in the telling. Hollis was laughing, that unguarded laugh she'd heard a few times now, the one that transformed his entire face. They get along well, Dev observed. They do. Does that bother you? Margot considered the question honestly. I don't know. It should probably bother me more than it does. Hollis needs people like Iris. People who match his energy. Who don't try to calm him down or manage him. There was something in Dev's voice. Not quite resentment, but close. The weariness of someone who'd been managing for too long. And you need people who don't require managing, Margot said. Yeah. He looked at her. Yeah, I think I do. The moment stretched between them, waited with recognition. They were similar in ways that mattered. Both planners. Both caretakers. Both exhausted from holding their worlds together. I should go in, Dev said, but he didn't move. You should, Margot agreed, also not moving. They sat for 5 more minutes, finishing the tea, watching the light fade from the sky. 2 people stealing a moment of rest from their carefully constructed lives. Finally, Margot stood. Offered Dev a hand up. He took it, and she pulled him to his feet. They were standing close, closer than necessary. She could see the tired lines around his eyes, the gray in his beard, the quiet sadness he carried. Good night, Margot. Good night, Dev. Inside, Iris and Hollis were still talking. They'd moved to the dining room, were paging through what looked like Hollis's sketchbook. Iris's laugh rang out, bright and unrestrained. Margot felt something complicated move through her. Not quite jealousy. Something else. Relief, maybe, that Iris had found someone who could meet her at her level of enthusiasm. Sadness that it wasn't Margot who could do that anymore, if she ever had. She climbed the stairs to their bedroom, Iris's laughter following her. When Iris came to bed an hour later, smelling like the lavender soap she preferred and bringing energy from wherever she'd been, Margot pretended to be asleep. I know you're awake, Iris said softly. Margot opened her eyes. Iris sat on the edge of the bed. I'm sorry about this morning. You're right. I need to be better about cleaning up after myself. About respecting the shared space. I'm sorry too. I was rigid and judgmental. You were stressed. Iris reached for Margot's hand. I forget sometimes that you need order to feel okay. That it's not about control, it's about safety. And I forget that you need space to be messy sometimes. That creativity doesn't fit into neat schedules. They held hands in the darkness, and it should have felt like reconciliation. Like the fight had brought them closer, cleared the air, reset something between them. But Margot couldn't stop thinking about Dev in the garden. The way he'd understood without her having to explain. The ease of sitting beside someone who carried the same weight. Iris squeezed her hand. Hollis showed me his work. His graphic novel. It's incredible, Margot. The detail, the emotion, he's really talented. I'm sure he is. We were talking about art and literature, about the things that make us feel alive. It was really nice. I miss having those conversations. The implication hung there, that Margot didn't have those conversations with her anymore. That somewhere along the way, they'd stopped talking about the things that mattered and started only talking about logistics. I'm glad you had fun, Margot said, and meant it. But lying there in the dark after Iris fell asleep, Margot acknowledged the truth settling cold in her chest. She'd spent the evening thinking about Dev. About the way he listened, the way he understood, the way being with him felt like rest instead of work. And Iris had spent the evening with Hollis. Finding the enthusiasm and connection she couldn't find with Margot anymore. They were married. They loved each other. They'd built a life together. But they were drifting. And for the first time, Margot wondered if love was enough when the architecture of a relationship started to fail. If good intentions could substitute for compatibility. If you could build something lasting on a foundation that had shifted beneath you without anyone noticing until the cracks appeared. She touched her bracelet in the darkness, her grandmother's jade warm against her skin. Sometimes we build walls when we need doors. Maybe she'd been building the wrong structures all along. Maybe they all had. In the room next door, separated only by old plaster and decades of other people's lives, Dev lay awake beside a husband who was finally sleeping. Who'd emerged from his depressive fog just long enough to eat dinner and talk to Iris for 2 hours about music and art and the things Hollis cared about that Dev had never quite understood. And Dev thought about Margot. About the way she'd brought him tea without being asked. About the conversation they'd had, the recognition, the sense that someone finally saw him as more than the person who kept everything running. 4 people. 2 marriages. 1 house. The cracks were starting to show. And no one knew yet whether they would hold or whether everything was about to come apart. Chapter 7, Permission. Iris Okoro stood at the stove making chai the way Dev had taught her, and wondered when her marriage had become something she was trying to escape. Not escape, exactly. That word was too harsh, too final. More like, taking small vacations from. Little moments of breathing room in a relationship that had started to feel like a beautiful cage. She measured cardamom and cinnamon into the pot, watching the spices swirl in the milk. Dev had shown her this 3 days ago, after she'd complimented the tea he'd made. He'd walked her through each step with patient precision, the way he probably taught new nurses at the hospital. Gentle, thorough, making sure she understood. It had been the first time in weeks that someone had taught her something. Margot used to do that, introduce her to new ideas, new perspectives, new ways of seeing. But lately, Margot was so caught up in managing everything that there was no room for discovery. Just maintenance. That smells incredible. Iris turned to find Dev in the doorway, hair still damp from his morning run. He'd started running earlier to avoid the heat, 5 a.m. now instead of 6, and something about the shift had put their mornings on the same schedule. I'm using your recipe, Iris said. Hopefully I don't mess it up. You won't. He came to stand beside her, watched the pot. You remembered the ginger. You said it was essential. It is. They stood in comfortable silence while the chai simmered. This had become their routine over the past week. Dev would return from his run, Iris would be up early grading or lesson planning, and they'd make tea together. Sometimes they talked. Sometimes they didn't. But it felt good, this easy coexistence. "How's your unit planning going?" Dev asked. Slowly. "I'm trying to teach theme through Gatsby, but half my students think it's just about rich people having parties." "Isn't it? It's about the American dream and class and the impossibility of recapturing the past and..." She stopped, laughed. "Sorry. I get intense about literature." "Don't apologize. It's nice seeing someone passionate about their work. You're passionate about yours. I'm competent at mine. There's a difference." He poured himself water, leaned against the counter. "Passion requires believing what you do matters in ways beyond the immediate. I patch up kids, send them home, hope they stay healthy. It's important work, but it doesn't change anything fundamental. You saved lives. Sometimes. Sometimes I just delay the inevitable." He said it matter-of-factly, without self-pity. "What you do, teaching kids to think critically, to find meaning in art, that changes how they see the world. That matters." Iris felt herself flush with something that wasn't quite pride but was close. Margot supported her teaching, of course. But Margot's support came with practicality, concern about her salary, about the emotional toll, about whether she should consider administration for better pay. Dev's support came without agenda. Just appreciation. "You're not too much," Dev said suddenly. Iris blinked. "What?" "You said something the other day, about getting intense about literature. You apologized. But you're not too much. You're exactly right." The words hit somewhere tender. Iris had heard "you're too much" in various forms her entire life. Too loud, too emotional, too enthusiastic, too big in her feelings and her presence. She'd learned to apologize for it, to make herself smaller, to dial down her volume. Margot loved her, Iris knew that. But sometimes Iris felt her wife's love came with the footnote, "If you could just be slightly less." "Thank you," Iris managed. "I mean it." Dev held her gaze. "Hollis is like that too. Big feelings, big enthusiasm. I used to try to calm him down, manage his intensity. Took me years to realize I was trying to make him smaller because I didn't know how to match his size. What changed? I stopped trying to manage him and started just witnessing him. Letting him be big without needing to contain it." Iris thought about Margot, about the way her wife tried to organize Iris's chaos, schedule her spontaneity, put boundaries around her messiness. All with good intentions. All with love. But still. The chai was ready. Iris poured 2 cups, handed one to Dev. They'd fallen into this pattern too, making tea for each other, small acts of care exchanged without fanfare. "Do you ever feel lonely in your marriage?" Iris asked, then immediately regretted it. Too personal. Too revealing. But Dev didn't flinch. "Yes. Even though you love him?" "Especially because I love him." Dev cupped his hands around his mug. "I love Hollis completely. But I feel invisible in our relationship. Like I'm the support system, not the partner. And I don't know how to fix that without changing who I fundamentally am." "Which is what?" "A caretaker. Someone who anticipates needs, who smooths paths, who makes everything easier. It's how I show love. But it means I've structured my entire relationship around being useful rather than being wanted." Iris understood that completely. She'd structured her marriage around being manageable. Asking permission for her enthusiasms, apologizing for her mess, trying to fit into Margot's careful plans. "What if we're doing it wrong?" Iris said. "What if we're so busy trying to be the right kind of partners that we've forgotten to be ourselves? Then we're stuck between authenticity and loneliness," Dev said quietly. "Because I don't know how to be myself and not be a caretaker. It's too ingrained." And I don't know how to be myself and not be too much. They looked at each other across the kitchen, two people trapped in marriages they loved but couldn't quite inhabit fully. This is a depressing Monday morning conversation, Iris said, trying to lighten the mood. Welcome to my internal monologue at 3 a.m. That made her laugh, and the heaviness lifted slightly. From upstairs came the sound of the shower. Margot, right on schedule. She'd be down in exactly 20 minutes, dressed for the day, ready to bike to the office. Efficient, contained, perfect in her execution. Iris loved her wife. But she was tired of feeling like loving her meant constantly editing herself. I should get ready for work, Iris said. Yeah. Me too. Dev hesitated. Hey, Iris. Yeah? Thanks for this. For the conversation. For not making it weird. Same. Later, on the subway heading to school, Iris thought about that exchange. The ease of it. The way Dev understood without her having to explain. The way being with him felt like permission to exist fully rather than conditionally. She thought about Hollis too. The past few nights they'd stayed up talking, about art and music and the things that lit them up from the inside. Last night he'd shown her his work in progress, walked her through his creative process. The way he talked about his art, with his whole body, gesturing wildly, getting so excited he tripped over his words, it reminded her of how she used to feel before teaching became just a job she was competent at rather than a calling she was passionate about. Hollis made her remember that she was allowed to be enthusiastic. That caring deeply about things wasn't embarrassing or excessive. That big feelings were valid. Her phone buzzed. A text from Margot, "Have a good day. Love you." Iris stared at the message. Typed back, "You too. Love you." But the words felt automatic. Ritual divorced from feeling. When had that happened? At school, she threw herself into teaching with renewed energy. Made the Gatsby discussion come alive, got her students arguing about class and aspiration and whether the American dream was ever real or always an illusion. One of her quieter students, Marcus, who barely spoke in class, raised his hand and gave a thoughtful analysis about Gatsby's green light representing unattainable desire. Exactly. Iris said, maybe too loudly for a classroom. That's exactly it. The green light is hope and delusion in equal measure. It's what keeps us reaching for things even when we know we can't have them. The class left buzzing with conversation. Iris felt alive in a way she hadn't in months. Her colleague Keisha caught her in the hallway. What did you put in your coffee this morning? That class was on fire. New living situation, Iris said. I think the chaos is good for me. Well, keep it up. Haven't seen you this energized in forever. That night, Iris got home to find Hollis in the living room, working on his laptop with papers spread everywhere. The mess would have made Margot twitchy. Iris found it comforting. Hey, Hollis said, looking up. How was school? Good. Really good, actually. She dropped her bag, collapsed on the couch beside him. I had this great class discussion about Gatsby and desire and unattainable things. Tell me about it. So she did. Walked him through the whole lesson, the questions she'd asked, Marcus's observation, the way the class had come alive. Hollis listened with complete attention, asked follow-up questions, got excited about the same things she was excited about. That's so cool, he said when she finished. God, I wish I'd had an English teacher like you. Maybe I would have actually read the assigned books. You didn't read in high school? I read obsessively. Just nothing they assigned. He showed her his current sketch, a panel showing two figures reaching for the same distant light. I was thinking about what you said. About unattainable desire. How it's hope and delusion. That's kind of the theme of this whole graphic novel. Tell me about it. He did. Explained the plot, the characters, the central question about whether reaching for impossible things was noble or foolish. His hands moved constantly while he talked, sketching invisible shapes in the air. His green eyes were bright, fully present. Iris felt herself drawn into his orbit. The intensity of his enthusiasm, the creative energy pouring out of him. It was intoxicating. "You should teach a class on this," she said. "Seriously. Graphic novels as literature. Kids would lose their minds." "You think?" "I know. Half my students are already reading manga and comics. If we acknowledged that as valid literature, taught them to analyze it critically," she was getting excited now, ideas spinning out. "Oh my God, we could do a whole unit. Compare panel pacing to poetic meter, visual metaphor to literary symbolism." "Stop, you're making me want to go back to school." "You should." "I barely graduated high school, Iris. College is not in my future." "You're brilliant. You could absolutely." "I have ADHD and depression and the attention span of a goldfish on a good day." He said it lightly, but there was truth underneath. "But I appreciate the faith." Iris looked at him, really looked. Saw past the self-deprecation to the sharp intelligence, the creative brilliance, the person who'd built a career through sheer stubborn persistence despite obstacles that would have stopped most people. "You're remarkable," she said. "I hope you know that." Hollis went still. "I'm really not." "You are. You're talented and funny and insightful and..." She stopped herself before the words became too much. Before she said something that couldn't be unsaid. "And what?" Hollis asked quietly. "And I'm glad we lived together. That the flood happened." "Is that weird to say?" "No." His eyes searched her face. "I'm glad too." The moment stretched between them, weighted with something Iris couldn't name. Something that felt like recognition. Like finding a person who matched your frequency. From upstairs came the sound of Margot's voice, on a work call probably, discussing specifications and timelines in her clear, controlled tone. Iris loved her wife. But sitting here with Hollis, feeling seen and matched and met at her level of enthusiasm, she wondered if love was enough when you felt like a dimmer version of yourself in someone's presence. "I should work on lesson plans," Iris said, not moving. "I should finish these pages," Hollis said, also not moving. They sat in comfortable silence, their knees almost touching on the couch, surrounded by Hollis's creative chaos and Iris's teaching materials and the particular intimacy of shared space. Later, Margot came downstairs and found them still there. Suggested they order dinner. The four of them ended up around the table again, falling into the pattern they'd established, passing food, sharing conversation. But Iris kept finding herself looking at Dev across the table. Catching his eye. Sharing small smiles about private jokes from their morning tea ritual. And when Hollis told a story that made her laugh so hard she snorted, she saw Dev and Margot exchange a look. Something complicated passing between them. 4 people. 2 marriages. 1 house. The lines were starting to blur. And Iris lay in bed that night beside her wife, held Margot's hand in the darkness, and acknowledged the truth sitting heavy in her chest. She had feelings for both of them. Dev and Hollis. Different feelings, different flavors, but equally real. Dev made her feel steady, seen, valued for exactly who she was. Hollis made her feel alive, energized, matched in intensity. And Margot, beautiful, careful, controlled Margot, felt increasingly like someone Iris loved but didn't know how to reach anymore. "I love you," Margot murmured, half asleep. "I love you too," Iris whispered back. And meant it. But love, she was learning, was more complicated than she'd ever imagined. You could love someone and still feel lonely in their presence. You could be married and still hunger for connection. You could be committed and still develop feelings that threatened everything you'd built. Iris closed her eyes and tried not to think about Dev's quiet understanding or Hollis's electric enthusiasm or the way both of them made her feel like she was allowed to take up space without apology. Tried not to think about what it meant that she was starting to want them both. Tried not to acknowledge that the wanting had already become undeniable. Outside, the city hummed with late-night activity. Inside, 4 people slept in 2 beds, their hearts becoming tangled in ways none of them had planned. The flood had brought them together. What came next would change everything. Chapter 8, Blueprints and Chaos. Dev noticed the shifts. He was good at noticing, occupational hazard of being a nurse. You learn to read vital signs, subtle changes in breathing, the way a patient's color shifted before they crashed. You learn to see what was coming before it arrived. So he saw it. The way Hollis lit up when Iris walked into a room. The way Margot and Iris moved around each other with increasing care, like people trying not to disturb a fault line. The way his husband was more present, more engaged, more alive than Dev had seen him in months. Because of Iris. Dev told himself it was good. Hollis needed people who matched his creative energy, who could engage with his art and his enthusiasms without trying to manage them. Iris was bright and warm and exactly the kind of person who could pull Hollis out of his darker spirals. Dev should be grateful for it. He was trying very hard to be grateful for it. It was Tuesday morning, 3 weeks into the rowhouse arrangement. Dev had just finished a night shift, 12 hours of chaos in the pediatric ER, 2 intubations, and a code that thankfully ended with a stable patient instead of a body bag. He was running on coffee and adrenaline and the particular exhaustion that came from holding other people's lives in your hands. He found Margot in the kitchen, dressed for a morning run in fitted athletic wear, her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. She was making coffee with the same methodical precision she brought to everything, measuring grounds, checking water temperature, following steps in order. "Morning," Dev said, dropping his bag by the door. "You're just getting home?" "Night shift." It was rough. Margot handed him a mug of coffee without asking if he wanted one. "Sit. I'll make you eggs." "You don't have to." "Sit, Dev." He sat. She cracked eggs into a pan with practiced efficiency. Dev watched her move through the kitchen, every gesture economical, purposeful. There was something calming about Margot's precision. After 12 hours of chaos, her order felt like medicine. "How bad was it?" she asked. "Car accident. Family of 4. The kids made it. Parents are touch and go." He rubbed his face. "Sometimes I hate this job. But you're good at it. Being good at something doesn't make it easier." "No," Margot agreed. "It doesn't." She plated eggs, set them in front of him with toast and the hot sauce she'd learned he preferred. Small acts of attention that made Dev feel seen in ways he'd forgotten to hope for. "Thank you," he said. "Of course." They ate in comfortable silence. Through the ceiling came the sound of footsteps, Hollis, probably, awake despite it being barely 7 a.m. The shower started running. "He's up early," Margot observed. "He's been up early a lot lately. Better sleep schedule than he's had in years." "That's good." "It is." But Dev heard what he didn't say. "It's good that someone else is managing to reach him when I can't." Margot tilted her head, studying him with those dark eyes that missed nothing. "Are you okay?" "Just tired." "Dev." He set down his fork. "I don't know. I'm glad Hollis is doing better. I'm glad he's found someone he connects with. But I also feel," he searched for the word. "Replaced, maybe. Like he doesn't need me anymore because Iris gives him what I can't." "What do you give him?" "Stability. Practicality. Someone to make sure he eats and takes his meds and meets his deadlines." Dev heard the bitterness in his own voice. "I'm the assistant, not the partner." "You're more than that." "Am I?" "Because lately it feels like my entire relationship is built on me being useful rather than being wanted." Margot was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I understand that completely." Of course she did. Dev looked at her, this woman who organized everything, who built careful structures to keep chaos at bay, who probably felt exactly as invisible as he did. "How do you deal with it?" he asked. "Badly. I control things. Make spreadsheets. Try to impose order on situations I can't actually control." She touched her bracelet, that unconscious gesture Dev had noticed she made when anxious. And then I feel guilty for being controlling, which makes me withdraw, which makes Iris feel rejected, which makes everything worse. The spiral. The spiral, she confirmed. They looked at each other across the kitchen table, two people trapped in remarkably similar patterns. Both caretakers. Both planners. Both exhausted from trying to hold their worlds together while feeling increasingly irrelevant in their own marriages. I've been thinking about going for runs in the morning, Margot said suddenly. Would you want company? Or do you prefer running alone? Dev felt something warm settle in his chest. I'd like company. Tomorrow then. I'll set my alarm. It's 5 a.m. I'm aware. And it's cold. Dev. I'm Chinese American and grew up in the suburbs. Cold doesn't scare me. That made him laugh, genuinely laugh, for the first time in 12 hours. The shower shut off upstairs. In a few minutes, Hollis would come down, bright and energized despite the early hour, probably looking for Iris. And Dev would watch his husband light up for someone else and try to be happy about it. But right now, he had this, breakfast with Margot, the promise of morning runs, the small comfort of being seen by someone who understood. I should sleep, Dev said, standing. You should. Margot stood too, started clearing plates. Get some rest. I'll keep the house quiet. On impulse, Dev reached out and squeezed her shoulder. Thanks, Margot. For the eggs. For listening. She covered his hand with hers, just for a second. Thank you for letting me. Dev woke at 4 p.m. to voices downstairs. Hollis and Iris, laughing about something. He lay in bed listening, trying to identify the feeling in his chest. Jealousy? Resentment? Relief that someone else could make Hollis happy? All of it. None of it. Everything in between. He got up, showered, dressed in fresh clothes. Checked his phone, messages from Priya asking about brunch this weekend, a reminder about his nephew's birthday, nothing from Hollis. His husband hadn't checked on him once while he slept. Dev went downstairs to find Hollis and Iris in the living room, surrounded by papers and art supplies. They were working on something together, Hollis sketching while Iris wrote, their creative processes intertwined in ways that looked natural, easy. Hey babe, Hollis said, glancing up. Sleep okay? Fine. We're developing a curriculum idea. Graphic novels as literature. Iris thinks we could pitch it to her principal. That's great. Dev meant it to sound encouraging. It came out flat. Hollis's expression flickered, awareness, then guilt. How was work? Rough. But I'm fine. You want to talk about it? Not really. The distance yawned between them. Hollis offering, Dev declining, both of them participating in the familiar choreography of disconnection. I'm going to make dinner, Dev said. Anyone have requests? Whatever you want, Hollis said, already turning back to Iris, already re-engaged in their project. In the kitchen, Dev pulled out ingredients for dal, lentils, onions, tomatoes, the spices his mother had taught him to use. Cooking was meditative, another form of caretaking he could lose himself in. Margot appeared while he was chopping onions. Need help? She asked. Want to learn to make dal? Absolutely. She washed her hands, pulled up a stool, watched him with complete attention while he walked her through the process. Unlike Hollis, who would get distracted mid-instruction, or Iris, who would try to improvise before understanding the fundamentals, Margot listened and absorbed and asked clarifying questions. Why toast the spices first? She asked. Releases the aromatic oils. Makes them more complex. Makes sense. It's like the difference between raw garlic and roasted garlic. Exactly. They fell into a rhythm, Dev explaining, Margot executing with precision. She was a quick study, careful but not timid, willing to trust his expertise while still engaging critically with the process. You're a good teacher, she said, stirring the lentils. I have practice. I train new nurses pretty regularly. It's more than that. You're patient. You explain things without making people feel stupid for not knowing. Unlike me, usually. I get impatient when people don't immediately grasp structural concepts. Iris accuses me of being condescending about it. Are you? Probably. She smiled ruefully. I'm working on it. How's that going? Badly. Dev laughed. This had become their thing over the past week, brutal honesty delivered with dry humor. No pretense, no performance, just two exhausted people acknowledging their flaws to someone who wouldn't judge. From the living room came Iris's bright laugh. Margot's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. You okay? Dev asked. Fine. Margot. She sighed. I used to make her laugh like that. Before I became the person who schedules everything and ruins spontaneity and can't just relax and enjoy the moment. You're not ruining anything. Tell that to Iris. Have you told Iris how you feel? That I feel like she's pulling away? That I watch her connect with other people and wonder why she can't connect with me that way anymore? Margot stirred the dowel with more force than necessary. No. Because then I'd sound needy and controlling and everything she already thinks I am. Dev recognized that spiral. The way you convinced yourself that expressing needs would only confirm the worst things your partner thought about you. So you stayed quiet and the distance grew and the resentment built until you couldn't remember what closeness felt like anymore. What if you're wrong? Dev said. What if she wants to hear it? What if I'm right and it just makes everything worse? They stood side by side at the stove, two people too afraid of rejection to risk honesty. Two people so practiced at caretaking that they'd forgotten how to ask for care. We're kind of a mess, aren't we? Margot said quietly. Yeah. We really are. But at least we're a mess together. Dev bumped her shoulder with his. There is that. Dinner that night was good, the dal perfectly spiced, rice fluffy, Iris had picked up from the Indian grocery on her way home. They ate together like they always did, passing dishes, sharing conversation. But Dev found himself watching Margot. The way she listened when he talked about his shift. The way she asked follow-up questions that showed she actually cared about the answers. The way she made space for him in the conversation instead of letting him fade into the background. And he caught her watching him too. Small glances across the table. Recognition passing between them. Hollis was talking about the graphic novel curriculum idea with Iris, both of them animated and energized. Margot and Dev were quieter, more subdued. Two couples at one table. But the pairings were shifting. Later, Dev and Margot did dishes together. Another small ritual they developed without discussing it. She washed, he dried, they talked about everything and nothing. Morning run tomorrow? Margot asked, handing him a plate. 5 a.m. I'll be ready. Bring layers. It's cold. Dev. I know how to dress for running. Do you? Okay, no, not really. I haven't run regularly in years. You're going to have to help me not die. I can do that. She smiled at him, and Dev felt something shift in his chest. Something warm and dangerous and completely inappropriate given that they were both married to other people. But there it was anyway. Later, in bed next to Hollis, Dev lay awake listening to his husband breathe. Hollis was already asleep, exhausted from a day of creative work. He'd kissed Dev goodnight with casual affection, then rolled over and dropped into unconsciousness within minutes. No questions about Dev's shift. No acknowledgement that Dev had spent 12 hours watching people suffer and die. Just the assumption that Dev was fine, that Dev was always fine, that Dev didn't need anything except to be useful. Dev stared at the ceiling and thought about Margot. About the way she saw him. The way being with her felt like rest instead of work. The way she didn't need him to be steady and competent and always okay. The way she let him be tired and frustrated and human. He thought about Iris too. The way she'd made him feel valued that morning when they made tea together. The way she treated his caretaking as generosity rather than his default setting. The way she made him feel like his quiet steadiness was a gift instead of a given. He had feelings for both of them. Different feelings, different flavors, but equally real. And he had no idea what to do about it. Because he loved Hollis. Deeply, completely, despite everything. But love wasn't enough when you felt invisible in someone's presence. When you were the foundation everyone else built on, but no one ever asked if the foundation was crumbling. Dev closed his eyes and tried to sleep. But all he could think about was Margot saying, "We're kind of a mess," and the way it felt like confession and comfort all at once. Tomorrow he'd run with her. They'd talk about architecture and nursing and the ways they'd both structured their lives around being needed instead of being wanted. And maybe, just maybe, they'd figure out how to want things for themselves instead of just facilitating other people's desires. Or maybe they'd just keep spiraling. Either way, Dev thought as sleep finally pulled him under, at least they'd be spiraling together. Chapter 9, The First Admission. Hollis couldn't focus on his work. He'd been staring at the same panel for 3 hours, redrawing the same hand gesture over and over, and it still looked wrong. The hand was reaching for something. Or someone. The gesture was supposed to convey longing, connection, the desperate human need to touch and be touched. But every version he drew looked empty. Mechanical. Like he was copying movement without understanding the emotion underneath. He knew why. For the past 3 weeks, Hollis had been drawing Iris and Margot obsessively. Quick sketches during breakfast. Detailed studies when they weren't looking. The way Iris moved through space with her whole body engaged. The way Margot held herself with careful control, like she was always preparing for structural collapse. He'd told himself it was just what artists did, found beauty in people, captured moments, studied form and light and shadow. But he was lying to himself. The truth was simpler and more complicated. He was attracted to them. Both of them. In ways that made him feel guilty and excited and terrified in equal measure. Hollis set down his stylus, ran his hands through his hair. The sunroom that had become his workspace was bright with afternoon light, the kind of light that usually energized him. Today it just felt exposing. He heard footsteps on the stairs. Dev, probably coming to check on him. His husband had been doing that more lately, dropping by the sunroom with coffee or snacks, asking how the work was going, trying to stay connected. But it wasn't Dev who appeared in the doorway. It was Margot. She was in work clothes, fitted pants and a crisp button-down, her hair in that low bun she favored. She looked professional and put together and nothing like someone who should be making Hollis's heart rate spike. "Hey," she said. "Sorry to interrupt. She gestured vaguely. "I left my tablet down here earlier. Working from home today." "No problem." Hollis tried to sound casual. "I'm just struggling with this panel anyway." Margot came closer, looked at his screen. "The reaching hand?" "Yeah. Can't get the gesture right. It's supposed to convey yearning, but it just looks like he's trying to grab something off a high shelf." A small smile flickered across her face. "May I?" She sat beside him, close enough that Hollis could smell her shampoo, something clean and simple, probably expensive. She studied the panel with the same focused attention she brought to everything. "What's he reaching for?" she asked. "Another person. Someone he wants but can't have." "Why can't he have them?" "Timing, circumstances, the fact that they're both already committed to other people." Hollis heard what he was saying, the parallel so obvious it was embarrassing. Typical romance novel bullshit. Margot was quiet for a moment. Then, "It's not the hand that's wrong. It's the body language. He's reaching, but the rest of his posture is closed off. If you really want someone, your whole body orients toward them. Opens up. Even when you know you shouldn't want them." She was right. Hollis could see it now, the disconnect between the reaching hand and the closed torso. "How do you know that?" he asked. "Architecture is about understanding how bodies move through space. How people orient to each other. The geometry of connection. She looked at him. Also, I've been watching people lately. Trying to understand desire. The word hung between them. Desire. Hollis should change the subject. Should make a joke, deflect, retreat into his usual pattern of using humor to avoid difficult things. Instead, he said, I've been drawing you. Margot went very still. What? You and Iris. I've been drawing you both. A lot. He pulled up the file on his tablet, showed her. Sketches from the past 3 weeks, Margot reading on the couch, Iris cooking breakfast, both of them in conversation, in motion, in quiet moments. Margot looked through them slowly. Her face was unreadable, that careful composure firmly in place. These are beautiful, she finally said. I hope it's not creepy. You're both very interesting to draw. Good bone structure. Expressive faces. He was babbling now, nervous energy pouring out. And I like drawing people who interest me. Not that you're not interesting as people, I just meant. Hollis. Margot set down the tablet. Why are you showing me this? He could lie. Could say it was just an artist thing, that he drew everyone, that it didn't mean anything. But he was so tired of lying. To himself, to Dev, to everyone. Because I think I'm attracted to you, Hollis said. The words came out in a rush. And to Iris. And I don't know what to do about it because I love Dev, I love him so much, but I also have these feelings and they're not going away and I'm terrified I'm going to ruin everything. Silence. Margot stared at him, her dark eyes wide. I'm sorry, Hollis said quickly. That was inappropriate. I shouldn't have. I'm attracted to you too. Hollis's brain stuttered to a stop. What? I'm attracted to you. And to Dev. Margot touched her bracelet, that nervous gesture. I've been trying to ignore it, to focus on my marriage, to be rational about this. But I can't stop thinking about you. About the way you see the world. The way you make everything feel more alive. Margot. And Dev. She took a breath. He understands me in ways Iris doesn't anymore. Or maybe in ways she never did. I don't know. But being with him feels like rest. Like I can stop performing and just exist. Hollis felt like the ground was shifting under him. This is insane. I know. We're both married. I know. To other people who live in this house with us. I know. They looked at each other, two people who just admitted to something that couldn't be unspoken. What do we do? Hollis asked. I have no idea. Margot stood, paced to the window, looked out at the overgrown garden. I've been married to Iris for 8 years. I love her. But lately I feel like I'm disappearing in my own life. Like I've become so focused on maintaining structure that I've forgotten how to feel anything. I've been with Dev for 5 years, Hollis said. And I love him desperately. But I also feel like he's my caretaker, not my partner. Like his entire relationship to me is about managing my chaos rather than engaging with who I actually am. So what? We're both lonely in our marriages and looking for something our spouses can't give us? Maybe. Or maybe, Hollis tried to organize his thoughts, difficult when his brain felt like it was shorting out. Maybe we've all been trying to fit into these predetermined shapes. Traditional marriage, monogamy, the whole nuclear family thing. And it's not working because we're not shaped right for it. Margot turned to look at him. What are you suggesting? I don't know. I literally have no idea. I've never even thought about non-monogamy before. He ran his hands through his hair again. But I also can't ignore this. The way I feel about you and Iris. The way being around you makes me feel like myself in ways I haven't in years. We should talk to them, Margot said. Dev and Iris. Be honest about what we're feeling. And say what? Hey honey, I'm attracted to our roommates, hope that's cool. Obviously with more nuance than that. Margot, there's no amount of nuance that makes this less insane. No, she agreed. There isn't. They stood in the sunroom, surrounded by Hollis's artwork in the afternoon light, two people who'd just stepped off a cliff together. I need to think, Margot said. Process this. Figure out what I actually want. Yeah. Me too. But we should, she hesitated. We should talk to our spouses. Soon. Before this gets more complicated. It's already complicated, Margot. I know. But it could get worse. After she left, Hollis sat alone with his tablet, staring at the drawings of two women he wanted and had no right to want. He thought about Dev. About their marriage, the 5 years they'd built together. The way Dev had stuck with him through depressive episodes and creative dry spells and all the chaos that came with loving someone like Hollis. Dev deserved honesty. Deserved to know what Hollis was feeling even if it destroyed everything between them. Hollis pulled out his phone, typed a message to Dr. Torres. Need an emergency session. Can you fit me in this week? The response came quickly. Thursday at 3? Something urgent? Yeah. I think I'm in love with more than one person and I have no idea what to do about it. See you Thursday. Dev came home from his shift at 8 p.m. Hollis was in the kitchen, stress cooking pasta even though they'd already had dinner. His hands needed something to do, his brain needed distraction, and cooking was the closest thing to art he could manage when he couldn't draw. Hey, Dev said, setting down his bag. You okay? Not really. Dev came closer, touched Hollis's shoulder. That simple gesture of care that Hollis had come to rely on. What's wrong? Hollis turned off the stove, set down the spoon. Looked at his husband, this good, patient, steady man who loved him despite everything. We need to talk. Dev's expression shifted, wariness creeping in. Okay. They sat at the kitchen table. Hollis tried to find the right words, the right way to say this without destroying everything. I think I'm attracted to Iris, he finally said. And Margot. I've been trying to ignore it, but I can't anymore. And I needed to tell you because I can't keep lying about what I'm feeling. Dev sat very still. His face was carefully blank, that professional nurse expression he used when receiving bad news. Are you in love with them? Dev asked quietly. I don't know. Maybe. I'm definitely something. Hollis forced himself to keep talking. And I know this is probably the worst thing I could tell you. I know it sounds like I'm unhappy with you, with us. But I'm not. I love you, Dev. I love you so much it terrifies me. But I'm not enough. That's not, Hollis stopped. Was that true? Was Dev not enough? I don't think it's about enough. I think it's about different. You give me stability and safety and someone who sees past my disaster to who I actually am. They give me, he searched for words. Iris gives me this creative energy. This permission to be big and intense without apologizing for it. And Margot grounds me without trying to manage me. She just accepts the chaos. And I don't accept you. You accept me. But you also try to fix me. Dev flinched like he'd been hit. I'm not saying that to hurt you, Hollis said quickly. I'm saying it because it's true. You love me, but you also spend so much energy trying to keep me functional. Making sure I eat, sleep, take my meds, meet deadlines. And I'm grateful for it, I am. But sometimes I just want a partner, not a caretaker. That's what I do, Dev said, his voice rough. That's how I show love. By taking care of people. I know. And I love that about you. But I also need someone who doesn't feel responsible for my basic functioning. Dev stood up, paced to the sink, gripped the edge of the counter. Hollis watched his shoulders rise and fall with controlled breathing. This is about more than just attraction, Dev finally said. This is about our whole relationship. About how we've structured our marriage around my caretaking and your chaos. Yeah. I think it is. So what do you want? Permission to pursue them? An open relationship? A divorce? The word divorce hit Hollis like a physical blow. No. God, no. I don't want to end our marriage, Dev. He didn't know how to finish that sentence. Dev turned to face him. And for the first time in the conversation, his composure cracked. I have feelings for them too. Hollis stared. What? Iris and Margot. I've been developing feelings for both of them. Dev's voice was steady but his eyes were bright with unshed tears. So I understand what you're going through. Because I'm going through it too. You are? Iris makes me feel valued instead of just useful. Like my caretaking is a gift I choose to give rather than my default setting. And Margot, he broke off, shook his head. Margot gets it. Gets me. The exhaustion of always being the steady one. We have these conversations and I feel seen in ways I haven't in years. They looked at each other across the kitchen, two husbands who'd just confessed to wanting the same two women. This is completely fucked up, Hollis said. Completely. What do we do? I don't know. Dev came back to the table, sat down heavily. Talk to them, I guess. Figure out if they feel the same way. And then, he spread his hands helplessly. I have no idea. I've never done anything like this. Me neither. We need help. Professional help. This is way beyond our capacity to navigate alone. I have a session with Dr. Torres on Thursday. Maybe we could do a couple session? Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. They sat in the kitchen, the pasta forgotten, their marriage suddenly revealed as something more complicated than either of them had acknowledged. I love you, Hollis said. I need you to know that. Whatever else I'm feeling, I love you. I love you too. Dev reached across the table, found Hollis's hand. But I don't know if love is enough anymore. What do you mean? I mean maybe we've been so focused on making our marriage work that we haven't asked if the structure itself is right for us. If monogamy is right. If the life we've built is actually what either of us wants. It was the most honest thing Dev had said in months. Maybe years. So what? Hollis asked. We just, what? Blow up our lives? Pursue this insane thing with two other married people who might not even feel the same way? I don't know. But we have to do something. Because this, Dev gestured between them. This isn't working. Not the way it is. Hollis knew he was right. Their marriage was functional but not fulfilling. Stable but not satisfying. Built on a foundation of caretaking and chaos that had stopped working the moment both of them developed feelings for other people. We should talk to them, Hollis said. Together. All four of us. Be completely honest about what we're feeling. And then? And then we figure it out together. Or we fall apart spectacularly. Either way, at least we'll know. Dev looked at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. Small and sad but genuine. When did you get so wise about relationships? I haven't. I'm winging it completely. Well, you're winging it better than I am. We're both a mess, Dev. We're just messy in complementary ways. That made Dev laugh, actually laugh, and for a moment Hollis saw his husband the way he'd been at the beginning, open, engaged, present. The man he'd fallen in love with before caretaking and chaos had calcified into pattern. Maybe this was their chance to find that again. To rebuild on a different foundation. Or maybe they were about to destroy everything they'd built. Either way, Hollis thought as they cleaned up the kitchen together in familiar silence, at least they'd be honest about it. At least they'd finally be telling the truth. Upstairs, Iris and Margot were having a similar conversation. Words tumbling out, confessions made, the careful architecture of two marriages beginning to shift. 4 people. 2 couples. 1 house. The ground beneath them was moving. And none of them knew yet if they were building something new or watching everything collapse. Chapter 10, Therapy and Tea. Margot stared at her laptop screen and tried to focus on the structural calculations for the community center renovation. Load-bearing walls. Stress distribution. The mathematics of what held and what gave way under pressure. But all she could think about was the conversation she needed to have with Iris. It had been 2 days since Hollis had shown her his drawings. 2 days since she'd admitted out loud that she was attracted to him and to Dev. 2 days of carefully avoiding meaningful conversation with her wife while the truth sat heavy in her chest. She'd tried to work up the courage a dozen times. Had opened her mouth to start the conversation, then closed it again, too afraid of what would come out. Margot Chen, who built structures that held thousands of pounds, who signed off on designs that people's lives depended on, was terrified of 3 sentences. I'm attracted to our roommates. I have feelings for both of them. We need to talk about what that means. Her phone buzzed. A text from Iris. Dinner tonight? Just us? Feel like we haven't really talked in days. Margot's stomach clenched. Iris felt it too. The distance, the careful avoidance, the way they'd been moving around each other like people negotiating a minefield. Yes, Margot typed back. Let's go to that Italian place you like. Perfect. 7. See you then. Margot set down her phone and pressed her palms against her eyes. She had 5 hours to figure out how to tell her wife that their marriage, the life they'd built together, the commitment they'd made, was no longer enough to contain who Margot was becoming. Or maybe it had never been enough. Maybe she'd just been too controlled, too focused on maintaining structure, to notice. The restaurant was warm and loud, the kind of neighborhood Italian place with checkered tablecloths and too many wine bottles on the walls. Iris loved it because the food was good and the atmosphere was chaotic, everything Margot's careful control naturally resisted. But tonight, Margot was grateful for the noise. It meant they could have a serious conversation without being overheard. It meant the silence between them would be filled by ambient sound instead of stretching into accusation. They ordered wine, ordered food. Made small talk about work, Iris's students, Margot's project deadlines, the safely neutral territory of professional obligations. Then Iris set down her fork and said, "Okay, we're doing the thing where we talk about everything except what we actually need to talk about. So let's just talk about it." Margot's heart rate spiked. Okay. I know something's wrong. I know we've been drifting. And I know it's not just the flood or the living situation or the stress of everything. Iris met her eyes. It's us. We're not working the way we used to. No, Margot agreed quietly. We're not. I don't know when it happened. Or maybe it's been happening slowly and we just didn't want to see it. Iris twisted her wine glass between her hands. But I feel like I've been trying to fit myself into this shape you need me to be, and I'm exhausted from it. What shape is that? Manageable. Organized. Less messy, less loud, less enthusiastic about things. Iris's voice was sad but steady. I know you don't mean to make me feel that way. I know you're just trying to maintain order in a chaotic world. But I can't keep editing myself to fit your systems. Margot felt that land like a blow. I don't want you to edit yourself. Don't you? Because every time I get excited about something, I see you brace. Every time I make a mess, I see you cataloging it mentally. Every time I suggest something spontaneous, I watch you calculate whether it fits the schedule. Iris leaned forward. I love you, Margot. But I'm tired of feeling like loving me is work for you. It's not work. Isn't it? Be honest. Margot took a breath. Let herself really look at the question. Was loving Iris work? Sometimes, she admitted. Not because of who you are, but because of who I am. Because I need structure to feel safe and you need spontaneity to feel alive, and those things are fundamentally at odds. So what do we do? This was it. The moment Margot could be honest or could retreat into careful deflection. She touched her bracelet, felt the cool jade against her skin. I have to tell you something, Margot said. And I'm terrified of how you'll react. Iris went very still. Okay. I've developed feelings for Dev and Hollis. The words hung between them. Iris's expression flickered, surprise, hurt, something else Margot couldn't read. Both of them? Iris asked. Yes. As in romantic feelings? Or just romantic? Sexual? Emotional? Margot forced herself to maintain eye contact. I'm attracted to them in ways I can't ignore anymore. And I needed to tell you because I can't keep pretending otherwise. Iris was quiet for a long moment. Then, I have feelings for them too. Now it was Margot's turn to be shocked. What? Dev and Hollis. Iris laughed, a little wildly. God, this is insane. I've been developing feelings for both of them too. They stared at each other across the table, two wives who just confessed to wanting the same two men. How long? Margot asked. A couple weeks, maybe? It started with Dev. The way he sees me makes me feel valued instead of too much. And then Hollis, Iris's expression softened. He matches my energy. Doesn't try to calm me down or manage me. Just engages with my enthusiasm like it's a gift instead of a problem. Hollis grounds me without trying to fix me, Margot said. And Dev understands the exhaustion of always being the steady one. So we're both falling for our roommates. Apparently. This is completely fucked up, Iris said. Completely. What do we do? It was the same question Hollis had asked. The same question Dev had probably asked. The question none of them knew how to answer. I don't know, Margot admitted. I've been trying to approach this rationally, to analyze the options, to find a solution that preserves what we have while acknowledging what we want. But I can't. There's no blueprint for this. No, Iris agreed. There really isn't. The waiter appeared, refilled their wine glasses, disappeared. Around them, the restaurant hummed with other people's conversations, other people's lives proceeding normally while theirs came apart. Do you want to end our marriage? Iris asked quietly. No. God, no. Margot reached across the table, found Iris's hand. I love you. That hasn't changed. But it's not enough anymore. I don't think it's about enough. I think it's about different. Margot tried to find the right words. You and I, we built something beautiful together. But we built it on a foundation that assumed monogamy, assumed that one person could meet all of another person's needs. And I don't think that's true for us. Maybe it never was. So what? We just, what? Open our marriage? Become polyamorous? Start dating our roommates? Maybe. I don't know. Margot squeezed Iris's hand. But I do know I can't keep pretending I don't feel this. Can't keep trying to fit into a structure that doesn't work for who I actually am. Iris was crying now, quiet tears sliding down her cheeks. I'm scared. Me too. What if we try this and it destroys everything? What if we lose each other completely? What if we don't try and we lose each other anyway? Margot countered. We're already drifting, Iris. Already becoming strangers who share a bed but not a life. Maybe this is our chance to rebuild on a different foundation. Or maybe it's how we blow up everything we've built. Maybe. They sat holding hands across the table, two women who loved each other but couldn't quite reach each other anymore. They feel the same way, Iris said after a while. Dev and Hollis. They told me last night. They're attracted to both of us too. Margot felt something shift in her chest. Relief? Terror? Hope? All four of us, she said. All four of us. So what do we do? We talk to them, Iris said. All of us together. Figure out if this is something we want to explore or something we need to shut down before it goes any further. And if we want to explore it? Then we figure it out together. Set boundaries, establish agreements, go slowly. Iris wiped her eyes. And probably get therapy. Lots of therapy. Hollis and Dev are seeing Dr. Torres. Maybe we should find someone too. Yeah. Okay. They finished their wine. Ordered dessert they didn't really want but needed as an excuse to stay, to keep talking, to not go home to the rowhouse where two men waited who might be the future or might be the destruction of everything they knew. I'm terrified, Margot admitted. Me too. But I also feel, Margot searched for the word. Alive. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm not just going through motions. Like I'm actually choosing something instead of just maintaining what I've built. I feel that too. Iris smiled through her tears. God, we're a mess. We really are. They paid the bill, stepped out into the cool night air. Walked toward the subway holding hands, two women whose lives were about to change in ways they couldn't predict. Whatever happens, Iris said as they descended the stairs, I need you to know I love you. That this isn't about not loving you. I know. I love you too. Even if we end up doing this, whatever this is, we're still us. We're still Margot and Iris. Are we? I don't know who I am anymore outside of being your wife. Then maybe we both need to figure out who we are, Iris said. As individuals, not just as a couple. At the rowhouse, they found Dev and Hollis in the living room. Both men looked up when Margot and Iris entered, and the air immediately changed. Charged with recognition, with shared knowledge, with the weight of everything unspoken. We should talk, Margot said. All of us. They gathered around the kitchen table, the same table where they negotiated bathroom schedules and grocery budgets and all the mundane architecture of cohabitation. Now they were negotiating something infinitely more complicated. Margot looked at the three other people sitting with her. Iris, her wife of 8 years, beautiful and warm and still somehow unreachable. Hollis, with his creative chaos and his vulnerability and the way he made her feel like she could surrender control without everything falling apart. Dev, steady and exhausted and so deeply lonely in ways Margot recognized because she felt them too. So, Hollis said, breaking the silence. This is happening. This is happening, Dev agreed. We all have feelings for each other, Iris said. In various combinations and configurations. And we have no idea what to do about it, Margot finished. They looked at each other around the table, four people who'd been brought together by disaster and were now facing a different kind of flood, the kind that came from inside, from wanting things you shouldn't want, from acknowledging truths that changed everything. We need ground rules, Dev said. Because of course he did. Because Dev dealt with crisis by establishing structure. We need therapy, Hollis added. Because of course he did. Because Hollis dealt with crisis by seeking professional help before he self-destructed. We need honesty, Iris said. Because of course she did. Because Iris dealt with crisis by naming feelings, by putting words to what everyone else was trying to ignore. We need time, Margot said. Because of course she did. Because Margot dealt with crisis by wanting to understand the architecture before committing to the build. They were so different. So fundamentally shaped by different needs, different fears, different ways of moving through the world. And yet somehow, impossibly, they fit. Okay, Dev said, pulling out his phone. Let's make a plan. Couples therapy, both couples. Individual therapy for anyone who wants it. And a house meeting, weekly, maybe, where we check in about how this is going. Nothing physical until we all agree we're ready, Margot added. No acting on attraction until we've established clear boundaries. And we can stop this at any time, Iris said. Any one of us can say, this isn't working, and we respect that. Communication is everything, Hollis said. If someone's feeling jealous or scared or overwhelmed, we talk about it. No suffering in silence. They were doing it again, building structure, making agreements, creating the framework for something none of them had ever attempted. 4 people trying to architect a relationship the world didn't have a blueprint for. I can't believe we're actually doing this, Iris said. We're not doing anything yet, Dev pointed out. We're just talking about maybe possibly considering doing something. Which is already more than I ever thought I'd do, Margot said. Same, Hollis agreed. They sat in the kitchen as the night deepened, 4 people at the threshold of something new and terrifying and potentially beautiful. The flood had brought them together. What came next would either build them into something stronger or tear them apart completely. But at least they'd be honest about it. At least they'd be choosing it deliberately. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was everything. Chapter 11, Priya's Intervention. Dev sat across from Priya at their favorite brunch spot, watching her demolish a stack of pancakes with the kind of focused intensity she brought to everything. Her long black braid was draped over one shoulder, her bold red lipstick somehow still perfect despite syrup and butter. She'd been talking for 10 minutes about her current dating situation, 2 people, both wonderful, both completely incompatible with each other, and Dev had barely heard a word. You're not listening, Priya said, setting down her fork. I'm listening. You're doing that thing where you pretend to listen while actually having an entire crisis in your head. She leaned back, studied him with those sharp brown eyes that had seen through his bullshit for 14 years. Okay, but real talk, what the fuck is going on? Dev looked down at his untouched omelet. They were sitting by the window, Sunday morning sun streaming in, the restaurant full of people having normal weekend brunches with their normal problems. And here he was, about to confess to something that would sound insane out loud. I'm attracted to our roommates, he said quietly. Both of them. Priya's eyebrows shot up. Both of them. As in Iris and Margot. Both women. Yes. Who are married. To each other. Yes. Well, you're married. To Hollis. I'm aware of all the ways this is complicated, Priya. She picked up her coffee, took a long drink, set it down carefully. Okay. Keep going. So he did. Told her everything, about the morning tea with Iris, the conversations with Margot in the garden, the way both of them made him feel seen in ways Hollis hadn't in months. Told her about Hollis's confession, about the 4 of them sitting around the kitchen table acknowledging the impossible thing happening between them. Priya listened without interrupting, which was unusual for her. When Dev finally ran out of words, she was quiet for a long moment. How long have you been carrying this around? She asked. A couple weeks, maybe. And you're just now telling me? I wasn't sure how to say it. It sounds crazy. It sounds human. Priya reached across the table, covered his hand with hers. Dev, you've spent your entire adult life being the steady one. The person everyone leans on. When's the last time you let yourself want something just because you wanted it? I want things. Name one. One thing you've pursued for yourself in the past year that wasn't about taking care of someone else. Dev opened his mouth. Closed it. The marathon training he'd abandoned because Hollis was going through a depressive episode. The ceramics class he'd been interested in but never signed up for because the timing didn't work with his shifts. The trip to visit his cousins in California that he'd postponed indefinitely because someone always needed something. That's what I thought, Priya said gently. Wanting to be needed isn't the same as being selfish. No. But it's not the same as having your own desires either. She squeezed his hand. Dev, you're allowed to want things. You're allowed to want people. Even if it's complicated. Even if it's scary. What if I'm just lonely in my marriage and looking for an escape? Are you? Dev thought about Hollis. About the 5 years they'd built together. The genuine love beneath the caretaking pattern they'd fallen into. No, he admitted. I love Hollis. This isn't about not loving him. Then what's it about? I don't know. Maybe about being loved for who I am instead of what I do. About feeling like a partner instead of a support system. Dev ran his hand over his face. Iris makes me feel valued instead of just useful. Margot understands the exhaustion of always being the steady one. With them, I can just exist. I don't have to manage everything. And with Hollis? With Hollis, I'm always managing. His moods, his medications, his deadlines. I love him desperately, but I'm tired, Priya. I'm so tired of being the one who holds everything together. Priya was quiet for a beat. Then, have you told him that? Some of it. We talked about the caretaking pattern. He knows I feel invisible sometimes. But does he know you're exhausted? Does he know you're considering something radically different because the current structure isn't working? We're all considering it. All four of us. Hollis has feelings for Iris and Margot too. They have feelings for both of us. It's this whole thing. A polyamorous thing. I guess. I don't even know what to call it. We're just trying to be honest about what we're feeling. That's terrifying, Priya said. Completely. And also incredibly brave. Dev looked at her, surprised. Brave? You're risking everything you've built to be authentic about who you are and what you want. You're refusing to stay in a pattern that's slowly killing you just because it's familiar. That's brave as hell. She leaned forward. Dev, you've spent your whole life asking what everyone else needs. So I'm going to ask you what I should have asked years ago. What do you want? The question hit him like a physical thing. What did he want? I want Hollis, Dev said slowly. And I want Iris. And I want Margot. I want all three of them, and I don't know if that makes me greedy or broken, but it's the truth. It makes you human, baby. That's all. But what do I do about it? You figure it out together. You communicate. You set boundaries. You probably get a lot of therapy. Priya grinned. And you call me regularly so I can live vicariously through your adventure and alternative relationship structures. This isn't an adventure. It's terrifying. All the best things are. They finished brunch talking logistics. Therapists Priya knew who specialized in non-traditional relationships, books on polyamory she could recommend, the practicalities of what came next. Priya had always been like this, moving seamlessly from emotional support to practical problem solving. You're going to be okay, she said as they hugged goodbye on the sidewalk. You know that, right? I really don't. Well, I know it. And I've been right about you for 14 years, so trust me on this one. Dev walked back to the subway feeling lighter than he had in weeks. Not because the situation was any less complicated, but because he'd said it out loud to someone who loved him and hadn't been told he was crazy or selfish or wrong. He pulled out his phone, typed a message to the house group chat. Can we do a house meeting tonight? All four of us. We need to talk about next steps. The responses came quickly. Iris, yes. Been thinking we need this. Margot, agreed. 7 p.m. Hollis, I'll order dinner. Ty okay? Dev smiled despite his anxiety. Even in the midst of appending their lives, they were still figuring out dinner together. Still negotiating the small domestic details that made a household work. His phone buzzed again. A text from Hollis, just to him, you okay? Dev looked at the message. His husband, checking in. Still caring, still worried. Still there despite everything shifting between them. I think so, Dev wrote back. Talk to Priya. She helped. Good. I love you. I love you too. And that was the truth, Dev thought as he descended into the subway. He loved Hollis. He also had feelings for two other people. Both things could be true. Both things were true. The question was what they did about it. At home, Dev found the rowhouse in its usual state of organized chaos. Hollis was in the sunroom working, headphones on, lost in his art. Iris was in the kitchen with flour everywhere, baking something that smelled incredible. Margot was in the living room with blueprints spread across the coffee table, her laptop balanced on her knees. 3 people. 3 different ways of existing in the world. And somehow, impossibly, they'd started to fit together like pieces of a puzzle none of them had known they were solving. Dev set down his bag, hung up his jacket. Started making tea without being asked because someone always wanted tea around this time. While the water boiled, he watched Iris work through the kitchen doorway. She was humming something under her breath, swaying slightly to music only she could hear. When she noticed him watching, she grinned. "You're back. How's Priya?" "Good. Chaotic. Dating 2 people at once. Living the dream." Iris wiped flour from her cheek. "Did you tell her about us?" "Yeah. And? She told me I'm allowed to want things." "Smart woman." Iris came closer, lowered her voice. "Are you okay? Really okay?" "I'm terrified." "Same. But I think we should try this." "Try what, exactly?" "I don't know yet. But something. Something different from what we've been doing." Iris reached out, squeezed his arm. That casual physical affection that came so naturally to her. "We'll figure it out together." "Will we?" "We have to. Because I don't think any of us can go back to pretending this isn't happening." She was right. They'd crossed a threshold, acknowledged feelings that couldn't be unacknowledged. The only way forward was through honesty, even when honesty was terrifying. That evening, they gathered around the kitchen table again. The same table where they'd made their first agreements about cohabitation. Where they'd negotiated bathroom schedules and grocery budgets. Where they'd confessed to impossible feelings just days ago. Now they were negotiating something infinitely more complex. "Okay," Margot said, because Margot always needed structure to start. "What are we actually talking about here? Are we exploring polyamory? Opening our marriages? Something else?" "I think we're talking about all 4 of us being in a relationship together," Hollis said. "Not 2 couples who are open. An actual polycule." "Is that even possible?" Iris asked. "I don't know. But it's what I want." Hollis looked around the table. "I want all 3 of you. Not separately. Together." Dev felt his heart rate spike. Hearing it said out loud made it real in a way it hadn't been before. "I want that too," he said quietly. "Same," Iris added. Margot was quiet for a long moment, her fingers worrying at her jade bracelet. Then, "Me too. But I'm terrified of what that means." "What does it mean?" Hollis asked. "It means restructuring everything we thought we knew about relationships. It means telling our families. It means navigating jealousy and time management and all the complications of being 4 people instead of 2. Margot looked at each of them. "It means choosing something that most of the world won't understand." "It also means being honest," Dev said. "About who we are and what we need. About the fact that monogamy isn't working for us." "Has it ever worked for us?" Iris asked. "Really? Or have we just been good at pretending it was enough?" The question hung in the air. "I don't know," Margot admitted. "But I know I've been lonely in my marriage for years. I know I've been so focused on maintaining structure that I forgot how to feel anything." "I've been invisible," Dev said. "Just a support system instead of a person." "I've been too much," Iris added. "Constantly editing myself to fit into someone else's comfort zone." "I've been a mess," Hollis said. "Always needing to be managed instead of being met as an equal." They looked at each other, 4 people who'd been slowly suffocating in relationships they loved but couldn't fully inhabit. "So what do we do?" Margot asked. "We try," Dev said. "We set boundaries. We communicate constantly. We get therapy, probably lots of therapy. We go slowly." "How slowly?" Hollis asked. "Very slowly," Margot said firmly. "Nothing physical until we all agree we're ready. Weekly check-ins. Individual therapy and couples therapy and probably group therapy too. We should probably read some books," Iris suggested. "Learn from people who've done this before." And we need to talk to our families eventually, Dev added. Not now. But eventually. The conversation continued for hours. They made lists, established agreements, acknowledged fears. It was practical and emotional and terrifying and hopeful all at once. By the time they finished, it was past midnight. The Thai food had gone cold, reheated, and been finished off. They were exhausted from the emotional labor of it all. So we're doing this, Hollis said. We're actually trying to build a polyamorous relationship. We're trying, Margot corrected. No guarantees it'll work. But we're trying together, Iris said. All four of us, Dev added. They sat in the kitchen, hands linked across the table in a circle. Four people who'd been brought together by disaster and were now choosing each other deliberately. Dev looked at Hollis, his husband of 5 years. At Iris, who made him feel valued. At Margot, who understood his exhaustion. He loved all three of them in different ways, for different reasons. And for the first time in years, he felt like he was allowed to want them all. Later, in bed beside Hollis, Dev lay awake processing everything. His husband was already asleep, one arm thrown across Dev's chest in unconscious claim. Dev's phone buzzed. A text from Priya, so? How'd it go? We're trying it, Dev wrote back. All four of us. It's terrifying. Good. You deserve to be terrified about something you actually want instead of something you're just enduring. How do you always know exactly what to say? 14 years of practice. Also, I'm brilliant. Also that. Love you, Dev, proud of you. Love you too. Dev set down his phone and closed his eyes. Tomorrow they'd start the actual work, finding therapists, reading books, figuring out how to navigate this impossible thing they'd chosen. But tonight, he let himself feel it. The wanting. The possibility. The terrifying hope that maybe, just maybe, they could build something beautiful out of the wreckage of their old lives. Priya was right. He was allowed to want things. And what he wanted was this, all three of them, building something together that the world didn't have a blueprint for. It was terrifying. It was impossible. It was exactly right. Chapter 12, The House Meeting. Iris sat cross-legged on the couch, watching the other three settle into their usual spots around the living room. Hollis on the floor with his back against the armchair, knees drawn up. Dev in the armchair itself, posture perfect even in casual clothes. Margot beside Iris on the couch, close enough to touch but carefully maintaining space. This was it. The actual conversation about what they were trying to build. The Thai food containers were scattered across the coffee table, mostly empty. They'd eaten in relative quiet, the weight of the upcoming discussion pressing down on all of them. So, Hollis said, because someone had to start. We're actually doing this. We're actually talking about doing this, Margot corrected. Her lawyer brain, always precise. What's the difference? Iris asked. Talking is theoretical. Doing is. Margot gestured vaguely. Real. Irreversible. Life-changing. Talking about it is already life-changing, Dev pointed out. We can't unknow what we know about each other now. True. Iris pulled one of the throw pillows onto her lap, something to hold. So what are we actually talking about? Opening our marriages? Dating separately? Becoming a, what do you call it? Polycule? I've been reading, Hollis said, pulling out his phone. There's this whole polyamory community. Different structures, triads, quads, V's, relationship anarchy, hierarchical poly. It's overwhelming. Walk us through it, Dev said. Hollis scrolled through his notes. Okay, so basically, some people date separately but keep their marriages primary. That's called hierarchical polyamory. Some people have all relationships be equal, that's non-hierarchical. There's kitchen table poly where everyone's friendly and hangs out. Parallel poly where partners don't interact much. And then there's relationship anarchy, where you just define each relationship on its own terms without preset rules. I hate all of those terms, Iris said. Same, Margot agreed. But we need to figure out what structure works for us, Dev said. Otherwise we're just stumbling around in the dark. Iris looked at the three of them, her wife, and two men she developed impossible feelings for. What if we're not any of those things? What if we're just us? Four people who care about each other and are trying to figure out how to do this honestly? We still need structure, Margot said. Because of course she did. Why? Because without structure, people get hurt. Without clear expectations and boundaries and agreements, someone ends up feeling neglected or betrayed or left out. She's not wrong, Dev said. I see it at the hospital all the time. Families who don't communicate, who assume everyone's on the same page. It never ends well. So what do we agree on? Hollis asked. Margot pulled out her phone, because of course she'd already started a notes document. I made a list of questions we should probably answer. Of course you did, Iris said, but fondly. Question 1, are we calling this polyamory? Are we coming out as poly? Or keeping it private? The question hung in the air. Iris thought about her family, her mother's face when Iris had come out as a lesbian, the slow painful process of acceptance. Her sister Amara, who'd only recently stopped asking when Iris would find a nice woman and settle down properly. I think we have to call it what it is, Iris said. Eventually. Not right away, but if we're serious about this, we can't hide it forever. My family wouldn't understand, Dev said quietly. They're supportive of me being gay, but this? 4 people in a relationship together? That's asking a lot. My brother would try, Hollis offered. He doesn't always get it, but he tries. My parents though. He shook his head. They're barely okay with the gay thing. This would break their brains. My mother will have opinions, Margot said, touching her bracelet unconsciously. Many opinions. Most of them about how I'm ruining my life. So we agree we're not telling families right away, Iris summarized. Not until we're more solid ourselves. Agreed, the others said in unison. Question 2, Margot continued. What do our relationships look like? Is this 4 separate relationships, me and Iris, Dev and Hollis, me and Hollis, me and Dev, Iris and Hollis, Iris and Dev? Or is it one relationship with 4 people? Can it be both? Hollis asked. I think it has to be, Dev said. We're not going to develop feelings for everyone at exactly the same rate or in exactly the same way. Some connections will be stronger than others. Iris thought about that. She'd connected with Hollis quickly, creative energy, emotional intensity. With Dev it had been slower, quieter. Deep conversations over morning tea. Different, but equally real. I love Margot, Iris said. That's not changing. But I also have feelings for both of you. She looked at Dev and Hollis. Different feelings. But real ones. Same, Hollis said. I love Dev completely. But I'm also falling for both of you. The word falling hit Iris hard. Not just attracted. Not just interested. Falling. I think we need to be honest about that, Margot said. Some relationships will deepen faster. Some might stay more surface level. And that's okay as long as we're communicating about it. Which brings us to question 3, Dev said. How do we handle jealousy? No one spoke for a moment. Jealousy was the monster under the bed, the thing everyone was thinking about but no one wanted to name. I'm already jealous, Iris admitted. When I see Margot and Dev talking, I feel it. Like I'm being left out. Like she's finding in him what she can't find in me. Margot turned to her, eyes wide. Iris. I know it's irrational. I know you still love me. But I feel it anyway. I feel it too, Hollis said. When Dev and Iris make tea together in the morning, I'm not invited to. And I know it's their thing, but it still stings. I get jealous when Hollis and Iris stay up late talking about art, Dev added. When they connect over things I don't understand. They all looked at Margot. I'm jealous of everything, she said quietly. I'm jealous when Iris laughs with Hollis the way she used to laugh with me. I'm jealous when Dev connects with you, Iris, so effortlessly. I'm jealous of my own jealousy because it makes me feel small and controlling. So we all feel it, Iris said. That's actually kind of comforting. How is that comforting? Margot asked. Because it means it's normal. It means we're not broken for feeling it. The question is what we do with it, Dev said. In monogamy, jealousy means something's wrong. Someone's cheating or pulling away. But in this, it's probably just part of it. Right? The reading I did said jealousy is usually about an unmet need, Hollis said. Like, you're not actually jealous of the other person. You're scared you're losing something you need. So how do we address unmet needs? Margot asked. Communication, Dev said. If I'm feeling jealous of Hollis and Iris's connection, I need to say it. And then we figure out what I actually need, more time together, reassurance, whatever. That's terrifying, Iris said. All of this is terrifying, Hollis pointed out. Fair. Margot looked down at her phone. Question 4. What about physical intimacy? The energy in the room shifted immediately. This was the question they'd all been avoiding, dancing around with careful language and theoretical discussions. I think we go slow, Dev said. Really slow. How slow? Hollis asked. Nothing happens until we all agree we're ready, Margot said firmly. No one acts on attraction without checking in first. No assumptions about what anyone's comfortable with. What counts as acting on attraction? Iris asked. Like, is hugging okay? Hand-holding? Kissing? We should probably define that, Dev said. They spent the next 20 minutes establishing what felt okay and what needed explicit consent. Casual touch, hugs, shoulder squeezes, sitting close, was fine as long as everyone was comfortable. Hand-holding required checking in first. Kissing definitely required explicit consent. Anything beyond that was off the table until they had more therapy and clearer agreements. This feels very clinical, Hollis said when they finished. It has to be, Margot said. Otherwise someone gets hurt. Or we could just trust each other to communicate in the moment, Iris suggested. We can do both, Dev mediated. Have the framework, but also trust ourselves to navigate nuance. Question 5, Margot continued. Therapy. We need it, right? Desperately, all three of them said. Hollis and I are seeing Dr. Torres for couples therapy, Dev said. He's good with non-traditional relationship stuff. Specializes in LGBTQ+ clients. We should find someone too, Margot said to Iris. Someone who gets polyamory. And maybe individual therapy for anyone who wants it, Hollis added. I already see Dr. Torres individually. Might be good for everyone to have their own support. I'll look into it, Iris said. One of my colleagues mentioned a therapist who works with poly folks. I can reach out. They added therapy to the list. Weekly couples sessions. Individual sessions as needed. Eventually, maybe group therapy for all four of them. The list kept growing. Logistics, boundaries, communication strategies. It was overwhelming and necessary in equal measure. Okay, Margot said after they'd been talking for over an hour. I think we have enough to start. We're trying polyamory, specifically a closed quad. We're keeping it private from families for now. We're going slow with physical intimacy. We're getting therapy. We're checking in weekly, minimum. When do we start? Hollis asked. I think we already have, Iris said. We're already doing this. We've just been afraid to name it. Dev stood up, stretched. I need some air. Anyone want to join me in the garden? I will, Margot said immediately. After they left, Iris and Hollis looked at each other. This is insane, Hollis said. Completely. We're really doing this? Looks like it. Hollis moved from the floor to the couch beside her. Are you scared? Terrified. You? Same. He was quiet for a moment. But also excited? Like, for the first time in years I feel like I'm building something instead of just trying not to destroy what I have. Iris understood that completely. Her marriage to Margot had felt like maintenance for so long. Keeping things stable, not making waves, being the version of herself that fit into Margot's careful structures. What if we hurt each other? Iris asked. What if we try this and it ruins everything? What if we don't try and we spend the rest of our lives wondering what could have been? Iris looked at him, this messy, creative, vulnerable man who'd somehow become essential to her in a matter of weeks. She reached out, took his hand. His fingers were ink-stained as always. Can I tell you something? She said. Anything. When I met Margot, I thought she was perfect. So controlled, so together. I thought if I could just be good enough, organized enough, I'd deserve her. Iris traced a pattern on his palm. But I was exhausting myself trying to be smaller. Quieter. Less. You're not too much, Hollis said. You're exactly right. Dev said the same thing. Because it's true. With you and Dev, I don't feel like I have to shrink. You match my energy. You celebrate it instead of trying to manage it. And with you, I don't feel like a disaster that needs fixing, Hollis said. You just, let me be chaotic. It's incredible. They sat holding hands on the couch, two people who'd found permission to exist fully in each other's presence. We're going to be okay, Iris said, not quite believing it but needing to say it anyway. We're going to be terrified, Hollis corrected. Can we be both? I think we have to be. In the garden, Margot and Dev sat on the old bench, watching the overgrown plants sway in the evening breeze. The city sounds were muffled here, the garden a pocket of quiet in the urban chaos. How are you really doing? Margot asked. Overwhelmed. Hopeful. Terrified. Dev looked at her. You? Same. I keep trying to plan this out, to design the perfect structure. But I can't. There's no blueprint for this. No, Dev agreed. There isn't. That should scare me more than it does. Why doesn't it? Margot thought about that. Because for the first time in years, I'm not trying to control the outcome. I'm just trying to be honest about what I want. What do you want? You. Hollis. Iris. All three of you. She touched her bracelet. I want to build something together that doesn't require me to be perfect all the time. Something that has room for mess and uncertainty. I want that too, Dev said. I want relationships where I'm not just the caretaker. Where I can need things and ask for them without feeling like a burden. You're not a burden. I know. Intellectually. But I've structured my whole life around being useful. Being needed. It's hard to believe I'm wanted for any other reason. Margot reached over, took his hand. I want you. Not because you're useful. Because you see me. Because sitting with you feels like rest. Dev's fingers tightened around hers. Margot. I know we're going slow. I know we have therapy and boundaries and all these agreements. But I needed to say it. I want you. I want you too. They sat in the garden, hands linked, two people learning to want instead of just maintain. Inside, through the windows, they could see Iris and Hollis on the couch. Also holding hands. Also talking quietly. Look at them, Margot said. They fit, Dev observed. We all fit. Somehow. Think it'll last? I have no idea. But I want to try. Me too. They went back inside eventually, rejoined Iris and Hollis in the living room. The four of them ended up in a loose circle on the floor, drawn together by gravity or intention or both. So this is happening, Iris said. We're actually trying to build a polyamorous relationship. A quad, Hollis specified. All four of us together. With therapy, Margot added. Lots of therapy. And communication, Dev said. And probably some spectacular failures along the way, Iris finished. Definitely those, Hollis agreed. They sat together as the evening deepened into night, for people who'd been brought together by disaster and were now choosing each other deliberately. Choosing to try something impossible. Choosing honesty over comfort. Choosing each other over the safety of their old structures. It was terrifying. It was hopeful. It was the beginning of something none of them fully understood but all of them wanted. We should probably sleep, Dev said eventually. It's late. Yeah. But no one moved. They sat in the comfortable silence of people who'd said everything that needed saying and were now just existing together. Being present. Being honest. Finally, they drifted to their separate bedrooms, Dev and Hollis to one, Margot and Iris to the other. Still in their original couple formations. Still navigating the space between what was and what could be. But something had shifted. A decision had been made. A path chosen. In her bed beside Margot, Iris lay awake processing everything. Beside her, Margot was also awake, Iris could tell by her breathing. You okay? Iris whispered. No. You? Not even a little bit. But we're doing this anyway. Seems like it. Margot turned toward her in the darkness. I love you. I need you to know that. Whatever else happens, I love you. I love you too. Iris found Margot's hand, laced their fingers together. And I'm terrified of losing you. You're not losing me. We're just adding to what we have. Is that possible? Can you add without taking away? I don't know. But I want to find out. They fell asleep holding hands, two women who'd been drifting apart now choosing to stay while also reaching for something more. In the next room, Dev and Hollis were having a similar conversation in hushed tones. What if I'm not enough for this? Hollis asked. What if I can't handle sharing you? What if you can? Dev countered. What if this is actually what we need? I'm going to mess it up. You know I will. Probably. But we'll mess it up together. All four of us. Dev pulled Hollis closer. I'm not going anywhere. You understand that, right? This isn't about replacing you. What's it about then? Becoming ourselves. Actually being honest about who we are and what we need. I need you, Hollis said. I know. And I need you. But we also need other things. Other people. That doesn't make our need for each other less real. Hollis was quiet for a long time. Then, okay. Okay? Okay, let's try this terrifying thing together. All four of us. All four of us. They fell asleep tangled together, two husbands choosing to expand their marriage instead of ending it. Choosing possibility over safety. Choosing to build something new while honoring what they'd already built. 4 people. 2 bedrooms. 1 house. And the fragile, terrifying beginning of something that didn't have a name yet but felt like hope. Chapter 13, First Steps. Hollis woke to the sound of rain against the windows and the unfamiliar weight of contentment in his chest. Dev was still asleep beside him, one arm flung across Hollis's torso, breathing deep and even. Outside, the city was gray with November rain, but inside the rowhouse something had shifted. They'd made a decision. 4 people choosing each other deliberately. It was Friday morning. Dev had the day off. Hollis's editor had extended the deadline twice since the flood. His editor was starting to sound concerned about him, which meant Hollis probably needed to actually finish the pages. But for now, he let himself lie still in the early light, watching Dev sleep. His husband looked younger like this. The worried lines around his eyes smoothed out, the perpetual tension in his shoulders released. Hollis traced the curve of Dev's jaw with his eyes, not touching, just observing. After 5 years together, he'd memorized every detail of this face. The exact shade of brown in Dev's eyes. The gray coming in at his temples. The small scar above his right eyebrow from a childhood cricket match gone wrong. Hollis loved him desperately. And he was also falling for 2 other people. Both things could be true. Dev's eyes opened, found Hollis watching him. Hey. Hey yourself. What time is it? Early. Just after 6. Why are you awake? Couldn't sleep. Brain won't shut off. Dev shifted closer, pressed a kiss to Hollis's shoulder. Thinking about yesterday? Yeah. Regrets? Terrified. But no regrets. Same. They lay in comfortable silence, listening to the rain. After a while, Hollis heard movement downstairs, footsteps, the clink of dishes. Someone else was up. I should work, Hollis said without moving. You should. But I don't want to. Then don't. That's terrible advice for someone with a deadline. Dev smiled. Probably. But when have I ever given you good advice about deadlines? Fair point. Hollis eventually dragged himself out of bed, pulled on sweatpants and one of Dev's old t-shirts. When he made it downstairs, he found Margot in the kitchen making coffee. She was already dressed for the day in jeans and a soft gray sweater, hair loose around her shoulders for once instead of pulled back. Morning, Hollis said. She turned, offered a small smile. Morning. You're up early. Couldn't sleep. You? Same. She poured 2 mugs of coffee, handed him one without asking if he wanted it. Small gestures of care were becoming language between them. Hollis leaned against the counter, watching her move through the kitchen with practiced efficiency. She was beautiful in the quiet morning light. Controlled and careful and somehow more herself than he'd ever seen her. So, he said. We're doing this. Apparently. You scared? Terrified. She met his eyes. But also, not. Does that make sense? Completely. I keep waiting for the panic to set in. For my brain to start cataloging all the ways this could fail. But it's not happening. Margot touched her bracelet, that nervous gesture Hollis had learned to recognize. I think I've been so focused on preventing failure that I forgot how to choose possibility. And this feels like possibility? It feels like honesty. Like I'm finally admitting what I want instead of just managing what I have. Hollis set down his coffee mug, moved closer. They were standing in the kitchen where they'd negotiated bathroom schedules and grocery budgets, where they'd confessed impossible feelings. Where they'd decided to try something that terrified all of them. Can I tell you something? Hollis asked. Always. When I draw you, I see someone incredibly strong. But also someone who's spent so long holding everything together that she's forgotten how to let go. That's uncomfortably accurate. I watch you with Iris, with Dev. The way you care for them by creating structure, by organizing, by making sure everything works. But you don't let them care for you the same way. Margot was quiet for a long moment. Then, I don't know how to be cared for. I only know how to be competent. What if you didn't have to be competent all the time? Then everything would fall apart. Would it? Or would the rest of us step up? She looked at him with those dark eyes that missed nothing. You really believe that? I'm terrified and chaotic and barely functional most days. But yeah, I believe we could hold things together without you having to do it alone. I want to believe that. So try. Let us care for you. Margot reached out, touched his face gently. Her fingers were cool from her coffee mug. You already do. You see me in ways I don't let most people see. Because you're worth seeing. The moment stretched between them, waited with everything unspoken. They'd agreed to go slow. No physical intimacy beyond casual touch without explicit consent. But Hollis wanted to kiss her. Wanted to close the distance between them and taste the possibility on her lips. "We should probably go slow," Margot said, reading his mind. "Yeah. But I want to kiss you." "Yeah? Very much." Hollis's heart rate spiked. "We agreed." "I know what we agreed. I'm just telling you what I want." "Margot." "I'm going slow, Hollis. But I'm not going to pretend I don't want you." Before he could respond, the stairs creaked. Iris appeared in the kitchen doorway, still in pajamas, hair wild from sleep. She took in the scene, Hollis and Margot standing close, the charged air between them. "Morning," she said carefully. "Morning," they said in unison, stepping apart. Iris poured herself coffee, joined them at the counter. "So. This is new. The three of us in the kitchen being awkward about our feelings." "We're not being awkward," Margot said. "Babe, we're being incredibly awkward." Hollis laughed despite himself. Iris's ability to name uncomfortable truths was one of the things he loved about her. No pretense, no careful dancing around the issue. Just honesty. "Okay, yes, we're being awkward," Margot admitted. "Want to talk about it?" Iris asked. "Not really." "Fair." Iris looked at Hollis. "How are you doing? With all of this?" "Terrified. Excited. Confused. All of it at once." "Same." Iris reached out, squeezed his hand. That casual physical affection that came so naturally to her. "But we're doing this together, right? All four of us?" "All four of us," Hollis confirmed. Dev appeared then, drawn by the voices. He took in the three of them standing in the kitchen, hands linked in a loose circle, and something in his expression softened. "Morning," he said. "Morning," they chorused. "Are we having a moment?" Dev asked. "We're being awkward about having feelings," Iris clarified. "It's a whole thing." Dev poured himself coffee, joined the circle. "Well, I'm excellent at being awkward about feelings. What's the plan for today?" "I have to work on my deadline," Hollis said. "Which I've been avoiding for days." "I have client calls," Margot added. "Grading," Iris said with a grimace. "So much grading." "I have nothing," Dev said. "First day off in 12 days. I'm going to do absolutely nothing productive." "Revolutionary," Margot said. "I know, right?" They stood in the kitchen drinking coffee, four people learning to exist in this new configuration. It should have been awkward, it was awkward, but underneath the awkwardness was something else. Comfort. Possibility. The slow dawning realization that this might actually work. "Okay," Margot said eventually. "Let's try to have a normal Friday. Work on our respective responsibilities. Regroup tonight for dinner?" "Sounds good," Dev agreed. "But can we try something first?" Iris asked. "What?" "Group hug. I know it's cheesy, but I need it." "I'm never going to say no to a group hug," Hollis said. They came together in the kitchen, four people wrapped in each other's arms. Hollis between Iris and Margot, Dev completing the circle. It was warm and close and smelled like coffee and shampoo and the particular scent each person carried. Hollis felt Margot's hand on his back, Iris's arm around his waist. Felt Dev's shoulder against his. All three of them choosing to hold him, choosing to be held. "Okay," Iris said, voice muffled. "This is nice." "It really is," Dev agreed. They broke apart eventually, drifting to their separate tasks. But Hollis carried the warmth of it with him to the sunroom, where his laptop waited with half-finished pages and an editor's concerned emails. He opened the file, stared at the panels he'd been struggling with for days. The reaching hand. The gesture of longing. The space between people trying to connect. And suddenly he knew how to fix it. He spent the next 6 hours drawing. Lost himself in the work the way he used to, before depression and deadline pressure had made it feel like obligation instead of calling. The pages came together, the reaching hand finally right, the body language open, the emotion clear. By the time he surfaced, it was past noon. His back hurt from sitting too long. His hand cramped. His eyes burned from staring at the screen. But he'd done it. 15 pages, finished, ready to send. Hollis saved the file, emailed it to his editor with a message, "Sorry for the delay. Life got complicated in the best possible way. Here's the batch." When he emerged from the sunroom, he found Dev in the living room reading. His husband looked up, smiled. "You finished?" 15 pages. Sent them off. "That's amazing, babe. How does it feel?" "Like I remembered why I love this." Dev set aside his book. "Come here." Hollis crossed the room, let himself be pulled onto the couch beside Dev. They sat close, Dev's arm around Hollis's shoulders, comfortable in the way only 5 years of partnership could make you. "I'm proud of you," Dev said. "For what?" "Finally doing my job. For creating something while your whole life is changing. For not letting the fear stop you. The fear is definitely still there. I know. But you did it anyway." Hollis leaned into Dev's warmth, let himself be held. "Are we crazy? For trying this?" "Probably. But I think the good kind of crazy." "Is there a good kind?" "The kind that chooses honesty over comfort. That risks everything for the chance at something real." They sat in comfortable silence, listening to the rain against the windows. Upstairs, Hollis could hear Margot's voice. She was on a call, discussing specifications and timelines in her clear, professional tone. From the dining room came the occasional mutter from Iris, wrestling with grating. 4 people in one house, each doing their own work but existing together. Connected but not enmeshed. Separate but choosing to be near. That evening, they cooked dinner together. All 4 of them in the kitchen, navigating the space they'd learned to share. Iris made pasta while Margot chopped vegetables. Dev worked on a salad. Hollis set the table and managed to only slightly burn the garlic bread. They ate in the dining room, conversation flowing easily. Iris told a story about a student who'd written an entire essay comparing Gatsby to a reality TV show. Margot described a client meeting that had gone spectacularly wrong. Dev shared the latest drama from Priya's complicated dating life. Hollis showed them a rough sketch for an upcoming project. It was domestic. Mundane. Beautifully ordinary. And underneath it all, the current of something new. After dinner, they ended up in the living room again. Hollis and Iris claimed the couch, Margot and Dev the floor with cushions from the chairs. They'd put on a movie, something low stakes and funny, but no one was really watching. Halfway through, Iris shifted, rested her head on Hollis's shoulder. A casual gesture, but new in this context. Hollis looked at Dev, silently asking permission. Dev smiled, nodded slightly. Hollis put his arm around Iris, let her settle against him. She was warm and fit perfectly in the curve of his side. On the floor, he saw Dev and Margot sitting close, their shoulders touching. 4 people learning to touch each other with intention. Learning to ask permission with glances. Learning to trust that affection for one didn't diminish affection for another. "This is nice," Iris murmured. "It really is," Hollis agreed. When the movie ended, no one moved immediately. They sat in the dimmed living room, comfortable in each other's presence. "We should probably sleep," Margot said eventually. "It's late." "Probably," Dev agreed. But still no one moved. Finally, Iris stood, stretched. "Okay, I'm actually going to bed." "Margot, you coming?" "In a minute." Iris looked at the 3 of them, hesitated. Then she crossed to Dev, leaned down, and kissed his cheek. "Good night, Dev." "Good night, Iris." She did the same to Hollis, her lips warm against his skin. "Good night, Hollis." "Good night." Then she looked at Margot with a complicated expression Hollis couldn't read. Don't stay up too late. I won't. After Iris left, the three of them sat in the dimmed room. That was new, Dev observed. Good new? Margot asked. I think so. Yeah. Margot stood, smoothed her sweater. I should go up too. But. She looked at Hollis. Thank you. For this morning. For seeing me. Always, Hollis said. She bent, kissed his forehead. A brief press of lips, gentle and deliberate. Then she did the same to Dev. Good night, she said, and disappeared upstairs. Hollis and Dev sat alone in the living room. How are you feeling? Dev asked. Overwhelmed. But good overwhelmed. Same. Did it bother you? Seeing Iris cuddle with me? A little, Dev admitted. But in a good way? Like, I felt it, but I also felt happy that she was comfortable doing it. I felt the same way watching you and Margot on the floor. You were sitting so close. We were just sitting. I know. But it was intimate anyway. Dev was quiet for a moment. Is this going to get easier? Or harder? I have no idea. Comforting. I'm doing my best here. Dev pulled Hollis closer, kissed him properly. Long and slow and familiar. I love you. I need you to know that. Whatever else develops, I love you. I love you too. And I'm scared. Me too. But I want this. So do I. They went upstairs together, to the bedroom they'd shared for 5 years. Got ready for bed in the same routine they developed over time. Brushed teeth, changed clothes, slipped under the covers. But as Hollis drifted towards sleep, he thought about Iris's head on his shoulder. About Margot's kiss on his forehead. About the way all four of them had found a rhythm today, separate but connected, independent but choosing to be near. They'd taken first steps. Small ones. Careful ones. But they'd moved forward together. And tomorrow they'd wake up and do it again. In the next room, Margot and Iris lay in their bed, hands linked in the darkness. How are you feeling? Margot asked. Weird. Good weird. I felt jealous tonight. Watching you with Hollis. I felt jealous watching you with Dev. But we did it anyway. We did. Iris squeezed Margot's hand. I love you. That hasn't changed. I love you too. But I'm also falling for them. Me too. This is so weird. Completely. But also kind of beautiful. Yeah. It kind of is. They fell asleep holding hands, two women choosing to stay while also reaching for more. Two women learning that love could expand instead of divide. Outside, the rain continued to fall. The city carried on with its business. And in a rowhouse on Lexington Street, 4 people slept in 2 beds, their lives tangling together in ways none of them had planned but all of them were choosing. Small steps. First steps. But steps forward, together, into something new. Chapter 14, The Jealousy. Margot came home from the office to find Iris and Hollis curled up on the couch together, laughing at something on his laptop. They didn't notice her in the doorway, too absorbed in whatever they were looking at, in each other. Iris's hand was on Hollis's shoulder. Hollis was leaning into her, his messy hair falling forward. They looked comfortable. Easy. Like they'd been doing this for years instead of days. The jealousy hit Margot like a physical blow. She stood frozen in the entryway, her laptop bag heavy on her shoulder, watching her wife be intimate with someone else. It was exactly what they'd agreed to. What they were all trying to build together. And it still felt like someone had reached into her chest and squeezed. Hey babe. Iris looked up, her smile bright and unguarded. You're home. Come look at this, Hollis is showing me the final pages he sent to his editor. They're incredible. Margot forced herself to move forward, to set down her bag, to come look at the screen. The artwork was beautiful, Hollis's intricate line work, his ability to capture emotion in the tilt of a head, the curve of a hand. "It's good," Margot said. Her voice sounded strange even to herself. Iris's smile faltered. "You okay?" "Fine. Long day. I'm going to change." She escaped upstairs before either of them could respond. In their bedroom, Margot sat on the edge of the bed and pressed her palms against her eyes. She thought she could do this. Thought she could be rational about polyamory, could structure her way through jealousy, could manage her emotions like she managed everything else. But watching Iris and Hollis together, seeing how easily they touched, how naturally they fit, Margot felt like she was being replaced. Like Iris had found in Hollis everything Margot couldn't give her. Spontaneity. Enthusiasm. Creative energy. Permission to be big and loud and completely herself. Margot heard footsteps on the stairs. Knew it was Iris before the bedroom door opened. "Hey," Iris said softly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Margot. I know you. Something's wrong." Margot looked up at her wife. Beautiful Iris with her concerned expression and her big heart and her ability to connect with people so effortlessly. "I'm jealous," Margot said. Iris came closer, sat beside her on the bed. "Of me and Hollis? Of how easy it is for you? How natural. You just slide into intimacy with him like it's nothing." "It's not nothing. It's terrifying." "You don't look terrified. You look happy." Iris was quiet for a moment. "I am happy. But I'm also scared. Scared I'm losing you to this. Scared you're going to decide I'm too much trouble and find someone easier." Margot turned to look at her. "What?" "I see you with Dev, Margot. The way you talk to each other. The quiet understanding. He gets parts of you I've never been able to reach." "That's not." "It's true. And it hurts. Even though I want you to have that connection, it still hurts that you can't have it with me." They sat on the bed, two women who'd been married for 8 years, acknowledging the ways they'd failed to meet each other. "I'm sorry," Margot said. "I'm sorry I've been so focused on structure that I stopped being able to just be with you. I'm sorry I made you feel like you had to manage my chaos instead of just experiencing it. I don't want to lose you. You're not losing me." Iris took Margot's hand. "But we're not enough for each other anymore. Not alone. And that's okay. That's why we're doing this." "Is it? Or are we just avoiding the real work of fixing our marriage?" "I think we're doing both. We're acknowledging what's not working, and we're choosing to address it by expanding instead of contracting." Iris squeezed her hand. "But that doesn't mean it won't hurt sometimes." "I hate hurting. I know. But maybe that's part of it. Maybe jealousy is just the growing pains of loving people in new ways." Margot leaned her head on Iris's shoulder. Her wife's body was familiar, the curve of her neck, the scent of her hair, the warmth of her skin. 8 years of intimacy couldn't be erased by a few weeks of change. "I love you," Margot said. "I love you so much it terrifies me. I love you too. And I'm not going anywhere. Even though Hollis makes you laugh in ways I can't anymore. Even though you make me feel grounded. Safe. Like I have a home to come back to. Hollis makes me feel alive, but you make me feel seen. Both things matter." They sat together on the bed, holding each other, acknowledging the complicated truth of their situation. They were building something new, and it hurt. But they were building it together. "I should go apologize to Hollis," Margot said eventually. "I was cold to him. He'll understand." "Will he?" "He's working through his own jealousy. He told me this morning he feels weird when you and Dev spend time together. Feels like he's being left out." "Really? Really? We're all feeling it. All trying to figure out how to manage it." Margot found Hollis still on the couch, but now alone, his laptop closed. He looked up when she approached, expression carefully neutral. "Hey," he said. "Hey. I'm sorry. For earlier. I was." Margot searched for words. "I walked in and saw you with Iris and I felt jealous and I handled it badly." "You don't have to apologize for feeling jealous." "Maybe not. But I do have to apologize for being cold to you." Hollis was quiet for a moment. Then, "It's weird, right? This whole thing. We're trying to build something that goes against everything we were taught about relationships. Extremely weird. And I don't always know how to navigate it." He ran his hands through his hair, that nervous gesture. "Like, I love spending time with Iris. She's amazing. But I also feel guilty about it because I know it hurts you. And Dev. Did Dev say he was hurt?" "Not directly. But I see it in the way he looks at me when I come back from talking with Iris. Like he's trying to be supportive but is actually just sad." Margot sat beside him on the couch. "We're all trying to be supportive while also being sad. It's an impossible balance. Think it gets easier?" "I have no idea. I hope so." They sat in companionable silence for a while. Then Hollis said, "Can I tell you something?" "Of course. When I see you with Dev, I feel jealous. But I also feel relieved. Like, I've been trying to be everything Dev needs for 5 years, and I'm just not enough. I'm too chaotic, too all over the place. But you give him something I can't. This quiet steadiness. And instead of feeling threatened by it, I feel grateful that he has you. That's remarkably mature. I have a good therapist." Hollis smiled slightly. "Dr. Torres would be proud. I'm experiencing complex emotions and not immediately spiraling into self-destruction. Character growth. Something like that." Margot looked at him, this messy, creative, vulnerable man who was becoming important to her in ways she hadn't anticipated. "Thank you. For being patient with me while I figure this out." "Are you kidding? You're the one being patient with me. I'm a disaster." "You're not a disaster. I'm objectively a disaster. But you somehow see past it to something worth knowing. You're worth knowing, Hollis. All your chaos included." He looked at her then, something shifting in his expression. "Can I ask you something?" "Always. When we kissed, or almost kissed, the other morning in the kitchen. Did you want to?" Margot's heart rate spiked. "Yes." "Do you still want to?" "Yes. But we agreed to go slow." "I know. I'm not asking to kiss you now. I'm just asking if you want to." "Eventually." "I do. Very much." "Okay. Good. I just needed to know I wasn't misreading things." "You're not misreading things." The front door opened. Dev came in from his run, sweaty and breathing hard. He took in Margot and Hollis on the couch, their proximity, the intimate tone of their conversation. Something flickered across his face, too quick for Margot to read. But she felt it. The spike of uncertainty. The fear of being left out. "Hey," Dev said. "Hey," they responded. "I'm going to shower." He disappeared upstairs without further conversation. Hollis and Margot looked at each other. "He's upset," Hollis said. "Yeah. Should I?" "Yeah." Hollis went upstairs, leaving Margot alone with her thoughts. She heard the shower running, heard Hollis knock and then the bathroom door open. Heard their voices in conversation, though she couldn't make out the words. Iris appeared from the kitchen with 2 mugs of tea. Sat beside Margot and handed her one. "This is hard," Iris said. "Really hard. But we're doing it anyway." "Apparently we are." They drank tea in silence, 2 women who'd spent 8 years building a life together and were now watching that life transform into something unfamiliar. "Do you regret it?" Margot asked. Starting this? No. Do you? No. But I'm scared. Of what? That I'm not enough. That you'll realize you can have everything you need from Hollis and Dev and you won't need me anymore. Iris set down her mug, took Margot's face in her hands. Listen to me. You are my home. You are my foundation. They make me feel alive, but you make me feel safe. Both things matter. Both things are necessary. What if safe isn't enough? What if it's everything? Margot leaned forward, kissed her wife. Gentle and familiar and grounding. 8 years of intimacy in that kiss. 8 years of choosing each other. When they pulled apart, Iris was crying quietly. I'm scared too, Iris admitted. Scared I'm losing you to Dev's quiet understanding and Hollis's creative chaos. Scared I'm just the loud, messy one who takes up too much space. You're not losing me. And you're not too much. Promise? Promise. They held each other on the couch, two women who were expanding their marriage and terrified it would break in the expansion. Upstairs, Hollis found Dev sitting on the bathroom floor, showered but not yet dressed, looking lost. Hey, Hollis said, sitting beside him. Hey. You okay? Not really. Want to talk about it? Dev was quiet for a long moment. Then, I saw you with Margot. The way you were looking at each other. And I felt, he broke off. Jealous? Scared. Like I'm losing both of you to each other and I don't know how to stop it. Hollis reached out, took Dev's hand. You're not losing me. You're never losing me. But you have them now. Iris and Margot. You don't need me the same way. I do need you. Just differently. Not as the person who manages my life, but as the person who loves me enough to let me be a mess sometimes. I'm not good at letting people be messy. I know. But you're trying. And that matters. Dev looked at him with tired eyes. I don't know how to do this. How to watch you fall for other people and not feel like I'm being left behind. You're not being left behind. You're right here, in it, with all of us. But what if I can't keep up? What if you all connect in ways I can't access and I end up alone in a house full of people? Then we slow down. We check in. We make sure no one gets left behind. Hollis squeezed his hand. We're all figuring this out together, Dev. None of us knows what we're doing. That's not exactly comforting. No. But it's honest. They sat on the bathroom floor, two husbands navigating unfamiliar territory. I love you, Dev said. That hasn't changed. I know. I love you too. But it's different now. Yeah. It is. Is different okay? I think it has to be. That evening, all four of them ended up in the living room again. It was becoming their gathering space, the place where they processed, where they checked in, where they existed together. So, Iris said. Today was hard. Really hard, Margot agreed. I felt jealous, Hollis admitted. Watching Margot and Dev interact. Feeling like I was on the outside of something important. I felt invisible, Dev added. Like everyone was pairing off and I was just, here. I felt like I was being replaced, Margot said quietly. They looked at each other, four people acknowledging the difficulty of what they were attempting. Maybe we need to talk about this more explicitly, Dev suggested. About jealousy. About what triggers it. About how we handle it. Okay, Margot said. Let's start with me. I'm jealous when Iris and Hollis laugh together. When they have that easy creative connection I can't access. I'm jealous when you and Dev have those quiet moments, Iris said. When you understand each other without words. I'm jealous when Iris gives Hollis the kind of energy and enthusiasm I can't match, Dev added. I'm jealous when Margot grounds you in ways I never could, Hollis said to Dev, when she gives you that stability I'm too chaotic to provide. They sat with that, four people acknowledging their individual fears and insecurities. What if the jealousy is actually about what we're afraid we lack? Margot said slowly. Like, I'm not actually jealous of Hollis. I'm afraid I'm not spontaneous enough for Iris. And I'm not jealous of Margot, Dev said. I'm afraid I'm not exciting enough for Hollis. So maybe the jealousy is telling us what we need to work on, Iris suggested. What needs we have that aren't being met. Or maybe it's just telling us we're human, Hollis said. And we have feelings about people we love connecting with other people we love. Can it be both? Dev asked. I think it has to be. They talked for hours. About jealousy and fear and the specific triggers each of them had. About how to communicate when feeling left out. About making sure everyone got individual time with each other person. They made more agreements, more structures. Wednesday nights were for the original couples, Margot and Iris, Dev and Hollis. Friday nights were for the new pairings to explore. Weekends were communal unless someone needed alone time. It was imperfect. It was awkward. It was the best they could do. By the time they went to bed, Margot felt exhausted. She and Iris climbed into their bed, held each other in the darkness. We survived day one of real jealousy, Iris said. Barely. But we did. And we talked about it. And we're still here. We're still here, Margot agreed. I love you. I love you too. Even though this is hard. Especially because this is hard. Because we're choosing to do the work instead of just running from the difficulty. In the next room, Dev and Hollis had a similar conversation. We're really doing this, Dev said. We really are. And it's going to keep being hard. Probably harder before it gets easier. But we're doing it together. All four of us. All four of us. They fell asleep in their separate beds, for people who'd survived their first real crisis of jealousy. Who'd acknowledged their fears and insecurities and kept choosing each other anyway. It wasn't easy. It wasn't clean. But it was honest. And for now, that had to be enough. Chapter 15, Hollis runs. Hollis woke at 3 a.m. with his heart racing and his chest tight. The panic attack hit like it always did, sudden, overwhelming, the feeling that the walls were closing in and he couldn't breathe. Beside him, Dev slept peacefully, oblivious. Hollis slipped out of bed carefully, grabbed his phone and a hoodie, and made his way downstairs. In the dark kitchen, he leaned against the counter and tried to remember Dr. Torres's breathing exercises. In for 4, hold for 7, out for 8. It wasn't working. His phone buzzed. A text from his editor, just checking in. The pages were great, but are you okay? You seem scattered lately. Hollis stared at the message. Scattered. That was a polite way of saying he was falling apart. Because he was falling apart. For the past 2 weeks, they'd been trying to build this impossible thing, 4 people in a relationship together. And it had been good. Beautiful, even. Moments of connection that made Hollis feel more whole than he had in years. But underneath the beauty was terror. The certainty that he was going to ruin it. That his chaos would destroy what they were building. That eventually everyone would realize he was too much work and they'd be better off without him. Hollis opened his messages to Dr. Torres, typed, having a panic attack. Can't breathe. I'm going to ruin everything. The response came surprisingly fast for 3 a.m., call me. Hollis stepped into the back garden, into the cold November air, and called his therapist. Hollis, Dr. Torres answered, voice calm despite the hour. Talk to me. What's happening? I can't do this. It's too good. It's all too good and I'm going to fuck it up like I fuck up everything. What specifically feels like it's too good? All of it. Dev, Iris, Margot. They're all amazing and they all somehow want me and I don't understand why. What are you afraid of? That I'm the weak link. That I'm the one who's going to break everything. Hollis paced in the garden, his breath visible in the cold air. Dev has been so patient with me. So steady. And Iris is this incredible bright energy. And Margot is brilliant and competent, and I'm a mess. I'm always going to be a mess. Have they said that? No. But they don't have to. I can see it. The way they all have their shit together, and I'm just stumbling through trying not to destroy everything. Hollis, we've talked about this. Your self-perception is not always accurate. This time it is. Is it? Or are you spiraling because things are good and you don't believe you deserve good things? The question hit hard. Hollis stopped pacing, leaned against the garden wall. Maybe both. Let's focus on what's actually happening, not what your anxiety is telling you might happen. Have any of them actually expressed concern about your mental health? No. But that's because they're being nice. Or it's because they genuinely care about you and aren't worried. Dr. Torres's voice was patient. Hollis, you've done this before. Things get good, you convince yourself you'll ruin them, and then you self-sabotage to prove yourself right. We don't have to do that pattern again. What if I can't help it? You can. You're choosing not to right now, but you can. I don't know how. Yes, you do. You stay. You communicate. You let them see you struggling instead of pushing them away. That's terrifying. I know. But so is running. At least if you stay, you have a chance at keeping what you've built. They talked for 20 more minutes. Dr. Torres walked him through grounding exercises, reality checking his catastrophic thoughts, identifying the actual evidence versus his fear-based assumptions. By the time they hung up, Hollis's heart rate had slowed. The panic had receded to a manageable simmer. But the fear was still there, underneath everything. He went back inside to find Dev in the kitchen, groggy and concerned. Hey, Dev said. I woke up and you were gone. Sorry. Panic attack. Called Dr. Torres. Are you okay? Not really. Dev came closer, pulled Hollis into a hug. Want to talk about it? And this was it. The moment where Hollis could tell the truth or could put on a smile and say he was fine. The moment where he could let Dev in or could start pushing him away. I'm scared I'm going to ruin this, Hollis admitted into Dev's shoulder. All of this. Us, Iris, Margot. I'm scared I'm the weak link and I'm going to destroy everything because I can't get my shit together. Dev held him tighter. You're not going to ruin anything. You don't know that. I know you. And I know that when you're spiraling like this, it's not reality talking. It's your anxiety. My anxiety is based on a pretty solid track record of me fucking things up. Name one thing you've fucked up in our relationship. Hollis pulled back. Are you serious? I'm a mess, Dev. I forget to eat, I can't manage my time, I have depressive episodes where I can barely function. Those are symptoms of mental health conditions, not character flaws. They still affect you. They still make your life harder. And I chose to marry you knowing all of that. Dev touched Hollis's face gently. I chose you. Present tense. I'm still choosing you. But what about them? Iris and Margot? They don't know what they're signing up for. They've been living with us for weeks. They've seen you struggle. And they're still here. For now. Hollis. Dev's voice was firm. You're spiraling. And I love you, but I'm not going to enable it. You're catastrophizing. You're assuming the worst. And none of it is based on what's actually happening. You sound like Dr. Torres. Good. He's right. Hollis slumped against the counter. I don't know how to not be afraid of this. You don't have to not be afraid. You just have to not run from it. What if running is all I know how to do? Then you learn something new. They stood in the kitchen as dawn began to lighten the sky. Hollis felt wrung out, exhausted from the panic attack and the 3 a.m. existential crisis. I'm sorry, he said quietly. For what? For waking you up. For being a mess. For Stop. Dev cut him off gently. You don't have to apologize for having a panic attack. You don't have to apologize for struggling. I feel like I'm always apologizing to you. Then maybe stop apologizing and start just being honest about what you need. I don't know what I need. Yes, you do. You needed to call Dr. Torres. You needed to tell me what was happening. You needed to be held. You're meeting your needs. That's good. Hollis looked at his husband, this patient, steady man who'd been dealing with Hollis's chaos for 5 years and somehow still chose to stay. Do you ever get tired of this? Hollis asked. Of me? Sometimes I get tired of the pattern where you assume I'm going to leave and push me away preemptively. But tired of you? No. How? Because you're not just your mental health struggles. You're also funny and creative and brilliant, and you see the world in ways I never could. Dev smiled slightly. And you make really good garlic bread when you don't burn it. That surprised a laugh out of Hollis. The bar is low. The bar is exactly where it needs to be. They heard footsteps on the stairs. Iris appeared in the kitchen doorway, hair wild from sleep, wrapped in an oversized cardigan. Morning, she said, taking in the scene. Everyone okay? Hollis had a panic attack, Dev said simply. We're processing. Oh. Do you need space? Or company? The question was so characteristically Iris, asking what was needed instead of assuming. Hollis felt something in his chest ease slightly. Company's good, he said. Iris made tea for all 3 of them. They sat at the kitchen table as the sun rose, drinking from mismatched mugs, existing in the comfortable silence of people who'd learned to be with each other's difficult moments. Want to talk about it? Iris finally asked. Hollis looked at her, this bright, warm woman who'd somehow decided he was worth caring about. I got scared. That I'm going to ruin this. That I'm too much of a mess for this to work. You're not too much, Iris said immediately. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. She reached across the table, took his hand. Hollis, I grew up in a family that told me I was too loud, too emotional, too much. I spent my whole adult life trying to be smaller. Less. And then I met you and you're just everything, all the time. Big feelings, big enthusiasm, big struggles. And it's beautiful. It's permission to be big too. Even when the big struggles include 3 a.m. panic attacks. Especially then. Because you're not pretending to be fine when you're not. You're being honest. Margot appeared then, already dressed for the day despite the early hour. She took in the 3 of them at the table and immediately poured herself coffee. Morning, she said. What did I miss? Hollis had a panic attack and is convinced he's going to ruin everything, Iris summarized. Are you? Margot asked Hollis directly. Probably. Based on what evidence? Based on the fact that I'm a disaster and you all deserve better. Margot sat at the table, her hands wrapped around her coffee mug. Let me tell you what I see. I see someone who's terrified of being himself because he's been told his whole life that himself is too much. I see someone who's creative and generous and honest about his struggles. And I see someone who's working really hard to not self-sabotage even when every instinct is telling him to run. I want to run, Hollis admitted. I know. But you called Dr. Torres instead. You told Dev what was happening instead of shutting down. You're letting us see you struggling instead of pretending you're fine. Margot looked at him with those dark eyes that missed nothing. You're not running. You're staying. That's brave as hell. Hollis felt tears prick his eyes. I don't feel brave. No one ever does. They sat in the kitchen as morning fully arrived. 4 people drinking coffee and tea, processing crisis, choosing to stay together through the difficulty. I'm sorry, Hollis said. For dragging you all into my mental health spiral at 5 a.m. Stop apologizing, all 3 of them said in unison. That made Hollis laugh despite everything. Okay. Okay, I'll try. What do you need today? Dev asked. Really need, not what you think you should need. Hollis thought about it. I need to not be alone. I need to feel like I'm not a burden. I need to believe you all actually want me here. We want you here, Iris said firmly. Even when I'm a mess? Especially when you're a mess, Margot said. Because that's when you're most yourself. That's a terrible quality to value. Maybe. But it's honest. Dev stood, started making breakfast. Margot pulled out her laptop to work from the table instead of disappearing to the office. Iris grabbed her grating and settled in beside Hollis. They existed together in the kitchen, doing their separate work but staying near. Making sure Hollis wasn't alone with his spiraling thoughts. Around 8, Hollis's phone rang. Dr. Torres. How are you doing? His therapist asked. Better. Dev, Iris, and Margot are all here. They're being incredibly patient with my breakdown. Good. That's what support looks like. How are you feeling about everything now? Still scared. But less convinced I'm about to destroy everything. That's progress. Can you do something for me? Probably. Can you try to sit with being cared for? Not immediately jump to I'm a burden, but just let yourself be cared for. That's really hard. I know. But it's important. You're not a burden for having needs. You're human. After they hung up, Hollis sat at the table with his 3 people and tried to do what Dr. Torres had suggested. Tried to just let himself be cared for without spiraling into guilt or shame. Iris brought him more tea without being asked. Margot showed him a funny architectural design fail she'd found online. Dev made him eggs exactly how he liked them. Small acts of care, freely given, expecting nothing in return. Thank you, Hollis said quietly. All of you. For not running when I got scary. You're not scary, Dev said. You're human, Iris added. And we chose this, Margot finished. We chose you. All of you, including the panic attacks at 3 a.m. Why? Because you're worth it, they said, voices overlapping. Hollis felt something crack open in his chest. Not breaking, but opening. Letting in the possibility that maybe, just maybe, he was actually wanted for himself, not despite himself. I'm going to try, he said. To not run. To stay. Even when it's terrifying. That's all any of us can do, Dev said. Try together, Iris added. And communicate when we're struggling, Margot finished. And maybe get more therapy, Hollis said. Definitely more therapy, they all agreed. The day continued. Hollis worked on sketches in the sunroom, but with the door open so he could hear the others moving through the house. Hear Margot on a conference call, Iris talking to a colleague, Dev humming while he did laundry. The sounds of people choosing to stay. That evening, they gathered in the living room again. Their ritual space for processing, for checking in, for being honest. How are you feeling? Margot asked Hollis. Embarrassed. But okay. Don't be embarrassed, Iris said. I had a complete breakdown at 3 in the morning and dragged you all into it. That's embarrassing. That's communication, Dev corrected. That's you letting us in instead of suffering alone. Is that what we're calling it? That's what it is. Hollis looked at the 3 of them, his husband, and 2 women he was falling in love with. 3 people who'd seen him at his worst and chosen to stay. I love you, he said. To all of them. I love all 3 of you and it terrifies me and I'm probably going to spiral about it again, but I love you. We love you too, they said. And Hollis let himself believe it. Just for this moment, just for tonight, he let himself believe that maybe his mess wasn't something to apologize for. That maybe being himself, chaotic, creative, struggling, was enough. They sat together in the living room until late, talking and laughing and just existing in each other's presence. And when Hollis and Dev finally went to bed, Hollis felt lighter than he had in days. Thank you, he said to Dev in the darkness. For not letting me run. Thank you for staying, Dev responded. I'm going to keep being a mess. I know. And you're still okay with that? I'm still okay with that. Hollis closed his eyes, Dev's arm around him, and let himself feel it. The safety of being known and chosen anyway. The terrifying possibility that maybe this could actually work. He was still scared. But he was staying. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 16, Coming Out, Part 1, Amara. Iris stood outside her sister's house in the suburbs, staring at the cheerful wreath on the front door and trying to remember how to breathe. She'd texted Amara yesterday, "Can I come over Saturday? Need to talk. Just us." Amara's response had been immediate, "Of course. Kids have soccer. Come around 10. Now it was 10:03 and Iris was still standing on the sidewalk, phone in hand, trying to convince herself to walk up the path and ring the doorbell. Her phone buzzed. A text from Margot, "You can do this. I love you." Another from Dev, "We're here if you need us. You've got this." And Hollis, "You're the bravest person I know. Go be brave." Iris took a breath, squared her shoulders, and walked to the door. Amara opened it before Iris could knock, pulling her into a hug that smelled like her sister's perfume and the cinnamon candle she always had burning. "There you are," Amara said. "I saw you standing on the sidewalk for 5 minutes. You looked like you were going to throw up." "I might." "Well, come throw up inside where it's warm. I made coffee." Amara's house was exactly what you'd expect from a successful OBGYN with 3 kids. Organized chaos, family photos everywhere, evidence of children in every room despite the current absence of said children. Iris had always found it comforting and overwhelming in equal measure. They settled in the living room with coffee. Amara tucked her legs under her on the couch, studying Iris with the sharp eyes that had gotten her through medical school. "Okay," Amara said. "What's wrong? Is it Margot? Did something happen?" "Yes and no. Nothing happened. Everything happened. I don't know how to explain it. Start at the beginning." So Iris did. Told her about the flood, about the rowhouse, about living with Dev and Hollis. About developing feelings she hadn't expected. About all 4 of them deciding to try something different. Amara listened without interrupting, which was unusual for her. Her expression shifted from concern to confused to something Iris couldn't quite read. When Iris finally ran out of words, Amara was quiet for a long moment. "So you're telling me," Amara said slowly, "that you and Margot are dating 2 men who are married to each other. Not dating. In a relationship with all 4 of us together." "Iris, that's the same thing." "It's not. Dating sounds casual. This is serious. This is us choosing to build a life together." Amara set down her coffee mug carefully. "Are you throwing away your marriage?" "No. I'm expanding it. By adding 2 other people." "Yes. Iris." Amara's voice had that older sister tone, the one that meant she was about to give advice Iris didn't want to hear. "This isn't like you." "What does that mean?" "It means you're impulsive. You get excited about things and you dive in without thinking about consequences. Remember when you decided to move to Paris for that guy? Or when you quit your teaching job to try acting? I was 23. You were 25. And this feels the same. Like you're getting caught up in something exciting without thinking about what happens when the excitement wears off." Iris felt her chest tighten. "This isn't like that. Isn't it? You're living in close quarters with 2 attractive men who give you attention Margot isn't giving you. Of course you developed feelings. But that doesn't mean you should blow up your entire life over it." "I'm not blowing up my life. I'm being honest about who I am and what I need. What you need is to work on your marriage. Not run from it into something that sounds like a bad reality show." The words landed like a slap. Iris stood up, pacing to the window. Outside, Amara's perfect suburban street was quiet and orderly. Everything in its place. "I love Margot," Iris said quietly. "That hasn't changed. But we've been drifting for years. We've been maintaining instead of building. And I was slowly disappearing in my own marriage. So you get couples therapy. You work on it. You don't add 2 more people to the equation. What if that's exactly what we need? Iris, listen to yourself. You're talking about polyamory. About being in a relationship with 3 other people. Do you understand how complicated that is? How much harder it makes everything? Of course I do. We're living it. For what? A few weeks? Amara's voice rose slightly. What about when the newness wears off? What about when you have real problems to deal with? What about when someone gets sick or loses a job or you want kids? How does any of that work with 4 people? We'll figure it out. Will you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're creating problems that don't need to exist. Iris turned to face her sister. Why are you so against this? Because I love you. Because I don't want to watch you destroy the good thing you have with Margot for an experiment. It's not an experiment. It's my life. It's a mess. And Mom and Dad are going to lose their minds. I'm not telling Mom and Dad yet. I'm barely telling you. Why? If you're so sure this is right, why are you ashamed of it? I'm not ashamed. I'm careful. There's a difference. Amara stood, crossed to Iris. Honey, I'm worried about you. This doesn't seem healthy. You're already in a committed relationship. Adding more people to that, it feels like you're running from intimacy instead of toward it. I'm running toward honesty. Toward being myself instead of the version of myself I think people want me to be. Who told you that you weren't yourself? Everyone. My whole life. Too loud, too emotional, too much. Even Margot, she loves me, but she's constantly trying to organize my chaos. With Dev and Hollis, I don't have to be smaller. I can just be. So this is about them making you feel good about yourself? It's about all of us choosing to build something that actually fits who we are instead of forcing ourselves into shapes that don't work. Amara was quiet for a long moment. Then, what happens when this falls apart? Because, Iris, it's going to fall apart. For people trying to maintain equal relationships. Someone always ends up hurt. Maybe. Or maybe we build something that actually lasts because it's based on honesty instead of obligation. You sound like you've rehearsed this. I've thought about it a lot. Have you thought about what you're asking from Margot? To share you with 2 other people? That's asking a lot. She has feelings for them too. This isn't me dragging her into something she doesn't want. That seemed to surprise Amara. She wants this? She's terrified of it. But yes, she wants this. Amara sat back down heavily. I don't understand any of this. You don't have to understand it. I'm just asking you not to abandon me. I'm not abandoning you. I'm trying to protect you. From what? From yourself. From making a mistake you can't undo. What if it's not a mistake? What if this is exactly what I need? Amara looked at her with tired eyes. Then I hope you're right. Because if you're wrong, you're going to lose everything. They sat in painful silence. This was not how Iris had imagined this conversation going. She'd known Amara would be concerned, but she'd hoped for understanding. For support, even reluctant support. Instead, she felt like she was being judged for choosing something her sister couldn't comprehend. I should go, Iris said. Don't. We're not done talking about this. I think we are. You've made it clear you think I'm making a mistake. Because I think you are. Amara's voice cracked slightly. Iris, you're my sister. I love you. I just want you to be happy. I am happy. For the first time in years, I'm actually happy. For now. What about in 6 months? A year? When the reality sets in? Then we'll deal with it. Together. All four of us. You're really doing this. I'm really doing this. Amara pressed her palms against her eyes. When she lowered them, she looked older, more tired. I need time. To process this. To understand it. How much time? I don't know. But I can't just accept this right now. It's too much. Iris felt tears prick her eyes. Are you saying you don't want to see me? No. God, no. I'm saying I need space to wrap my head around the fact that my sister is in a relationship with 3 other people. Amara stood, pulled Iris into a hug. I love you. But I need time. Okay. Iris held her sister tight. But please don't take forever. I need you. I know. I'm trying, Iris. I really am. They stood in the living room, 2 sisters who'd grown up sharing a bedroom and secrets, now separated by choices one had made that the other couldn't understand. When Iris left, she sat in her car for 10 minutes before she could drive. Her hands were shaking. She felt hollowed out, raw. Her phone buzzed. Amara, I'm sorry. I didn't handle that well. I just need time to understand. I love you. Iris typed back through tears, I love you too. Take the time you need. But please don't give up on me. The response came quickly, never. You're my sister. I'm not going anywhere, I just need to process. Iris drove back to the city on autopilot. When she pulled up to the rowhouse, she sat in the car staring at the building that had become home. Inside were 3 people who'd chosen her, who wanted her exactly as she was. But outside was her family, her history, the people who'd known her longest. And they didn't understand. She went inside to find all 3 of them waiting. They must have been watching for her car. How'd it go? Margot asked carefully. Iris burst into tears. They surrounded her immediately, Margot pulling her close, Dev's hand on her back, Hollis holding her hand. A circle of support, of chosen family, of people who understood what she'd just done. She doesn't understand, Iris managed between sobs. She thinks I'm making a mistake. She thinks this is going to fall apart and I'm throwing away my marriage for an experiment. What did you say? Dev asked gently. That I'm being honest. That this is what I need. That you all make me happy. Iris wiped her eyes. She said she needs time. That she loves me but can't accept this right now. That's okay, Margot said. That's actually better than rejection. Is it? Because it feels terrible. It's the beginning of acceptance. She didn't cut you off. She's processing. Margot tilted Iris's face up. You were so brave today. You told her the truth even though you knew it might not go well. I feel like I disappointed her. You were yourself, Hollis said. That's never disappointing. They moved to the couch, Iris in the middle, the other 3 around her. Dev made tea. Margot found the soft blanket Iris liked. Hollis just held her hand and let her cry. I knew it would be hard, Iris said when she'd calmed down. But I didn't expect it to hurt this much. She'll come around, Dev said. Give her time. What if she doesn't? Then that's her choice. But you did your part. You were honest. What about my parents? They're going to be even worse. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Margot said. For now, we just need to be here for each other. They sat together on the couch, 4 people who'd chosen a difficult path. Who'd known it would mean challenging the people they loved. Who'd done it anyway because the alternative, living dishonestly, was worse. Thank you, Iris said quietly. All of you. For being here. Where else would we be? Hollis asked. You could have normal relationships with normal problems. Normal is overrated, Dev said. And this is who we are, Margot added. We're not normal. We're us. A polyamorous quad living in a rowhouse and terrifying our families. Exactly, they said in unison. That made Iris laugh despite her tears. We're insane. Probably, Hollis agreed. But the good kind of insane. Is there a good kind? The kind that chooses honesty over comfort. The kind that builds something real instead of something acceptable. Iris looked at the three of them, her wife, and two men who'd become essential to her existence. I love you. All three of you. We love you too, they said. Later, when Margot and Iris were alone in their bedroom, Iris finally let herself fully break down. What if Amara never accepts this? She asked. What if my whole family rejects me? Then we become your family, Margot said firmly. The four of us. And anyone else who chooses to understand. Is that enough? It has to be. Because we can't live our lives for other people's approval. I'm scared. Me too. My mother is going to have so many opinions when we tell her. Are we actually doing this? Coming out to everyone? Eventually. When we're ready. When we're more solid. Margot pulled Iris closer. But yes. We can't hide this forever. And I don't want to. I want people to know you're mine. And Dev's. And Hollis's. That's very possessive. I contain multitudes. Iris smiled despite her emotional exhaustion. You really do. They fell asleep holding each other, two women who'd expanded their marriage and were now facing the consequences. Two women who'd chosen honesty and were learning it came with a cost. But in the morning, when Iris woke to the sound of Dev and Hollis making breakfast downstairs, when Margot kissed her forehead before getting up to run, when she came down to find coffee made exactly how she liked it, she remembered why they'd chosen this. Because this was home. These three people were home. And even if the whole world didn't understand, they had each other. Her phone buzzed. A text from Amara, thinking about you. Still processing. But I love you. Iris typed back, love you too. Thank you for trying. It wasn't acceptance. But it was a beginning. And for now, that would have to be enough. Chapter 17, The Rowhouse Decision. Margot stared at the letter on the kitchen table like it was a bomb. Notice of intent to sell. Claudia Morrison was selling the rowhouse. They had first right of purchase. The letter outlined the terms, the timeline, the price. All very professional, very clear. All completely terrifying. She's really doing it, Iris said, reading over Margot's shoulder. Apparently. Did we know she was thinking about this? She mentioned it when we first moved in. That she'd been meaning to sell. But I didn't think. Margot trailed off. The front door opened. Dev and Hollis came in from the grocery store, arms full of bags. They took one look at Margot and Iris's faces and set everything down. What happened? Dev asked. Margot handed him the letter. Dev read it, his expression carefully neutral. Then he passed it to Hollis, who read it and went pale. Oh, Hollis said. This is happening. This is happening, Margot confirmed. They stood in the kitchen, four people facing a decision that would either solidify everything they'd been building or force them to walk away from it. We should sit down, Dev said. Talk through this. There's nothing to talk through, Hollis said, his voice rising slightly. We can't afford to buy a house. I'm a freelance illustrator who just met a deadline after weeks of struggling. Dev's a nurse. We have student loans and credit card debt and... Hollis, Dev said gently. Breathe. I am breathing. I'm also panicking. We all are, Margot said. But Dev's right. We need to talk through this rationally. They moved to the dining room table. Margot grabbed her laptop, because of course she needed to start a spreadsheet. Iris made tea. Dev pulled out his phone to take notes. Hollis just sat with his head in his hands. Okay, Margot said, opening a new document. First question, do we want to buy this house? Yes, Iris said immediately. Dev? Margot asked. I think so. But I'm scared. Hollis? I want this. I'm terrified I want this too much. That's not a no, Dev observed. It's not a yes either. Margot? Iris turned to her wife. What do you want? Margot looked around the table at the three people who'd become her family. Thought about the past month of living together, of building something that didn't have a name yet but felt like home. I want this, she said. I want us. All of us, in this house, building a life together. But? Hollis prompted. But I'm terrified this is just proximity. That we're caught up in the excitement of something new and will regret tying ourselves together legally and financially. That's fair, Dev said. So how do we figure out if this is real or if it's just circumstances? We can't, Iris said bluntly. Not with certainty. We either trust what we're feeling or we don't. I don't trust what I'm feeling, Hollis said. My feelings are notoriously unreliable. Your feelings are honest, Margot corrected. That's different from unreliable. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Dev said, let's talk logistics. What would buying this house actually look like? Margot pulled up the listing price Claudia had provided. It was fair, below market value, actually, which suggested Claudia wanted them to be able to afford it. But it was still a house in the city. Still hundreds of thousands of dollars. We'd need to pool resources, Margot said. Down payment, closing costs, then monthly mortgage and expenses. How much? Hollis asked. Margot showed them the numbers. Hollis went paler. I can't contribute that much, he said. My income is inconsistent at best. We don't need equal contributions, Dev said. We need proportional ones. Based on what each of us actually makes. That's not fair to you and Margot. You'd be paying more. Fair doesn't mean equal, Margot said. It means everyone contributes what they can. But what if I lose a contract? What if I can't pay my share? Then we adjust, Iris said. This isn't about keeping score. It's about building something together. Easy to say now, Hollis said. Harder to live with when money gets tight. Probably, Dev agreed. But that's true of any shared living situation. At least if we own it together, we're building equity instead of paying rent. Margot created a spreadsheet, of course she did, breaking down potential contribution percentages based on income. It wasn't pretty, but it was possible. Okay, she said. Financially, we could make this work. But that's not the only consideration. What else? Iris asked. Legal structure. We'd need to create an LLC or some kind of legal entity to hold the title. We'd need a cohabitation agreement. Medical proxies, beneficiaries, exit clauses. Exit clauses, Hollis repeated. As in what happens when this falls apart. If it falls apart, Margot corrected. We need to plan for all possibilities. This is very romantic, Iris said dryly. This is very necessary, Margot countered. We can't make a decision this big on feelings alone. Why not? Iris asked. Isn't that what all big decisions are? Feelings dressed up as logic? Some of us need the logic to feel safe enough to trust the feelings, Dev said quietly. That landed. Iris looked at Margot, recognition in her eyes. You need a framework. I need to know that if this doesn't work, we have a plan. That no one gets destroyed financially or emotionally because we didn't think it through. Okay, Iris said. So we get a lawyer. We create the structure. We plan for all the scenarios. And then? Hollis asked. And then we decide if we're brave enough to actually do this. They worked through the logistics for another hour. Who would handle which expenses? How they'd make decisions about the house. What happened if someone wanted out? What happened if someone died? The last question made them all go quiet. We should talk to Simone, Dev said. That lawyer who specializes in non-traditional family structures. Get professional advice on how to protect everyone. Agreed, Margot said. But before we do that, I think we need to answer the fundamental question. Which is? Iris asked. Do we actually want to commit to this? To each other? Legally, financially, permanently? The question hung in the air. This was it. The moment where they either chose each other deliberately or walked away while they still could. I'm scared, Iris said. My family barely accepts that I'm gay. How do I tell them I'm buying a house with 3 other people in a polyamorous relationship? My parents are confused but supportive, Dev said. But this? I don't know if they can wrap their heads around it. My family will think I've lost my mind, Hollis added. Which is fair, because I kind of have. My mother is going to have opinions, Margot said. So many opinions. And most of them will be about how I'm ruining my life. They looked at each other across the table. So we're all terrified, Iris said. Completely, they agreed. But do we want this? Silence. Then, quietly, Dev said, yes. Yes, Margot echoed. Yes, Iris added. They all looked at Hollis. I want this so badly it terrifies me, he said. I want to wake up in this house with all 3 of you for the next decade. I want to fight about paint colors and argue about whose turn it is to take out the trash and fall asleep on the couch during movie night. I want all the boring, mundane, beautiful parts of building a life together. But? Dev prompted gently. But I'm scared I'm not enough for this. That eventually you'll realize I'm too much work and you'd all be happier without me dragging you down. Hollis, Margot said firmly. You're not dragging anyone down. You're part of why this works. Am I? Because from where I'm sitting, you 3 are all functional adults and I'm the disaster you have to manage. You're not a disaster, Iris said. You're human. You have ADHD and depression and you struggle sometimes. But you're also brilliant and creative and you see the world in ways that make the rest of us better. She's right, Dev said. You think I want to do this without you? You're the reason I'm brave enough to try it. And you're the reason I can imagine letting go of control, Margot added. You've shown me that chaos doesn't mean collapse. Hollis wiped his eyes roughly. You're all very good at speeches. We mean it, they said in unison. Okay. Okay, yes. I want this. I'm terrified and convinced it'll end badly, but I want it anyway. Margot made a note in her document. So we're all in. Tentatively. Scared out of our minds. But in. Now what? Iris asked. Now we take a week, Dev said. Each of us, alone. Really think about this. Not together, not influencing each other. Just ourselves, our thoughts, our fears. A week apart? Hollis said, panicking slightly. Not apart. Just alone with our thoughts. We still live here. We still see each other. But we don't pressure each other about the decision. That's terrifying, Iris said. That's necessary, Margot countered. We need to make sure we're choosing this individually, not just going along with what everyone else wants. When do we reconvene? Hollis asked. Next Saturday, Dev said. 1 week from today. We come back to this table and we say yes or no. Final answer. And if anyone says no? Iris asked. Then we don't do it, Margot said simply. It has to be all 4 of us or none of us. They sat with that weight. The enormity of the decision. The fact that one person could change everything. Okay, Iris said. 1 week. Alone with our thoughts. Then we decide. Together, Dev added. All 4 of us, Hollis finished. They tried to go about their evening normally after that. Made dinner, watched a movie, existed in the same space. But the letter sat on the kitchen counter, a constant reminder of the decision looming over them. When Margot and Iris went to bed, they lay in the darkness not touching. "What if one of us says no?" Iris asked. "Then we respect it. Even if the other three want it? Even then. We can't force anyone into this. What if I'm the one who says no?" Margot turned toward her. "Are you thinking about saying no?" "I don't know. I'm scared, Margot. Of what this means. Of what we're asking from our families. Of tying myself to 3 other people legally and financially. Those are all valid fears." "Are you scared?" "Terrified. But you want it anyway?" "I think so. But I need the week to be sure." They fell asleep not holding hands, each alone with their thoughts, the decision pressing down on them like physical weight. In the next room, Dev and Hollis had a similar conversation. "What if I say no?" Hollis asked. "Then we find another way to be together. We don't have to buy a house to be in a relationship. But it wouldn't be the same." "No. It wouldn't. I'm so scared of making the wrong choice." "Me too. How do we know what's right?" "We don't. We just decide and then work really hard to make our decision right. That's not exactly comforting." "No. But it's honest." They fell asleep with space between them, 2 husbands facing a decision that would change everything. 4 people in 2 beds, the rowhouse quiet around them. 1 week to decide. Everything hanging in the balance. And no guarantee that they'd all choose the same thing. Chapter 18, Individual Reckonings. Margot. Margot sat in a coffee shop across from Elena Rodriguez, one of the senior partners at her firm. They'd worked together for 6 years, had mentored each other through projects and politics and the particular challenges of being women in architecture. Elena had texted her yesterday, "Coffee? You seem distracted lately. Want to talk?" Now, watching Elena add cream to her espresso with practiced efficiency, Margot wondered how to explain what her life had become. "So," Elena said. "You going to tell me what's going on? Or are we going to pretend this is a normal catch-up? Can't it be both?" "Margot. I've known you long enough to recognize when you're processing something big. You've been unfocused for weeks. Making small mistakes. That's not like you." Margot took a breath. Elena was straight, married, 2 kids in private school. She was brilliant and open-minded, but this was going to sound insane. "My wife and I are in a relationship with 2 other people," Margot said. "And we're thinking about buying a house together. All 4 of us." Elena's hand paused halfway to her mouth. She set down her cup carefully. "Okay. Explain." So Margot did. The flood, the rowhouse, the unexpected connections. The decision to try polyamory. The offer to buy the house and the week they'd given themselves to decide. Elena listened with the same focused attention she brought to reviewing blueprints. When Margot finished, Elena was quiet for a long moment. "Are you happy?" she finally asked. "What?" "It's a simple question. Are you happy?" Margot thought about it. About morning runs with Dev, creative conversations with Hollis, the way Iris had started laughing freely again. About feeling seen and challenged and cared for in ways she hadn't in years. "Yes," she said. "Terrified, but yes." "Then what's the problem?" "The problem is I'm about to legally tie myself to 3 other people. Buy a house with them. Build a life that most people won't understand. So what if it's a mistake? What if this is just proximity and newness and we're making a terrible decision?" Elena leaned back, studied Margot. "You're one of the smartest people I know. You don't make decisions lightly. If you're considering this, you've already analyzed it from every angle." "I have. And the logic says it's risky. The structure is complicated. The social implications are significant. But you want to do it anyway." "Yes." "Then that's your answer." Is it? Margot, you've spent your entire career building things that can withstand pressure. You know how to design for stability while allowing for flexibility. Why can't you apply that to your life? Because relationships aren't buildings. You can't engineer away all the risk. No. But you can build in support systems. Create frameworks that allow for adaptation. Plan for multiple scenarios. Elena smiled slightly. You're literally describing what you do professionally. This is different. Is it? Or are you just scared that something you built for yourself might actually work? The question landed hard. Margot sat with it, turned it over. I don't trust good things, she admitted. I keep waiting for the collapse. I know. I've watched you do it for years. But maybe this time you don't have to wait for the collapse. Maybe you can trust the foundation you're building. They talked for another hour. Elena asked practical questions about the legal structure, the financial planning, the logistics. But underneath the practical was permission. Permission to choose something unconventional. Permission to trust herself. When Margot left the coffee shop, she walked to the rowhouse. Let herself in with her key, one of 4 keys to the same door. The house was quiet. Dev at work, Hollis and Iris somewhere else. Margot walked through the rooms slowly, really looking at the space. The living room where they gathered every evening. The kitchen where they made tea and had difficult conversations. The sunroom where Hollis worked, light streaming through old windows. The garden where she and Dev sat when they needed quiet. This was home. Not just a building, but the life they'd built inside it. Margot stood in the living room and felt it settle into her bones. The certainty. The choice. She pulled out her phone, typed a message to herself, yes. I choose this. I choose them. I choose us. Iris. Iris sat in Amara's living room again, the same couch as 2 weeks ago. But this time Amara had called her. Thank you for coming, Amara said, bringing coffee. I know last time was hard. Yeah. I've been thinking a lot. About what you said. About this relationship you're in. Iris braced herself for another lecture. And I talked to David, Amara continued, referring to her husband. About whether I was being fair. Whether I was judging you because I didn't understand or because it was actually concerning. What did he say? He said I was being protective. Which is true. But also maybe closed-minded. Amara sat down, faced Iris directly. So I want to try this differently. I want to understand, not judge. Can you help me understand? Iris felt tears prick her eyes. Really? Really? Start with this, are you happy? Yes. Like, actually happy? Not just caught up in newness? Actually happy. For the first time in years, I feel like myself. Like I'm allowed to take up space without apologizing for it. What changed? Everything. Dev makes me feel valued instead of just tolerated. Hollis matches my energy, he's just as big and loud and emotional as I am. And Margot. Iris paused. Margot and I have been drifting for years. We love each other, but we've been so focused on maintaining what we had that we forgot to grow. This forced us to be honest about what wasn't working. So you're not leaving her? God, no. I love her. But I also love them. And somehow, all 4 of us together makes more sense than any 2 of us alone. Amara was quiet, processing. How does it work? Logistically? We check in constantly. We talk about jealousy and needs and boundaries. We make schedules for alone time with each person. We're getting therapy, so much therapy. And it works. It's hard. Really hard. But yes, it works. What about the future? Kids? Marriage? All that traditional stuff? I don't know. We're taking it one step at a time. Right now, We're deciding whether to buy a house together. That's a big step. Huge. And terrifying. Which is why I'm here. Because I need my sister. Iris's voice cracked. I need to know that even if you don't understand this, you're not going to abandon me. Amara reached over, took Iris's hand. I'm not abandoning you. I'm trying to understand. And that's hard because this is so far outside my experience. But you're my sister. I love you. And if this makes you happy, I want to support it. Even if it seems weird. Honey, you've been weird your whole life. Remember when you insisted on wearing that princess dress to school every day for a month? Or when you decided you were going to be a professional mime? I was 7. My point is, you've always done things your own way. This is just a more grown-up version of that. Iris laughed through her tears. So you're okay with this? I'm trying to be okay with this. I'm not there yet, but I'm trying. And I have questions. So many questions. I can answer questions. Later. Right now, I just want to know, are you sure about this? About buying a house with 3 other people? I'm terrified. But yes, I'm sure. Then I support you. Even though I don't fully understand it, I support you. They hugged, 2 sisters bridging the gap between understanding and acceptance. When Iris left, she felt lighter. Not completely unburdened, but hopeful. In the car, she typed a message to herself, yes. This is scary and my family doesn't fully get it, but I choose this anyway. I choose us. DV. Dev sat across from Priya in their favorite dim sum spot, watching her demolish Hargao with impressive efficiency. Okay, but real talk, Priya said, setting down her chopsticks. You're going to buy a house with 3 other people. A house. Like, with a mortgage and property taxes and shared ownership. That's the plan. And you're sure about this? Because last time we talked, you were just exploring the relationship. Now you're talking about legal and financial commitment. I know it's fast. It's not just fast, it's terrifying. What if it doesn't work out? What if you end up trapped in a house with people you don't want to live with anymore? Then we have exit clauses. We're building in legal protections. Legal protections are good. But they don't protect your heart. Dev set down his teacup. No. They don't. So I'm asking as your best friend who loves you and wants you to not get destroyed, are you sure? Nothing in life is sure, Priya. That's not an answer. What do you want me to say? That I'm 100% certain this will work? I'm not. I'm terrified it won't. But I'm more terrified of not trying. Priya studied him. You're different. Since you started this thing with them. You're lighter. More yourself. Yeah. Yeah. You're not just the steady one anymore. You're actually letting yourself want things. It's uncomfortable. Growth usually is. Priya reached for more dumplings. So let me ask you this, if it falls apart, will you regret trying? Dev thought about it. About morning runs with Margot where they talked about everything and nothing. About late-night conversations with Iris that made him laugh until his sides hurt. About Hollis, his husband, who'd become more present and engaged since they'd started this. No, he said. I won't regret trying. Then you have your answer. It's that simple? It's never simple. But sometimes the choice is clear even when the outcome isn't. They finished lunch talking about Priya's own complicated dating life, about work stress and family drama and all the normal things friends discussed. But Dev felt something settle in his chest. He walked back to the rowhouse through the cold November afternoon. Let himself in, poured tea from the pot someone had left warming, sat in the living room with the cup warming his hands. He pulled out his phone, opened his notes app, typed, if this falls apart, I'll regret not trying more than I'll regret trying. I choose this. I choose us. Hollis. Dr. Torres's office was exactly what Hollis needed, calm, plants everywhere, soft lighting that didn't feel clinical. He'd been coming here for 3 years. This room was as familiar as home. So, Dr. Torres said, settling into his chair. You're thinking about buying a house. I'm thinking about buying a house with my husband and the 2 women we're dating who are married to each other. That's quite a sentence. That's my life now. Dr. Torres smiled slightly. How are you feeling about it? Terrified. Excited. Convinced I'm going to ruin everything. The usual. Let's talk about the terror first. What specifically terrifies you? Hollis ran his hands through his hair. That this is too good. That I don't deserve it. That eventually they'll realize I'm too much work and they'll regret this decision. Have they given you any indication that you're too much work? No. But they're being nice. Or they genuinely care about you and don't see you as work. Dr. Torres leaned forward slightly. Hollis, we've been working on this for 3 years. The pattern where you convince yourself you're unworthy of good things and then self-sabotage to prove yourself right. What's different this time? This time I haven't run yet. Why not? Because. Hollis paused, really thinking about it. Because they keep showing up. Even when I panic, even when I spiral, they stay. And I'm starting to believe that maybe they're staying because they want to, not because they feel obligated. That's significant growth. It doesn't feel like growth. It feels like barely holding on. Growth rarely feels like growth in the moment. It feels like doing the hard thing over and over until it gets slightly easier. Dr. Torres picked up his notebook. Let's talk about the house decision specifically. What would saying yes mean to you? It would mean committing. Really committing. Not just to the relationships but to the life we're building. And what would saying no mean? Safety. Not risking everything on something that might not work. Is safety what you want? Hollis looked at his therapist, this patient, kind man who'd seen him through breakdowns and breakthroughs and everything in between. No, Hollis said quietly. I want the risk. I want to choose something scary because it matters, not because it's safe. Then what's holding you back? Fear that I'll mess it up. That my ADHD, my depression, my general inability to function like a normal adult will drag everyone down. Do they see you that way? No. They keep telling me I'm not a burden. That I'm enough as I am. Do you believe them? I'm trying to. That's all you can do. Try to believe the people who love you when they say you're worthy of love. They talked for another 40 minutes. Worked through Hollis's catastrophic thinking, reality-checked his fears, identified the actual evidence versus his anxiety-based assumptions. When Hollis left the office, he walked to a coffee shop. Sat with his sketchbook and drew. Not for work, not for a deadline, just because he wanted to. He drew the 4 of them in the rowhouse. In the kitchen making breakfast. In the living room watching movies. In the garden talking in the fading light. He drew the life they were building. And he realized, this was worth the risk. They were worth the risk. He pulled out his phone, opened a new note, typed, I'm not broken. I'm just learning to believe I'm enough. And they make me want to be brave. Yes. I choose this. I choose us. Convergence. Saturday morning arrived cold and bright. The 4 of them gathered around the dining room table, the same table where they'd received Claudia's letter a week ago. Margot had her laptop. Dev had his phone for notes. Iris had made coffee for everyone. Hollis was fidgeting with a pen, nervous energy radiating off him. Okay, Margot said. We've each had a week to think about this. To process alone. Before we talk through it, I think we should each say yes or no. Simple. Final. All at once? Iris asked. Or one at a time? One at a time. So we can't influence each other. Okay. Dev took a breath. I'll go first. They looked at him, 3 people waiting. Yes, Dev said. I choose this. I choose all of you. I want to buy this house and build a life together. Margot felt something release in her chest. Yes. For all the same reasons. Iris smiled, eyes bright. Yes. Obviously yes. They all looked at Hollis. He was pale, his hands shaking slightly. I'm terrified, he said. I'm convinced this is crazy and we're all going to regret it and I'm going to mess it up somehow. Hollis, Dev started. But yes, Hollis continued. Yes, I want this. I want you. All three of you. I want this house and this life and all the scary, uncertain, beautiful parts of building something together. Silence. Then Iris started crying. Then Margot. Then they were all laughing and crying and reaching for each other across the table. We're really doing this, Iris said. We're really doing this, they confirmed. 4 people, 1 choice, made together. The hard work was just beginning. But they were choosing it. Together. Chapter 19, 4 Keys to Forever. Dev stood in the rowhouse living room, watching the others arrive for what would either be the beginning of their permanent life together or a very expensive mistake. It had been 2 weeks since they'd said yes. 2 weeks of phone calls and paperwork and moments of pure terror. And now they were about to meet with Simone Badawi, the attorney who specialized in exactly the kind of complicated family structure they were attempting to build. Margot arrived first, as always, carrying her laptop and a notebook already filled with questions. She kissed Dev's cheek in greeting, a small gesture that still made his heart skip. Iris came next, with pastries from the bakery down the street. If we're making life-altering legal decisions, we're doing it with good coffee and better carbs. Hollis was last, looking slightly panicked. I'm going to sign legal documents. Me. The person who can barely remember to pay his phone bill on time. You'll be fine, Dev said, pulling him close. We're all doing this together. The doorbell rang. Simone Badawi stood on the stoop, tall and composed in a sharp blazer, her dark curly hair pulled back, reading glasses hanging from a chain around her neck. She had 2 wedding rings on her left hand, 1 thin gold band, 1 with small stones. You must be the quad, she said with a warm smile. I'm Simone. Come on, let's build you a legal structure that won't collapse. They settled around the dining room table. Simone pulled out a tablet and several folders, organized with the efficiency of someone who'd done this before. Okay, she said. First things first, I'm polyamorous myself. Married to my husband, in a committed partnership with my girlfriend. So when I say I've seen this work, I mean I live it. You're not crazy, you're not alone, and this is absolutely possible. The relief in the room was palpable. That said, Simone continued, it requires structure. Clear agreements. Legal protections for everyone. So let's talk about what you're trying to build. Margot pulled out her laptop. We want to buy this house together. All 4 of us. Equal ownership, or as equal as we can make it. Good start. But equal ownership gets complicated when contributions aren't equal. Who's putting in what percentage? They went through the numbers. Margot and Dev were contributing more to the down payment, Margot because she'd been saving for years, Dev because he had no student loans. Iris was contributing less, Hollis the least. Okay, Simone said, making notes. Here's what I recommend. We create an LLC to hold the title. Each of you owns a percentage of the LLC based on your initial contribution. Then we draft a detailed operating agreement that covers how expenses are shared, how decisions are made, and what happens if someone wants out or, and I hate to say it, but we have to plan for it, if someone dies. Dies, Hollis repeated faintly. Or becomes incapacitated. Or wants to leave the relationship. We plan for everything. Simone looked at each of them. I know it's not romantic. But this is how we protect each other. They spent the next hour going through scenarios. What if someone lost their job? What if someone wanted to buy out the others? What if the relationship ended but some people wanted to keep living together? Simone handled each question with matter-of-fact professionalism, turning their anxieties into concrete solutions. Now, she said, beyond the house. Let's talk about medical decisions. Right now, if something happened to any of you, who has the legal right to make decisions? Spouses, Dev said. So I could make decisions for Hollis, Margot for Iris. But what if it's Dev who's incapacitated and Margot or Iris want to be involved? Simone finished. Exactly. So we draw up medical power of attorney documents. Each of you designates who can make medical decisions if you can't. You can name all three of them if you want. We can do that? Iris asked. Absolutely. You can name multiple people, establish a hierarchy, even specify different people for different types of decisions. They went through more details. Beneficiaries on life insurance. Emergency contacts. Who had the right to visit in the hospital? All the mundane, crucial details that held a life together. What about the relationship itself? Hollis asked. Like, is there any legal recognition? Can we get married or something? Simone smiled gently. Not in the legal sense, no. Plural marriage isn't recognized. But we can create commitment contracts, documents that outline your promises to each other, your responsibilities, how you'll handle conflicts. They're not legally binding in the same way marriage is, but they're meaningful. And if the relationship ends, they can guide how you separate. So we can write our own vows, Iris said slowly. But make them legally relevant. Exactly. They took a break. Simone stepped outside to take a call. The four of them stood in the kitchen, processing. This is real, Margot said. We're really doing this. Are you having second thoughts? Dev asked. No. Just feeling the weight of it. It's a lot of weight, Hollis agreed. Like, we're creating an entire legal structure for our relationship. Because our relationship matters enough to protect, Iris said. When Simone came back, they dove into the operating agreement. How would they make decisions about the house? Majority vote? Consensus? What if they disagreed on major repairs or renovations? I recommend consensus for big decisions, Simone said. It's harder, but it means no one gets steamrolled. For smaller stuff, you can do majority vote or designate one person as the decision maker for specific areas. They worked through it. Margot would handle major structural decisions. She was the architect, it made sense. Dev would manage healthcare-related choices. Iris would coordinate social aspects, family events. Hollis would focus on creative elements, the aesthetics of the space. But big financial decisions? They all had to agree. What about children? Simone asked. Is that something you're considering? The four of them looked at each other. We haven't talked about it, Margot admitted. You should. Before you sign anything. Because if some of you want kids and others don't, that's a fundamental incompatibility that will cause problems later. Can we table that for now? Dev asked. Focus on the house first. You can, Simone said. But put a date on it. 6 months from now, have the kids' conversation. Don't let it fester. They kept working. Simone drafted clauses, explained legal terminology, made sure they understood every sentence before adding it to the agreement. By the time they finished, it was late afternoon. The dining room table was covered in documents, notes, half-empty coffee cups. Okay, Simone said. I'll get all this drafted formally. You'll review it, suggest changes, we'll revise. Then we sign. But before we do, I want you to talk about the money one more time. Because this is where things get messy. She pulled up a spreadsheet. Apparently everyone in this arrangement loved spreadsheets, showing their proposed contributions and ongoing expenses. Margot and Dev, you're putting in significantly more upfront. That gives you larger ownership percentages. But that also means if the house appreciates and you sell, you get more of the profit. Are you okay with that, Iris and Hollis? It's fair, Iris said. We're contributing what we can. But what if you can't contribute your share of the mortgage some months? What if work dries up? Simone looked at Hollis specifically. Then we adjust, Margot said. We've talked about this. If someone's income drops, their contribution percentage drops. We're not going to put anyone in financial distress. Get that in writing, Simone said firmly. Because when money gets tight, good intentions evaporate. You need clear agreements about what happens when someone can't pay. They added more clauses. Safety nets, flexibility, protections for everyone. What about exits? Simone asked. If someone wants out, either out of the relationship or out of the house, what happens? Another difficult conversation. They decided, if someone wanted to leave, they had to give 6 months' notice. The remaining 3 would have the option to buy out their share, or they could sell the house entirely if they couldn't afford the buyout. And if it's a breakup but people still want to live together? Iris asked. Then you navigate that like adults, Simone said. But I'll be honest, I've seen that work and I've seen it fail spectacularly. Have a backup plan for temporary housing if things get toxic. By the time Simone left, they were exhausted. They'd been talking legal documents and worst-case scenarios for 6 hours. I need a drink, Hollis said. I need several drinks, Iris agreed. But they also needed to have one more conversation, the one they'd been avoiding. We should talk about money, Dev said. Actually talk about it. Not just percentages and legal documents, but how we feel about it. They made tea, because apparently even life-altering financial discussions required tea, and settled in the living room. Okay, Margot said. I'll start. I make good money. I've been saving for years. I'm contributing more because I can, not because I think it makes me more important. I make decent money, Dev added. And I have savings. But I also have anxiety about money because I grew up without much. I'm contributing what feels safe, but I'm scared of overextending. I make okay money, Iris said. When teaching contracts are good. But I have student loans and credit card debt from grad school. I'm contributing what I can without bankrupting myself. They all looked at Hollis. I make inconsistent money, he said quietly. Some months I'm flush from a big contract. Other months I'm scraping by. I have debt from medical bills and that time I had to replace my laptop and I'm terrified you're all going to resent me for contributing less. We won't, Margot said immediately. You don't know that. I do. Because we've structured it so your contribution is proportional to your income. You're not freeloading. You're contributing what you can. But what if I can't contribute anything some months? Then we cover it, Dev said. And you pay it back when you can, or you contribute in other ways, doing more housework, cooking more meals, whatever works. That doesn't seem fair to you. Fair doesn't mean equal, Iris said. It means everyone gives what they can and everyone gets what they need. And you need security, Margot added. You need to know that if your income drops, you're not going to lose your home. Hollis wiped his eyes roughly. Why are you all so patient with my financial disaster? Because you're not a financial disaster, Dev said. You're a freelance creative professional in an inconsistent industry. That's different from being irresponsible with money. They talked for another hour. About their relationships with money, their fears and anxieties, their hopes for the future. It wasn't romantic. It was deeply unsexy. But it was necessary. Okay, Margot said when they were all talked out. Last thing before we sign, how do we tell people? I told my sister, Iris said. She's processing but she's trying. I talked to Priya, Dev added. She's supportive. Dr. Torres knows, Hollis said. Obviously. I told Elena at work, Margot said. She was surprisingly cool about it. But families? Iris pressed. Like, our parents? Not yet, Margot said firmly. We tell them after we buy the house. After we're legally committed and it's too late for them to talk us out of it. That seems cowardly, Hollis said. That seems strategic, Margot countered. We don't need their permission. We need their acceptance. And acceptance is easier when it's a done deal. What about the coming out conversation? Iris asked. Like, do we say we're polyamorous? In a quad? Dating? What language do we use? We're in a relationship together, Dev suggested. That's accurate without being overly specific. And if they ask for details? We give them as much or as little as we're comfortable with, Margot said. This is our life. We get to decide how much we share. They agreed to a plan. Tell close friends now. Tell families after the closing. Be honest but not overly detailed unless specifically asked. Okay, Iris said. So we're really doing this. We're buying a house together, creating an LLC, drafting legal agreements, and eventually coming out to our families as a polyamorous quad. When you say it like that, it sounds insane, Hollis said. It is insane, Margot agreed. But it's our insane. Our chosen insane, Dev added. Our carefully planned, legally protected, thoroughly discussed insane, Iris finished. They looked at each other around the living room, for people who'd decided to build something the world didn't have a blueprint for. We should probably celebrate, Hollis said. Like, we just committed to buying a house together. That's huge. So they ordered pizza, their comfort food, their ritual meal. Ate it sitting on the floor of the living room, passing slices and telling stories and laughing until their sides hurt. Later, when Dev and Hollis had gone to bed, Margot and Iris stood in the kitchen cleaning up. Are you scared? Iris asked. Terrified. But you want this? More than I've wanted anything in years. Me too. Margot pulled Iris close, held her wife in the kitchen where they'd had so many difficult conversations. We're going to be okay. Promise? No. But I'm going to try really hard to make it true. That's all any of us can do. Upstairs, Dev and Hollis lay in bed, hands linked in the darkness. We're buying a house, Hollis said. We're buying a house, Dev confirmed. With 2 women we've been dating for less than 2 months. With 2 women we're in love with. Is that better or worse? I don't know. But it's honest. I'm terrified I'm going to mess this up. I'm terrified too. But I'm more terrified of not trying. When did you get so brave? I'm not brave. I'm just tired of being safe and lonely. They fell asleep holding hands, 2 husbands who'd expanded their marriage into something neither of them had imagined but both of them wanted. 4 people in 2 beds, in a house they were about to buy together, building a life the world didn't have words for but they were writing anyway. 1 step at a time. 1 legal document at a time. 1 choice at a time. Together. Chapter 20, Coming Out, Part 2, The Families. Hollis stood in the rowhouse living room, watching his brother walk up the front path, and felt like he might throw up. Jax had driven 5 hours from Pennsylvania. He'd texted yesterday, got some time off. Mind if I visit? Want to see this place you're living in? Hollis had responded, of course. Come anytime. And then immediately panicked, because visiting the place he was living in meant seeing the life he'd built with 3 other people. Meant explaining. Meant potentially losing the 1 family member who'd always tried to understand. The doorbell rang. Hollis opened it to find Jax standing there in his work Carhartt jacket, Penn State cap, looking exactly like the older brother who'd taught Hollis to ride a bike and defended him from bullies and only occasionally gave him shit about being the weird artsy one. Hey, little brother, Jax said, pulling Hollis into a hug that smelled like motor oil and the woods. Hey. Come in. It's cold out there. Jax stepped inside, looking around with the careful attention he brought to everything. Taking in the high ceilings, the original woodwork, the art on the walls, mostly Hollis's, but some pieces from local galleries Iris had picked up. Nice place, Jax said. You landed okay after the flood. Yeah. We did. We? Me and Dev. And Hollis's courage failed. Our roommates. The couple you mentioned? The ones whose place also flooded? Yeah. Them. Voices from the kitchen. Margot and Iris were making lunch, had insisted on being here for this conversation. Dev was at work but would be back soon. Come meet them, Hollis said, leading Jax toward the kitchen. Margot and Iris looked up from chopping vegetables. Both of them had dressed carefully, Margot in jeans and a nice sweater, Iris in a bright dress that somehow made her look both professional and welcoming. Jax, this is Margot and Iris, Hollis said. Margot, Iris, this is my brother Jax. Jax shook their hands with the same polite firmness he probably used with clients. Nice to meet you both. Thanks for letting me crash your Saturday. Of course, Margot said. We're happy to have you. Hollis talks about you all the time. Does he? Jax shot Hollis a look. Better be good things. Mostly, Hollis said, trying to smile. They settled in the living room. Iris brought out coffee and the cookies she'd baked that morning, a nervous habit, baking when she was anxious. Jax accepted both with easy grace. So, Jax said, you four been living together since the flood? That's 2 months now. About that, Hollis confirmed. And it's working out? No one's killed anyone yet? Not yet, Iris said lightly. Though there have been some intense discussions about bathroom schedules. Jax laughed. I bet. 4 people, 1 bathroom? Actually we have 1.5, Margot said. But yes, it requires coordination. They made small talk for a while. Jax asked about their jobs, was genuinely interested in Margot's architecture work, had questions about Iris's teaching. He was being the version of himself Hollis remembered from holidays and family events, trying, engaged, making an effort even when he didn't fully understand. Eventually, Dev came home from his shift. More introductions, more small talk. The 5 of them sat in the living room, and Hollis felt the weight of what needed to be said pressing down on his chest. Jax, Hollis finally said, there's something I need to tell you. About why you're really here. Jax set down his coffee mug. Okay. The 4 of us, we're not just roommates. Hollis looked at the others, found them nodding encouragement. We're in a relationship. All 4 of us together. Silence. Jax's face went carefully blank, the way it did when he was processing something unexpected. A relationship, Jax repeated slowly. A romantic and committed relationship. We're buying this house together. We're building a life together. More silence. Hollis felt his hands start to shake. So you and Dev, Jax said carefully, and them? Yes. All 4 of you. Together. Yes. Jax sat back, rubbed his face with both hands. Hollis's heart was pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. Okay, Jax finally said. I'm gonna need you to help me understand this. Because I know you're gay, I'm good with that. But this is different. It's called polyamory, Dev said gently. Multiple consensual romantic relationships. And you're all okay with this? Like, Margot and Iris are married, right? We are, Margot confirmed. And we're still married. We're just also in relationships with Dev and Hollis. And that doesn't, I don't know, make you jealous? Make things weird? It makes things complicated, Iris said honestly. But we talk about it. We work through it. We're all choosing this. Jax looked at Hollis. And you're happy? Like, actually happy? This isn't some weird situation you got pressured into? I'm terrified, Hollis said. But I'm happier than I've been in years. His voice cracked slightly. They're my family, Jax. All 3 of them. Jax was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood up, walked to the window, looked out at the street. Hollis felt panic rising. This was it. This was where Jack said he couldn't accept it, couldn't understand it, couldn't be part of Hollis's life if this was what it looked like. Little brother, Jack said, not turning around. I don't get it. I'm not gonna lie and say I understand how this works or why you'd want to make your life more complicated. But, he turned to face Hollis. Are you happy? Yes. Like, genuinely happy? Not just convincing yourself you are. Genuinely happy. Jack studied him for a long moment. Then he crossed the room and pulled Hollis into a hug. Then I'm good, Jack said into Hollis's hair. I don't gotta understand it to support you. You're my brother. If this makes you happy, I'm happy for you. Hollis felt tears streaming down his face. Really? Really? Though I'm gonna have a hell of a time explaining this to Mom and Dad. You don't have to tell them. Not yet. Hollis, you just bought a house with 3 other people. They're gonna find out eventually. Let me tell them. When I'm ready. Fair enough. Jax pulled back, looked at the others. So I got questions. Lots of questions. If you don't mind. Ask anything, Dev said. So Jax did. How did it work logistically? Who slept where? How did they handle money? What did they tell people? What about holidays, did they all go together? He asked without judgment, just genuine curiosity. And they answered honestly, not hiding the difficult parts, not pretending it was easier than it was. That's a lot of work, Jack said when they'd finished. It really is, Margot agreed. But you think it's worth it? We do, they said in unison. Jax shook his head wonderingly. Y'all are braver than me. I can barely manage 1 relationship, let alone 3. You have a great marriage, Hollis said. Yeah, but it's simple. 1 person, clear expectations, everyone knows the rules. Jax gestured around the room. This is complicated. Everything worth having is complicated, Iris said. Maybe so. They ordered lunch, pizza, because it was their tradition now, and the conversation shifted to easier topics. Jax told stories about his daughters, about work, about the small-town drama Hollis had escaped years ago. When Jax left that afternoon, he hugged each of them goodbye. Take care of my little brother, he said to Dev, Margot, and Iris. We will, they promised. And Hollis, Jax pulled him aside. Mom and Dad are gonna struggle with this. You know that, right? I know. But they love you. Give them time to process. I will. And call me if you need backup. I'll try to run interference. Thanks, Jax. That's what big brothers are for. After he left, the 4 of them collapsed on the couch, emotionally exhausted. That went better than I expected, Hollis said. Your brother is a good man, Margot said. He really is. 1 down, Iris said. Several more to go. Margot. 2 days later, Margot sat in her mother's apartment in Queens, drinking tea from her childhood teacups and trying to figure out how to explain her life. Linda Chen had set out a full spread, dumplings, scallion pancakes, Margot's favorite egg tarts from the bakery in Flushing. This was how her mother showed love, through food, through ritual, through maintaining the traditions she'd brought from Taiwan. You look thin, Linda said in Mandarin, even though Margot wasn't thin and hadn't been thin since college. You eating enough? I'm eating plenty, Ma. You work too hard. Always working. When you going to slow down, have babies? And there it was. The inevitable question. Margot had been dodging it for 8 years. Ma, I need to tell you something. Linda's expression shifted immediately to concern. What's wrong? You sick? Iris sick? No one's sick. But... Margot switched to English, because she didn't know how to explain polyamory in Mandarin. Iris and I are still married. We still love each other. But we're also in relationships with 2 other people. Linda stared at her. What you mean, 2 other people? There's a man named Dev, and a man named Hollis. They're married to each other. And the 4 of us are all together. We're buying a house together. Her mother's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: confusion, shock, concern, something that might have been anger. This is... Linda switched to Mandarin, speaking rapidly. This is not normal. This is not how marriage works. You have wife already. Why you need more people? Because we're happy this way. Because the 4 of us together makes more sense than any 2 of us alone. What about Iris? She agree to this? Or you force her? Ma, no. Iris has feelings for them too. This is all of us choosing together. Linda stood up, started clearing plates even though no one had finished eating. A nervous gesture, something to do with her hands. I don't understand, she said, still in Mandarin. You are smart girl. Good education. Good job. Why you make life so complicated? Because simple wasn't making me happy. Happy. Linda said it like a foreign concept. You have good wife, good job, good apartment. That's not happy enough? Ma, I love Iris. That hasn't changed. But we were drifting apart. We were maintaining our marriage instead of building it. These new relationships, they've actually made our marriage stronger. How? Linda turned to face her. How can more people make marriage stronger? That's not make sense. Margot took a breath, tried to find the right words. Iris needs things I can't give her. Energy, spontaneity, creative chaos. Hollis gives her that. And I need things Iris can't give me. Quiet understanding, someone who gets exhausted from always being the steady one. Dev gives me that. We're not replacing each other. We're supporting each other. But what people think? What I tell my friends? Tell them I'm happy. Tell them I'm building a life that works for me. Linda sat back down heavily. Your grandmother, she would not understand this. Margot felt tears prick her eyes. Her grandmother had given her the jade bracelet, had told her to remember where she came from. But she'd also told Margot to be brave, to build something lasting. Maybe she wouldn't understand, Margot said. But she told me to be brave. To build good foundations. That's what I'm doing. This is not what she meant. Maybe not. But it's what I need. They sat in painful silence. Linda poured more tea, a ritualized gesture that meant the conversation wasn't over but needed a pause. You really happy? Linda finally asked. Yes. Not just pretend? Not pretending. And Iris happy? Yes. Linda sighed deeply. I don't understand. But you are my daughter. I love you even when I don't understand. That's all I'm asking. But I need time. To think about this. To process. Take the time you need. When Margot left, Linda pressed Tupperware containers into her hands, enough food for 4 people, which her mother had to have noticed even if she didn't comment on it. You eat, Linda said. You take care of yourself. I will, Ma. And bring Iris to visit. I miss her. What about Dev and Hollis? Linda hesitated. Maybe later. When I am ready. It wasn't acceptance. But it was a beginning. DV. Dev sat on his parents' couch in their New Jersey home, his father on one side, his mother on the other, trying to explain the inexplicable. He'd called ahead, told them he needed to talk about something important. They'd immediately assumed he was sick or getting divorced or some other catastrophe. I'm fine, he'd said. Healthy. Still married. But there's something I need to tell you in person. Now, looking at their concerned faces, he wished he'd scripted this better. So, Dev said. You know how Hollis and I had to move out of our apartment because of the flood? Yes, his mother said in her accented English. You are still in that temporary place? It's not temporary anymore. We're buying the house. That's good, his father said. Building equity, very smart. With 2 other people. 2 women who are married to each other. His parents exchanged a look. And Hollis and I are in a relationship with both of them, Dev continued. All 4 of us together. Silence. His mother's hands stilled on her teacup. His father's face went carefully neutral, the same expression he used when confronted with something he didn't understand but was trying not to immediately reject. Beta, his mother said carefully. I don't understand what you are saying. Hollis and I are still married. We still love each other. But we're also dating 2 women. And they're dating us. All 4 of us are together. This is. His father searched for words. This is polyamory? Like those articles in the newspaper? Yes. Exactly like that. And you are happy with this? His mother asked. I am. Very happy. What about Hollis? He agrees. It was both of us. We both developed feelings for Iris and Margot. We talked about it. We decided to try. His parents were quiet for a long moment. Dev watched them process, saw the confusion and concern and slow attempt at understanding. This is not what we expected for you, his father finally said. I know. We thought you would have simple life. Good husband, good job, maybe children someday. I have a good husband. I have a good job. The rest is just different than you expected. Different is one word for it, his mother said. But there was no anger in her voice, just bemusement. Are you safe? His father asked. These women, they are good people? They're wonderful people. Margot is an architect. Iris is a teacher. They're kind and smart and they make us happy. And you all live together? In one house? Yes. Who cooks? His mother asked, because of course that would be her concern. We all do. We take turns. Iris makes amazing bread. Margot is good with vegetables. Hollis burns things but he tries. Despite herself, his mother smiled. Some things do not change. They asked more questions. Practical ones, mostly. How did they split expenses? What happened if someone got sick? What about holidays? Would Dev bring all 3 of them to family events? Maybe not right away, Dev said. Let you get used to the idea first. But eventually, yes. They're my family now. All 3 of them. His parents absorbed this. We need time, his father said. To understand this. To accept it. But Beta, you are our son. We love you. Even when we don't understand your choices. We just want you happy, his mother added. And safe. And eating enough. Dev felt tears in his eyes. I'm all of those things. Then okay. We will try to understand. When Dev left, his mother pressed plastic containers into his hands. Dal, rice, her special okra curry. You share with your family, she said, stumbling slightly over the word. I will. Thank you. And Dev, his father said. Next time you visit, maybe bring Hollis. Just Hollis. We take small steps. Small steps, Dev agreed. Convergence. That evening, all 4 of them gathered in the living room. They'd each had their family conversations, Jack's, Linda, Dev's parents. The responses had ranged from accepting to confused to tentatively supportive. My mom said she needs time, Margot said. My parents said they don't understand but they love me anyway, Dev added. Jack said he's good with it as long as I'm happy, Hollis said. And my sister is still processing but trying, Iris finished. They looked at each other, 4 people who'd chosen the hard path of honesty over the easy path of hiding. It's not acceptance, Margot said. Not yet, Dev agreed. But it's not rejection either, Iris added. It's the beginning, Hollis finished. They sat together on the couch, hands linked in a circle, for people who'd survived coming out to their families. Who'd chosen each other even when it meant challenging everyone else's understanding. We're really doing this, Iris said. We really are, they confirmed. Outside, the city hummed with evening activity. Inside the rowhouse, 4 people held each other and felt the weight of what they'd built. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't easy. But it was honest. And it was theirs. Together. Chapter 21, Building Home. 6 months later. Iris woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of voices downstairs. For a moment, still caught between sleep and waking, she couldn't quite place where she was. Then memory settled, the rowhouse. Their house. The one they owned together, all 4 of them, legal and permanent and terrifyingly real. Beside her, Margot's side of the bed was already empty, off on her morning run with Dev, probably. Iris stretched, grabbed her phone to check the time. 7 a.m. on a Saturday. Downstairs, she could hear Hollis talking to himself, which meant he was cooking breakfast and narrating his process like he always did. 6 months. They'd owned the house for 6 months, been in this relationship for almost 8 months total. And somehow, impossibly, they were still here. Still choosing each other. Still building this strange, beautiful life together. Iris pulled on a robe and padded downstairs to find Hollis at the stove, hair sticking up in 6 directions, wearing Dev's old college t-shirt and pajama pants, wielding a spatula like a weapon. Pancakes, he announced without turning around. But I might have added too much cinnamon. Or not enough. The ratio is unclear. I'm sure they'll be perfect, Iris said, kissing his cheek in passing. You're a liar, but I appreciate the confidence. The front door opened. Margot and Dev came in, sweaty and breathing hard from their run, cheeks flushed with cold and exercise. They'd started running together 4 months ago, and Iris had watched them both transform, not physically, though that too, but in the way they carried themselves. Lighter. More present. How far today? Iris asked. 8 miles, Margot said, pulling off her gloves. Dev's training for his marathon. Only 5 months away, Dev said, heading for the stairs. I'm going to shower. Save me some pancakes, Hollis. No promises. Iris looks hungry. They fell into the morning routine they developed over 6 months of living together. Margot showered after Dev, Hollis finished the pancakes, slightly burned, too much cinnamon, perfect. Iris made tea and set the table. By the time they all sat down to eat, it was 8:30 and the house was full of warm light and easy conversation. What's everyone doing today? Margot asked, pulling out her phone to check the shared calendar they'd created, color-coded, naturally, because Margot couldn't help herself. Studio work, Hollis said. I'm behind on the new project. When are you not behind? Dev teased gently. Fair point. But this time I'm behind because I spent 3 days helping Iris with her curriculum project instead of working. Which I appreciate, Iris said. The graphic novel unit is going to be amazing because of you. Teamwork, Hollis said with a smile. I have to finish the Bronx Community Center designs, Margot added. Final presentation is Monday. And I have nothing, Dev said. First actual day off in 2 weeks. I'm going to do absolutely nothing productive. Revolutionary, Iris said. I'm grading. Always grading. But I can grade on the couch while you do nothing productive beside me. Perfect. They finished breakfast, cleaned up together with the practiced efficiency of people who'd negotiated dish duty 600 times and finally found a system that worked. Then they dispersed to their various activities, Hollis to the sunroom, Margot to the dining room table with her laptop, Dev and Iris to the living room. The house hummed with quiet productivity. This was what 6 months had taught them, how to exist together without requiring constant interaction. How to be alone but not lonely, separate but not distant. Around noon, Iris's phone rang. Amara. Hey sis, Iris answered. Hey yourself. You busy? Just grading. What's up? I was thinking about bringing the kids by tomorrow. If that's okay? They've been asking to see the house. Iris felt her heart skip. Amara had been tentatively accepting for months, but she'd kept her distance. Polite conversations, careful questions, but no real engagement. This, bringing her children to meet the quad, this was different. Really? Really? David thinks it's time. And honestly, the kids are more confused about why they can't visit their aunt than they are about the whole 4 adults thing. Tomorrow would be great. We'd love to have you all. After they hung up, Iris found the others and shared the news. Watched their faces light up with the same hope she felt. We should clean, Margot said immediately. We should make food, Hollis added. We should not freak out, Dev said firmly. They're just kids. We're just us. It'll be fine. You're right, Iris said. But we're still cleaning. They spent the afternoon making the house presentable, not perfect, just lived in and welcoming. Hollis's art supplies were corralled into the sunroom. Margot's architectural models were organized in her studio space. Dev made sure the bathroom was stocked with kid-friendly soap. By evening, they were all exhausted from cleaning and anxious anticipation. Movie night? Hollis suggested. So they piled onto the couch, the big sectional they bought together 3 months ago, the one that could actually fit all 4 of them comfortably. Picked something mindless and funny, ate popcorn straight from the bowl, let the domesticity of it settle into their bones. Halfway through the movie, Margot's phone buzzed. She checked it, smiled. My mom, she said. She wants to know if she can bring soup tomorrow. Says she made too much. This was Linda's way. Small gestures. Bringing food, asking careful questions, showing up in the ways she knew how even when she didn't fully understand. Tell her yes, Iris said. And that will save her some of whatever Hollis is planning to make for Amara's visit, Dev added. I haven't decided what I'm making yet, Hollis protested. You will by tomorrow morning. You always do. Truth. They fell asleep on the couch, tangled together like puppies, the movie playing to an audience that was no longer watching. The next day, Amara arrived at 2 p.m. with her husband David and their 3 kids, 2 girls and a boy, ages 10, 8, and 5. The children exploded into the house with the chaotic energy of people who'd been cooped up in a car. Aunt Iris. The youngest, Maya, launched herself at Iris. Hey sweet girl, Iris said, catching her. I missed you. Amara looked around the living room, taking it in. 6 months ago, she'd been skeptical, concerned, protective. Now her expression was more open. Curious. It's nice, she said. Homie. Thanks, Margot said, coming forward to shake David's hand. Good to see you both. They'd met before, briefly, awkwardly, at a coffee shop where Amara had grilled them about their intentions and their plans. This felt different. More relaxed. The kids, blessedly, didn't care about the complicated adult dynamics. They were more interested in exploring the house, in meeting Dev and Hollis, in the plate of cookies Hollis had made that morning. You really live here with 4 grown-ups? The oldest, Zara, asked. We do, Iris confirmed. That's so many people. Don't you get tired of each other? Sometimes, Dev said honestly. But we talk about it when that happens. My friend Kayla says her parents are getting divorced because they got tired of each other, Zara said matter-of-factly. That happens sometimes, Margot said carefully. But we're trying to build something that lasts by being really honest with each other. Like telling the truth even when it's hard? Exactly like that. The kids accepted this and moved on to more important questions. Could they see the garden? Did they have any pets? Could they play in the sunroom? Hollis took them on a tour, showing them his art studio, letting them touch his supplies under careful supervision. The kids were fascinated by his work, asking questions about his process, about the stories he illustrated. Meanwhile, Iris, Margot, and Dev sat with Amara and David in the living room. "They seem happy," Amara said, watching through the window as Hollis played with her children in the garden. "We are," Iris said. "Like, actually happy? Not just making it work?" "Both," Margot said. "We're actually happy and we're making it work. The two aren't mutually exclusive." David spoke up for the first time. "For what it's worth, I think what you're doing is brave. Difficult, but brave." "Thank you," Dev said. "How's it actually working?" Amara asked. "Like, day to day?" "You don't have to tell me if it's too personal, but I'm curious." So they told her. About the weekly check-ins, the therapy, so much therapy, the carefully negotiated schedules. About the fights they'd had, about chores, about money, about feeling neglected or overwhelmed. About how they'd worked through it by communicating instead of shutting down. "It's a lot of work," Iris admitted. "More work than traditional relationships in a lot of ways. But it's work we're all willing to do. And you're all still together? Like, all 6 combinations?" "All 6 combinations," Margot confirmed. "Though some relationships are deeper than others. That's natural. But you're not jealous?" "We get jealous," Dev said. "But we talk about it. Figure out what the jealousy is really about, usually an unmet need, and address that instead of letting it fester." Amara shook her head wonderingly. "I can barely manage 1 relationship. I can't imagine navigating 3. "It's different when everyone's committed to making it work," Iris said. "When everyone's choosing it daily." They talked for over an hour. Amara asked questions, some easy, some uncomfortably personal. But she asked them with genuine curiosity now, not judgment. David shared that he'd done some reading about polyamory, wanted to understand what his sister-in-law was building. "I'm proud of you," Amara said to Iris as they were leaving. "For choosing something that makes you happy even when it's hard." Iris hugged her sister tight. "Thank you. That means everything." After they left, the 4 of them collapsed on the couch again, exhausted but happy. "That went well," Hollis said. "Really well," Dev agreed. "Your nieces are delightful," Margot said to Iris. "Zara asked me 17 questions about structural engineering." "She's her mother's daughter," Iris said fondly. 2 months later. Dev stood at the finish line of his first marathon, legs shaking, lungs burning, feeling like he might actually die. But he'd done it. He'd finished. And there, waiting for him, were 3 people holding a handmade banner that read, "We love you Dev," in 4 different handwriting styles. Margot. Iris. Hollis. All 3 of them, cheering like he'd won the Olympics instead of just finished a marathon in a deeply mediocre time. He stumbled toward them, and they caught him, held him up, handed him water and energy bars and more love than he knew what to do with. "You did it." Iris was crying, actually crying. "You trained for 5 months and you did it." "I can't feel my legs," Dev managed. "That's normal," Margot said. "We'll get you home." We made a recovery plan. Of course she had. They drove him home, Dev in the back seat with his legs elevated, Hollis holding his hand, Margot driving carefully, Iris playing DJ with his favorite playlist. Got him into the house, into the bath they'd prepared, fed him the meal they'd planned for his post-race recovery. "You didn't have to do all this," Dev said. "We wanted to," Hollis said. "You've been supporting all of us for months. Let us support you." So Dev let himself be cared for. Let them run the bath, bring him food, massage his aching muscles. Let himself be the one who needed instead of the one who provided. It felt terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. 1 month later. Hollis stood in a bookstore in Brooklyn, staring at the display table. His graphic novel, the one he'd been working on for 3 years, the one he'd almost given up on a dozen times, was there. Published. Real. With his name on the cover. The dedication page read, for Dev, Margot, and Iris. You gave me a home to create in. The book's signing was small but well attended. Readers asked thoughtful questions. Other artists congratulated him. His editor hugged him and said she was proud. And in the back of the room, 3 people watched with the kind of pride that made Hollis's chest ache. After the signing, they took him to dinner. Let him babble nervously about the event, about the readers, about whether anyone would actually buy the book. They'll buy it, Margot said firmly. It's beautiful work. She's right, Dev added. I've read it 5 times and I cry every time. You cry at insurance commercials, Hollis said. Your point? They laughed, toasted with wine, celebrated this moment that had been years in the making. I couldn't have finished it without you, Hollis said. Without this. All of you. You gave me the safety to be creative. You gave yourself permission to be creative, Iris corrected. We just supported you. Still. I want to acknowledge it. This book exists because you exist. Because we exist. To us, Margot said, raising her glass. To us, they echoed. 2 weeks later. Iris stood in front of her school board, presenting the graphic novel curriculum she and Hollis had developed together. It was innovative, inclusive, engaging, everything she'd hoped for when she'd first had the idea. The board asked questions. Some were supportive, some skeptical. But Iris answered them with the confidence of someone who'd been teaching for over a decade, who knew her craft, who'd put in the work. At the end of the presentation, they approved the curriculum. That evening, Iris came home to find a celebration waiting. The dining room table was set with candles and flowers. Hollis had cooked, actually cooked, not just assembled ingredients, a full meal. Margot had made a toast speech. Dev had baked a cake that only slightly collapsed in the middle. To Iris, Margot said. Who fights for what she believes in and makes the world better for it? To Iris, they chorused. Iris felt tears streaming down her face. You're all ridiculous. We're proud of you, Dev said simply. You changed how your school teaches literature, Hollis added. That's huge. I didn't do it alone. You helped me. You had the vision, Margot said. We just supported it. 1 month later, Margot's birthday. Margot woke on her 43rd birthday to an empty bed and the sound of suspicious whispering downstairs. She lay still for a moment, listening to the conspiracy happening below her, Hollis's voice rising excitedly, Iris shushing him, Dev's low laugh. They were up to something. She got dressed and came downstairs to find the 3 of them standing in front of the door to what had been a storage room on the ground floor. Happy birthday, they said in unison, wearing matching guilty expressions. What did you do? Margot asked. We may have renovated a room without telling you, Iris said. We definitely renovated a room without telling you, Hollis corrected. Dev opened the door. Inside was a studio. A proper architectural studio, with a drafting table, a new computer, organized supplies, good lighting. Everything Margot had mentioned wanting over the past year, all the things she'd said she'd get to, eventually, all gathered in one beautiful space. We know you've been working at the dining room table, Dev said. Which is fine, but you deserve your own space. To create in, Hollis added. To design the beautiful things you design. We're sorry we did it without asking, Iris said. But we wanted it to be a surprise. Margot couldn't speak. She walked into the room, touched the drafting table, saw the small touches they'd added, a plant from Dev, artwork from Hollis, a framed photo from Iris of all 4 of them. This is, her voice broke. This is the most thoughtful thing anyone's ever done for me. They surrounded her, held her while she cried happy tears, let her be overwhelmed by the gesture. You're always taking care of us, Iris said. Let us take care of you. By building you a room to hide in when we're annoying, Hollis added. That made Margot laugh through her tears. I love you. All 3 of you. So much. We love you too, they said. The garden, spring. 6 months of living together. 8 months of being in this relationship. And somehow, impossibly, they were still here. They stood in the back garden, the one that had been overgrown and wild when they'd moved in. Over the winter, they'd worked on it together. Cleared the weeds, planned the beds, decided what to plant. Now, in early spring, the first shoots were coming up. Tomatoes that Dev had insisted on. Herbs that Margot had researched. Flowers that Iris wanted for color. A small patch of wildflowers that Hollis had planted because the bees need something too. They stood in the garden together, hands dirty, the evening sun warm on their faces, looking at the life they'd planted. "We built this," Iris said softly. "We did," Margot agreed. "It's not perfect," Hollis said. "No," Dev agreed. "But it's ours." They stood in their garden, in the house they owned together, in the life they'd chosen. 4 people who'd been brought together by disaster and had built something beautiful from the wreckage. It wasn't easy. It was never easy. But it was honest, and it was chosen, and it was home. "I love you," Iris said. To all of them. To this thing they'd built. "I love you too," they said. And meant it. With their whole hearts. Together. Chapter 22, The Long Table. 1 year later. Margot stood in the kitchen of the rowhouse, watching afternoon light slant through the windows, and felt the weight of the day settling into her bones. November again. Late autumn. The anniversary of the flood that had brought them all together, though that felt like a lifetime ago now. Today was different, today was the family dinner. The one they'd been planning for weeks. The one that would bring their scattered families into this house, into this life they'd built. The one that terrified all of them in equal measure. She touched her bracelet, her grandmother's jade, cool against her skin, and took a breath. "You're spiraling," Iris said, coming up behind her. "I can tell by the way you're standing." "I'm not spiraling. I'm preparing." "You're doing both. It's impressive, really, your ability to multitask anxiety." Margot turned to face her wife. Iris was wearing a deep burgundy dress, her hair in elegant twists, looking beautiful and calm in a way that Margot envied. "What if this is a disaster?" Margot asked. "Then it's a disaster. But we'll survive it together. My mother is going to ask invasive questions. Your mother is going to pretend this isn't happening. Dev's parents are going to be politely confused. Hollis's brother is going to make dad jokes to cover his discomfort." "Probably all true," Iris agreed. "But they're coming. That matters." It did matter. After a year of careful conversations, tentative acceptances, and slow progress toward understanding, their families were coming. Not all of them, some had declined, some were still processing. But enough. Enough to fill the long dining table they bought 3 months ago. The one they'd deliberated over for weeks, debating size and style and whether they'd ever actually use it. The one that was now set for 12, glasses gleaming, the good plates they'd received as housewarming gifts arranged carefully. "How's the food coming?" Margot asked. "Dev has the main course under control. Hollis made 3 desserts because he couldn't decide. I did the appetizers. You were supposed to relax." "I don't know how to relax when 12 people are about to judge our life choices." "They're not judging. They're trying to understand. Those feel the same sometimes." The front door opened. Voices in the hallway, Dev and Hollis returning from the grocery store with last-minute ingredients. They appeared in the kitchen doorway, arms full of bags, cheeks flushed from the cold. "We got everything," Dev announced. "Plus some things we didn't need but Hollis insisted on." "We need fancy olives," Hollis protested. "What's a dinner party without fancy olives?" "A dinner party with regular olives?" Dev suggested. "Blasphemy." They unpacked the groceries, falling into the practice choreography they developed over a year of living together. Margot organized the pantry items. Iris checked things off the list. Dev started prep work for the main course, his grandmother's recipe, slow-braised, and perfect. Hollis arranged his 3 desserts artfully, making them look more intentional than panicked. By 4 p.m., the house smelled incredible. By 4:30, they were all dressed and anxious. By 4:45, Margot was checking the table settings for the 3rd time. "It's perfect," Dev said gently, pulling her away. "Everything's perfect. Now we just wait." They gathered in the living room, the 4 of them, in the house they owned together, about to host the dinner that would either bring their families into their lives or confirm that some gaps couldn't be bridged. "Okay," Hollis said, breaking the silence. "Worst-case scenarios. Let's get them out now." "My mother passive-aggressively comments on every aspect of the meal," Margot offered. "My mother pretends to have a headache and leaves early," Iris added. "My parents ask uncomfortable questions about sleeping arrangements," Dev said. "My parents don't come," Hollis said quietly. They all looked at him. Hollis had invited his parents, sent them a letter explaining everything, inviting them to the dinner, to his life. They hadn't responded. Jax had called yesterday to warn him gently that they weren't ready. "If they don't come, we love you anyway," Iris said firmly. "I know. But it still hurts." "It's allowed to hurt," Margot said. "Grief and joy can exist together." The doorbell rang. 5 p.m. exactly. Margot's mother, Linda, stood on the doorstep with enough Tupperware containers to feed 20 people. She was wearing her best cardigan, her jade jewelry, including a bracelet that matched Margot's. "Mama," Margot said, hugging her. "You didn't have to bring all this." "Of course I bring," Linda said, bustling in. "You cook for many people, you need extra food." "Where I put this?" Iris took the containers, helped Linda with her coat. Linda looked around the house with the sharp eye she brought to everything, taking in the changes they'd made over the past year. The art on the walls, the comfortable furniture, the evidence of 4 people building a life together. "Very nice," she said finally. "You take good care of this place." "We try," Margot said. Linda turned to Dev and Hollis, studied them the way she'd studied Margot's homework when she was in school. Then, surprisingly, she smiled. "You make my daughter happy," she said. It wasn't quite a question, but it was close. "We try to," Dev said. "Good. That's good." She looked at Iris. "And you still happy with Margot?" "Very happy," Iris confirmed. "Good. Everyone happy. That's what matters." Linda headed toward the kitchen. "Now I help with food. You bring too many people, you need extra hands." The doorbell rang again. Amara and David with their 3 children, who immediately scattered to explore the house they'd visited several times now but still found endlessly fascinating. Then Dev's parents, his mother carrying more food because apparently that was universal among mothers, his father shaking everyone's hands with formal warmth. Then Priya, Dev's best friend, who hugged everyone and immediately started helping in the kitchen. Then Jax, Hollis's brother, with his wife and 2 teenage daughters who looked around with curious acceptance rather than judgment. The house filled with voices, with the controlled chaos of family gathering. Children running through rooms. Adults making careful conversation. The particular energy of people trying to understand something that existed outside their experience. By 6, they were all gathered around the long table, 12 people in the dining room they'd painted together, eating food they'd prepared together, navigating the complicated dynamics of chosen and blood family converging. Linda sat at one end of the table, Margot's mother presiding whether she meant to or not. Amara and David beside her with their children. Dev's parents across from them, making polite conversation. Jax and his family filling out the other end. Priya holding court in the middle, her easy charm diffusing tension. And the 4 of them, Margot and Iris on one side, Dev and Hollis on the other, anchoring the table, holding it together. "This is beautiful," Amara said, looking around. "The house. The table. All of it." "Thank you," Iris said. "It's taken work." "Everything worth having takes work," David observed. They served the meal family style, passing dishes, reaching across each other, the intimacy of shared food. Linda watched with approval as people took seconds, as they complimented the cooking, as the children ate vegetables without being forced. Dev's mother asked Margot about her work, genuine curiosity about the buildings she designed, the projects she was proud of. Margot found herself explaining the community center, the affordable housing project she was starting, her hope to design spaces that actually serve people. Jax asked Iris about her teaching, about the curriculum she'd developed. She lit up talking about her students, about graphic novels as legitimate literature, about the ways stories could change how young people saw the world. Margot's mother asked Dev about nursing, practical questions about his work, his schedule, whether he was taking care of himself. Dev answered patiently, warmly, won over by her concern even when he didn't quite know how to accept it. Amara asked Hollis about his book, had actually read it, had questions about his creative process, his influences. Hollis stammered through answers, unused to being taken seriously by Iris's family, visibly moved by her interest. The children, blessedly, kept things light. Zara asked 17 questions about the house, who slept where, how they decided on paint colors, whether they ever got tired of each other. Maya wanted to know if they had any pets, not yet, but they were considering it. The younger ones just ate and occasionally ran around the table despite their parents' gentle corrections. Halfway through the meal, Linda tapped her glass. Everyone went quiet. "I want to say something," she announced. "When Margot tell me about this," she gestured around the table, "about 4 people together, I don't understand. I think, this is not normal. This is not how things should be." Margot's stomach dropped. This was it. The moment her mother voiced all her concerns in front of everyone. "But then I think," Linda continued, "what is normal? My mother, she flee Taiwan with nothing. Come to new country, build new life. That's not normal. I marry man my parents don't choose. That's not normal. Margot become architect, woman in man's job. Not normal." She looked at her daughter. "Our family is never normal. We always make our own way." She raised her glass. "So I say, to my daughter and her family. All of her family. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be brave enough to keep building something worth having." To Margot and her family, everyone echoed, raising glasses. Margot felt tears streaming down her face. Iris squeezed her hand under the table. Across from them, Dev and Hollis were also crying, not even trying to hide it. "Thank you, Mama," Margot managed. Linda nodded, returned to her meal as if she hadn't just fundamentally shifted the energy of the entire dinner. After that, the conversation flowed easier. Dev's parents told stories about Dev as a child, brilliant and stubborn and determined to save everyone. Jax shared embarrassing stories about Hollis, about his teenage years as the weird art kid who didn't fit in but refused to change. Amara talked about Iris growing up, too loud, too emotional, too much for their parents but perfect for everyone else. About how she'd learned to dim herself and how good it was to see her bright again. The meal stretched on. Desserts were served, all 3 of Hollis's creations, which disappeared faster than expected. Coffee and tea appeared. The children got restless and were released to play in the living room under Priya's supervision. The adults lingered at the table, the conversation deepening. Someone asked, Margot wasn't even sure how it actually worked. "The 4 of them. We talk," Dev said simply. "About everything. Constantly. We have weekly check-ins," Margot added. "Where we discuss what's working and what's not. We go to therapy," Iris said. "So much therapy. We fight," Hollis admitted. "We get jealous, we mess up, we hurt each other sometimes. But we work through it. Because we choose this," Dev continued. "Every day, we wake up and choose each other. That's not different from any marriage," Jax observed. "No," Margot said. "It's just more visible. We can't take each other for granted because we're constantly negotiating." "Sounds exhausting," Amara said. "It is," they all agreed. "But worth it," Iris added. Dev's father spoke up. He'd been quiet most of the evening, watching, processing. "You are happy?" he asked his son. "Yes, Papa. Very happy." "Then that is enough." It wasn't acceptance, not quite. But it was peace. It was family trying to understand, trying to support, trying to bridge the gap between their expectations and their children's reality. As the evening wound down, as families began to gather their things and prepare to leave, Linda pulled Margot aside in the kitchen. "Your grandmother," she said quietly in Mandarin, "she would be proud of you." "You think?" "I know. She always say, build good foundation, build with love, build something that lasts." Linda touched Margot's bracelet. "You are doing this. With these 3 people, you are building something that will last." "I hope so. I know so. I see how they look at you. How you look at them. That is love. That is family." She switched to English. "Maybe not normal family. But good family." After everyone left, after the dishes were washed and the children's toys picked up and the house returned to some semblance of order, the 4 of them stood in the kitchen, exhausted and happy. "We did it," Iris said. "We survived," Hollis agreed. "More than survived," Dev said. "They came. They tried. They're still trying." "Not all of them," Hollis said quietly. Margot pulled him close. "I'm sorry your parents weren't ready." "It's okay. I have family here." He gestured around the kitchen at the 3 of them. "I have the family I chose. And the family who's choosing you back," Iris added. They stood in their kitchen, in the house they owned together, after hosting the dinner that had gone better than any of them had dared hope. "Should we go sit in the garden?" Dev suggested. "I need air after all that." So they bundled up in coats and went out to the back garden, the one they'd planted together, the one that had grown through spring and summer and was now putting itself to bed for winter. They could see through the windows into the house, the warm light, the evidence of the evening, the life they'd built. "A year ago," Margot said, "we were deciding whether to buy this house. Whether to try this thing that terrified us. And now we've made it a year," Iris said. "With our families knowing," Dev added. "With them trying to understand. With us still choosing each other," Hollis finished. "I'm really proud of us," Iris said, voice breaking slightly. "Me too," they echoed. They stood in their garden, 4 people who'd built something the world didn't have a blueprint for. Who'd faced their families and survived. Who'd chosen each other daily for a year and were still here, still trying, still building. "Who wants dessert?" Margot asked, because Hollis had made enough for an army and they'd barely touched it. 4 hands reached for the door at once. They laughed, untangled themselves, went back inside where the warmth waited. Where home waited. Built room by room, choice by choice, into something that felt like forever. Together. Epilogue, blueprint for the future. 2 years later. Margot. The conference room was full of architects, urban planners, and housing advocates, all there to see the final presentation for the Lexington Street Community Housing Project. Margot stood at the front, her laptop connected to the projector, showing renderings of a building that didn't exist yet but would, if she had anything to say about it. "The challenge," she said, clicking to the next slide, "is that traditional housing models assume traditional family structures. Single-family homes. 2-parent households. Nuclear families. But that's not how many people actually live." The slide showed statistics, multi-generational households, chosen families, non-traditional kinship structures. The gaps in housing that serve these realities. So we asked ourselves, what if we designed for how people actually live instead of how we assume they should live? She showed the plans. A building with flexible units, some small, some large, some that could be combined or divided based on need. Shared common spaces, kitchens, gardens, workrooms. Legal structures that allowed multiple names on leases, that recognized chosen family, that didn't assume everyone fit the same mold. "This isn't utopian thinking," Margot said. This is practical design informed by lived experience. By understanding that family takes many forms and housing should serve all of them. After the presentation, a young architect approached her, mid-20s, nervous, eyes bright with recognition. "I just wanted to say," they said, "I'm in a polycule. 4 of us. And we've been trying to rent an apartment together and landlords keep saying no because we don't fit their idea of who should live together. What you're proposing, it would change everything for people like us." Margot felt something warm settle in her chest. "That's exactly why we're doing it." She drove home through evening traffic, thinking about the project, about the life that had inspired it. 2 years ago, she'd been terrified of buying a house with 3 other people. Now she was designing buildings specifically for people living in non-traditional structures. Funny how life worked. At home, she found Hollis in the garden with a small dog, the rescue they'd adopted 6 months ago, a scruffy terrier mix they'd named Architect because Hollis thought it was hilarious and the name had stuck. "How'd the presentation go?" Hollis asked. "Good. Really good. I think we might actually get funding." "That's amazing." He stood, kissed her. 2 years in, and it still made her heart skip. "I'm proud of you." "Thanks. How's the new project?" "Frustrating. But I'm working through it." He gestured to his sketchbook, full of rough drafts and crossed-out attempts. "Dr. Torres says frustration is part of the process." Wise man. He has his moments. They went inside together, Architect trotting at their heels. The rowhouse had changed over 2 years, more art on the walls, better furniture, a kitchen they'd renovated last spring. But the bones were the same. The foundation they'd built together. Iris. The Barnes and Noble in Union Square was packed. Iris sat at a table stacked with copies of her book, For Keys, a memoir of polyamorous love, and tried not to panic about the line of people waiting for signatures. She'd debated writing it for months. Debated whether to be this public about their lives, whether to risk the judgment, whether to expose something so personal. But in the end, the need to tell the story had won. The need to say, "This is possible. You can build this. You deserve to build this." The book had come out 3 weeks ago. Had gotten reviewed in major publications. Had started conversations about polyamory, about chosen family, about building relationships that honored who you actually were instead of who you were supposed to be. And people had responded. Not everyone, not universally. But enough. Enough to fill a bookstore on a Tuesday night. Enough to make the vulnerability worth it. "Can you sign this for my partners?" a woman asked, sliding a book across the table. "We're a triad. Your book made us feel less alone." "Of course," Iris said, writing a dedication. "Thank you for being here. Thank you for writing it." The signing went on for 2 hours. Iris's hand cramped. Her voice got hoarse. But she kept going, kept meeting people, kept hearing stories about polycules and quads and triads and all the infinite ways people loved each other. Afterward, she met Margot at a wine bar near the bookstore. Her wife was already there, 2 glasses ordered, looking beautiful and proud. "How was it?" Margot asked. "Overwhelming." "Good, overwhelming." Iris collapsed into the booth. There were so many people. So many stories. I read the reviews. They're saying you're starting important conversations. I'm just telling our story. Which is important. Margot reached across the table, took Iris's hand. "You're brave. You know that, right? I'm terrified someone from my family is going to read it and never speak to me again. Your mother already read it. She called me yesterday." Iris's stomach dropped. "What did she say?" "She said she didn't understand everything but she was proud of you for being honest." Margot smiled. "She also said you made her cry in chapter 7. The chapter about telling Amara? That one." Iris felt tears prick her eyes. "She's really okay with it?" "She's trying. That's all we can ask." They finished their wine, walked home through the city that had brought them together. Two women who'd been married for 10 years now, who'd expanded their marriage and survived, who'd built something bigger than either of them alone. "I love you," Iris said. "I love you too. Even though I wrote a book about our sex life. You were very tasteful about the sex life. I tried. I know. And I'm proud of you. DV." The workshop was in a community center in Queens, 10 couples sitting in a circle, all of them navigating some form of non-monogamy, all of them struggling with communication. 3 years after the flood. Dev and Hollis co-facilitated, had been doing these workshops for 6 months now. It had started small, a friend of Priya's asking for advice, then another friend, then someone suggesting they formalize it. Now they ran monthly workshops on communication in polyamorous relationships. Taught the skills they'd learned through trial and error and so much therapy. Shared their mistakes so other people could avoid them. The biggest thing, Dev was saying, is that you can't assume you know what your partner needs. You have to ask. Explicitly. Even when it feels awkward. Especially when it feels awkward, Hollis added. The awkward conversations are usually the important ones. They walked through scenarios. How to express jealousy without blaming. How to ask for what you need without making it a demand. How to navigate conflicts between partners. How to build structures that honored everyone's needs. After the workshop, a young couple approached them, early 20s, newly poly, struggling to figure it out. "How do you make it work?" the woman asked. "Like, long term. We keep reading that poly relationships don't last." "Some don't," Dev said honestly. "Just like some monogamous relationships don't last. But some do. Ours has. Almost 3 years now." "What's the secret?" "There isn't one," Hollis said. "Just commitment to communication. To doing the work even when it's hard. To choosing each other daily. And therapy," Dev added. "So much therapy." They drove home together, Hollis behind the wheel, Dev in the passenger seat. Two husbands who'd been together for 7 years now, who'd opened their marriage and strengthened it in the process. "You were good tonight," Hollis said. "With that couple who was struggling with jealousy. You were good with the communication exercises. We make a good team. We really do." At home, they found Margot cooking dinner and Iris grading papers at the kitchen table. The domestic scene they'd built together, the life that had become routine in the best possible way. "How was the workshop?" Margot asked. "Good. Helped some people work through some stuff." Dev kissed her cheek in passing. "How was your day?" "Productive. The housing project might actually happen." "That's amazing." Iris looked up from her papers. "We should celebrate. Open the good wine." "The one Dev's parents gave us?" Hollis asked. "That's the one." So they did. Opened wine, made dinner together, sat around the table they'd shared for 2 years. Talked about their days, their projects, their small victories and frustrations. 4 people who'd built a life together. Who'd survived the hard early months and come out stronger. Who'd learned to communicate, to navigate jealousy, to build something that honored all of them. "I'm grateful for this," Dev said quietly. "For all of you. For this life we've built." "Me too," they echoed. Hollis. Sunday morning, Hollis sat in his studio, the sunroom that had become his creative space, working on preliminary sketches for his next graphic novel. Architect was curled at his feet, occasionally twitching in dog dreams. The first book had done well. Not bestseller well, but steady. Good reviews. Actual readers who cared about the story. An offer from his publisher for 2 more books. He was working on the second one now. A different story, but still about people building chosen families. Still about the messy, beautiful work of loving people in ways the world didn't always understand. His phone buzzed. Jax. "Hey, little brother." "Hey. You busy?" "Drawing." What's up? Just wanted to let you know, Mom and Dad saw your book. Hollis's stomach dropped. His parents still weren't speaking to him. 2 years of silence, despite Jax's attempts to mediate. Hollis had put copies of his graphic novel in the mail to them anyway, with a note saying he loved them and hoped they were well. And? Hollis asked. And Dad called me. Said he read it. Said it was good. He said that? He said, your brother is talented. I wish I could tell him that. Hollis felt tears start. But he can't. Not yet. But maybe someday. The point is, he's trying. In his own way. After they hung up, Hollis sat with his sketchbook, processing. His parents weren't ready to accept his life. Maybe they never would be. But they'd read his book. They'd acknowledged his talent. It was something. Margot appeared in the doorway with coffee. You okay? Jax called. My parents read my book. And they're still not ready to talk to me. But they told Jax it was good. Margot sat beside him, wrapped an arm around his shoulders. I'm sorry they're not ready. Me too. But I have this. He gestured around the room, at the house, at the life they'd built. I have you and Dev and Iris. I have chosen family. That's enough. It's more than enough. Convergence. Sunday afternoon, they gathered on the front porch of the rowhouse. Claudia was visiting. She came by monthly now, had become a kind of honorary grandmother to their chosen family. She brought peach cobbler, the way she always did. Settled into the porch swing while they distributed themselves on the steps, the railing, the chairs they'd bought for exactly this purpose. You've taken good care of this place, Claudia said, looking at the rowhouse with pride. We've tried, Margot said. You've done more than try. You've made it a home. Claudia took a bite of cobbler. When I sold it to you, I wasn't sure. 4 people, all that complexity. But you've proved me wrong. We almost didn't make it, Iris admitted. Those first few months were hard. All good things are hard at first, Claudia said. The question is whether you're willing to do the work. We were, Dev said. We are. I can see that. A car pulled up. A young couple got out, late 20s, nervous, looking at the house with the same expression Margot remembered having 2 years ago. Our new neighbors, Hollis said. They're moving in next door. The couple approached hesitantly. Margot recognized the body language, queer, nervous about how they'd be received in the neighborhood. Hi, the woman said. We're Tara and Sam. We're moving in next weekend. Just wanted to introduce ourselves. We're Margot, Iris, Dev, and Hollis, Margot said, standing to shake their hands. Welcome to the neighborhood. 4 of you? Sam asked. 4 of us, they confirmed. Tara and Sam exchanged a look. That's really cool, actually. We're polyamorous. We have another partner who'll be moving in with us next month. We were worried about how the neighbors would react. We think you'll fit in just fine, Iris said with a smile. They invited Tara and Sam to join them on the porch. Offered cobbler, answered questions, shared their story. 2 years ago, they'd been the ones moving in, uncertain and scared. Now they were the ones welcoming others, offering reassurance, proving it was possible. After Tara and Sam left, after Claudia headed home, the 4 of them stayed on the porch. Architect at their feet, evening settling around them, the November air crisp and clear. We did it, Margot said softly. Did what? Dev asked. Built something that lasts. Something that matters. We're still building it, Iris said. Every day, Hollis added. They sat on their porch, in front of their house, in the life they'd chosen. 4 people who'd been brought together by disaster and had turned it into something beautiful. Who'd faced rejection and judgment and doubt and kept choosing each other anyway. Who'd built a family the world didn't give them a blueprint for, architecting it themselves, room by room, choice by choice, day by day. You know what I realized? Iris said. That night 2 years ago, when we had the family dinner. When my mom and Margot's mom and everyone came. I kept waiting for someone to say it was wrong. That we were making a mistake. But they didn't, Dev said. No. They said they didn't understand. But they didn't say it was wrong. Iris looked at the three of them. Because it's not wrong. It's just ours. It's ours, they agreed. The sun set over the city, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Lights came on in windows up and down the street. Families settling in for the evening, all different, all finding their own way. For keys hung on hooks by the door inside. For names on the deed. For people who'd taken the hardest path, the path of honesty, of vulnerability, of building something new, and made it home. I love you, Margot said. To all of them. To this thing they'd built. I love you too, they said. And meant it. With their whole hearts. Together. Now and always. Home. END.